Let's talk about the tropics, shall we? A couple of changes since yesterday, and we'll focus and start on the west, or I should say the eastern Pacific, and go west out of the Atlantic while that basin is quiet at the moment. So we've got Gilma this morning. That's a hurricane. That's off to the east, but I really want to focus on this kind of Frankenstein 90E and 91E. You kind of wonder how they're going to put all these different parts together, right? And there's going to be DNA with both of these invests in this next area to watch, okay? Eventually, a low pressure will evolve. But this is going to be really interesting, and I'm going to show you why in just a second. First of all, because they are still both invests, they're still modeling both of these. All right, so the models essentially do the same thing. They have to be steered to the west, and they kind of bring this close to the Big Island by the time we get into the latter part of the weekend and through here or early next week. So you kind of see the lines coming from this invest. You also see them coming from this invest. Where they eventually become one is the million-dollar question, because if it's before 140 degrees, the next name on the list is Hector. All right. If it's after 140 degrees, it's Hone. Now, it's not just an H storm because there's an H in the East Pac. They just go and they do their list and they never change. They just keep going year after year. So there's no new fresh list in the Pacific and through here. Either way, regardless of where it gets its name and what its name is, we're talking about impacts for Hawaii. It's still too early to call it because we don't know where it's going to come from and how that entity, how close it's going to be to Hawaii. Is it going to be enough to enhance the rainfall? Maybe. But we know it's going to get windier, certainly as we head in toward this weekend. Then we have to watch Gilbert, because Gilbert is also going to come very, very close to Hawaii as per the models. So do we have within the next 10 to, within the next 7 to, let's say, 14 days, a couple of chances for at least some wind energy here in Hawaii? Absolutely. And that's not good, because this is one of the driest states that we have of all of our 50 states out there. Watch the wind picking up. Again, this is regardless of what we get, what name, what strength it is. Obviously, the stronger and the closer means stronger winds, but you can see this area just getting peppered with winds coming up this weekend. That is with the invest area that we are watching right around 140 west.
Our tropical depression 1C that formed in the central Pacific just west of 140 degrees west longitude has now become a tropical storm. And because it was named in the central Pacific, it gets the next name on the Hawaiian list, and that name is Hone. It is not an alphabetical list like the Atlantic and Eastern Pacific lists are. It's just a running list, and it's the next one that hasn't been used. And that's because satellite estimates led the forecasters at the Central Pacific Hurricane Center in Honolulu to determine that the max winds have increased to 40 miles per hour. So there's 140 degrees west longitude, and here are the Hawaiian Islands. It's not quite yet time for there to be tropical storm watches for the Hawaiian Islands, but that could happen tonight. If not tonight, then early tomorrow, because we're closing in on a couple of days from tropical storm force winds potentially arriving in the islands. That could be like on Saturday night. So here's the new track and intensity forecast. You'll notice that the cone occupies a little bit more of the Big Island, so a slight nudge of the forecast track to the right, but still the greatest chance is that the center will pass very near or south of the Hawaiian Islands, and that increases the chances of there being strong winds in the islands, because you're going to be on the stronger side of this with the enhancement of terrain and the funneling between the islands and through passes. So Friday the winds will pick up. Saturday the winds of tropical storm force arrive and could last well into Sunday, even Monday, and then heavy rainfall. You're going to be on the onshore flow side, the stronger side of this. Flooding rains, especially on the windward sides, but also getting to some of the leeward sides. Honolulu will be at risk, among many others. Alex, Mike?
And we keep a really close eye on that, Dr. Knapp. Thank you. Now we turn our attention to the Atlantic Basin, where here we are late in August, but we still have plenty of activity still ahead of us. If you look at history, it shows us that 80% of Atlantic Basin activity is from this point going forward, with really the peak of the season happening around that second week of September. So what's the overall pattern? What's going to change for us here? Is the Pacific going to go quiet? Is the Atlantic going to go crazy?
Right, because it's a La Nina year, or expected to be that La Nina really set in across the Pacific. But is there another Nina that's coming into play that's keeping the Atlantic quiet for now?
Yeah, there is such a thing as an Atlantic Nina, and they both have to do with sea surface temperature anomalies that are cooler than average. But, Alex, the La Nina in the central and eastern Pacific does not get along with the Atlantic Nina. They go at each other.
It's like two beta fish. You can't have them together. You can't have two Ninas.
Nope. Well, you can, but they can't seem to contribute to the same thing. Now, one thing we know about this developing La Nina in the Pacific is that neutral or La Nina conditions contribute to more Atlantic hurricane activity because of lessening wind shear, especially in a year when the Atlantic basin, for the most part, is way warmer than average, perhaps record warmth. And those are the main reasons why we've expected an above average season overall.
Right. So, but what we've got right now is a little area of cooler water developing off the coast of Africa, closer to our ITCZ, the area of convergence, where usually these waves come off Africa and they're pretty potent, but something's keeping them a little less punchy.
Yeah, in the eastern Atlantic, there's areas of warmth and there's areas of cool water. The warm water is here where the intertropical convergence zone is, and that fuels the thunderstorms, and that feeds into Africa. Rainfall helps develop tropical waves, and those are the seedlings for storms and hurricanes. However, in order to get the flow into the intertropical convergence zone to generate those thunderstorms over the warm water, you have to have flow coming from the southern hemisphere going toward that ITCZ. And as that flow from the southern hemisphere comes northward, it draws the water northward, and that causes upwelling near the equator in the Atlantic.
So the cooler water beneath goes to the top, but that's actually leading to below average temperatures right now across portions of the Atlantic.
Right, so this is a developing Atlantic Nina. If these waters get cooler than average, that lessens the flow into Africa, lessens the convection in the ITCZ, and can weaken the tropical waves so they don't develop as quickly when they move offshore. Now, we're going to look at two hurricane seasons
with
where
very
we
different
had
results.
two hurricane seasons where it was neutral in the Pacific, developing La Nina, but also had an Atlantic Nina. And in 2013, we thought it was going to be a busy year, but because of Atlantic Nina, things did not form in the tropical Atlantic. In fact, it ended up being a below average year. We don't know why, but maybe Atlantic Nina had something to do with it.
2005, also one of these years. Obviously, we know what that season was like, but there wasn't a ton of activity or storms forming this far east.
No, it was neutral. It went to La Nina, but because of Atlantic Nina, things did not form in the tropical Atlantic, but they formed close to our doorstep. This is something that could happen this year that worries me.
All right, we've got a lot to watch, so don't get caught off by the trends. Storm Center, by the way, they kick off right after us, 5 o'clock.
Here's satellite imagery, clear swirl out there, as we can see with this tropical storm. But when we take a little bit of a deeper look at it, it's still lacking maybe some of that component to bring in some strength. But let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross for some analysis on Helene, as well as what else is going on in the Atlantic basin. Brian, thanks for joining us. What's your take on this storm?
Well, Jane, the hurricane hunters are out there exploring it right now, and they're finding some pretty strong winds aloft, but there aren't many thunderstorms to pull those winds down to the surface. That's why they're holding the 45-mile-an-hour winds. And when we look at the computer forecast models, there's high confidence that the storm is going to stay. The center of it will stay south of the Hawaiian Islands. Take a look at the consensus model. That's the one that counts. That's why that's generally down the middle of the cone. And remember that the circulation around a storm is like this. So what that means is that the moisture and the winds will be blowing on the east side of the Hawaiian Islands as this goes by, because it looks like it will stay to the south. So that's where the focus of the attention is going to be in terms of the main effects from this system. So here we look at the moisture in the computer forecast model, and there you see where the green is, and the thinking is that by Friday, this was actually this morning, I guess. This is Hawaii time. So this is later this afternoon, our time. The thinking of this forecast model is that it is going to gather some moisture, and this is the European model. So if it does gather more moisture, let's watch as we go forward. You know, it could be overstated. It could be that the model doesn't have a good grasp on how much moisture we'll get. But the idea is that when we get to tomorrow afternoon Hawaii time, this would be in the early evening East Coast time, that with the moisture would be hitting the east side of the island, initially from the northeast and then eventually switching around to the southeast. And then we go farther in time here and we go to Sunday here in the morning. So this would be early morning Sunday East Coast time. Now the moisture moves into Maui, but there's a bigger distance to Maui, so the winds would not be expected to be as strong, and this is why they have tropical storm watches up for the Big Island, but only the Big Island at this time. We'll see if they think that some of those edge effects might reach tropical storm strength in Maui. So here's the situation as we are early Sunday morning, now you can see the direction of the wind is on the upslope on the southeastern part of the Big Island. But when we look at the computer analysis for the total amount of rain, you see that the thinking is that the upslope areas above Hilo is where the heaviest rain will fall, 4 to 8 inches, maybe some areas a little more than that. And then down here by Pahala is the town, if you take the Hawaii Belt Road that comes out of the Hilo Airport and goes down around, you come to Pahala there, that's the town in southeastern Hawaii, and the thinking is there could be a pocket of heavy winds. Again, the idea is where the wind and the moisture is blowing against the mountains, it gets lifted by the mountains, and then it falls on that side of the mountain. Now, where there are gaps in the mountains, coming down on the Kona coast here, there can be still some strong winds through those gaps, down the hill, and around the headlands. The National Weather Service is alerting for possibility of strong winds there. We might see some wind gusts up approaching hurricane strength there on the very southern tip. And then over on Maui, here the road to Hona is going to be treacherous with heavy rain falling on the mountain there, coming down on the east side, and then on up to Honolulu and Kauai. Things there are looking probably okay. Few storms in the Pacific, but that's the only one threatening Hawaii. Let me just make a quick mention of the Atlantic. You see what's happening here? Look where the winds are coming here and coming here. This is where we would normally get something to spin up, but it's covered with dust. That's why in the eastern Atlantic, we don't have anything to worry about at this point.
As mentioned, Hawaii on alert for Hone as it makes its way towards the west. Let's track out where the storm could go. You can see it right here. This is the latest advisory that just came in at 2 o'clock. It is still certainly a tropical storm at 65 miles per hour. Needs to get up to 75 in order to become a hurricane. That would be a low-end Category 1 hurricane. It's moving basically due west at about 15 miles per hour, so a decent little clip. And you can see the Big Island of Hawaii right there, sort of covered up a little bit by that locator circle. So we do anticipate Hone to pass just to the south of the Big Island. As of now, a little bit of light rain hitting the island and a little bit of mist and fog in the area. And we do have some gusty winds of 10, maybe 15 as you get up here into some of the smaller islands just to the north. So overall, not a terrible scenario as of yet. There is a tropical storm warning for the Big Island, though. You see there, it's all lit up in red as this is the forecast cone, and it's going to just pass, again, south of the Big Island. So not anticipating a direct hit here, but there is enough for that tropical storm warning as well as a flood watch. So big surf and also some fairly heavy rain is expected in the Aloha State. And you'll notice that, sure, all the islands going to see a little bit of rain with this, but the Big Island definitely going to be the most impacted. And what your eye is likely drawn to is sort of this demarcation from the heavier rain over on the east side of the island and then some of the lighter rain over here. This is the windward side of the island. So all that rain going to be showing up, coming in from east to west, hitting the eastern facing part of the Big Island and then kind of raining itself out before that rain makes its way up and over the mountaintops of the Big Island onto the western part of the slope. So yeah, the windward facing side of the island could see upwards of a foot of rain, and obviously that's enough to create some issues, and also you've got the big surf on top of that to contend with. You'll notice as this continues to push towards the west here, likely taking a path sort of right down the middle, the smaller island is going to be further away, so they'll see less of an impact. And also, you'll notice that the wind speed does eventually hit that 75-mile-per-hour mark. So we do anticipate this to become a Category 1 hurricane at some point tomorrow and early Monday morning, but that's when it's moving westward away from the islands. So not a direct impact, but again, there will be indirect impacts with the rain and the surf that we just mentioned.
Hurricane Helene bringing plenty of rain and thunder to Hawaii's Big Island yesterday. Helene just upgraded to a hurricane early this morning. Windy and rainy conditions will continue throughout the day today before Helene moves farther west and eventually away from the islands. But are we done, Reynolds?
I don't know. I mean, Helene is no phone, that's for sure. And it's certainly, even though it's not a direct hit, obviously, but you're feeling the effects of it. What's interesting right now is how we have such a contrast. I mean, the Pacific, it's open for business, and in the Atlantic, it's night time. But we may see something as we go forward, obviously.
We like to see it quiet, especially this time of year. We're ramping up to the peak of hurricane season. But yes, Helene already causing thousands of power outages, especially on the Big Island of Hawaii. Right now, it's a Category 1, packing winds of 75 miles an hour, moving to the west at 12. Thankfully, the center of the storm moving south of the islands, but you still have those impacts farther north.
You certainly do. You check out, well, again, the forecast shows that we've got those winds that will eventually diminish, especially by the time you get into midweek and certainly in the latter part of the week, which is expected cooler air, maybe even a touch of some shear in the atmosphere.
So again, the cone is for the center, but we still have the tropical storm conditions that will be affecting us here still on the Big Island, where we do have a tropical storm warning still in effect. Heavy rain is still the potential. Remember, we've got a system very nearby, and we've got mountains right on the Big Island. That's going to squeeze out more of that moisture.
Tremendous volcano, beautiful black sand beaches, but now gray skies and the rain coming down. Eventually, it's going to lift up and move out. We don't want the flooding. Got to be happy for the rain, though. There are parts of Hawaii that have to have it, Kelly.
Yeah, as of yesterday, I know Hilo is down like 11.5 inches, but we've got 8 to 12 on the way. So that could wipe out our deficit. You see most of the rain, the heavy rain, going to be on the Big Island, but even farther north around Lahaina and Maui, we get some rain out of it as well.
Wow, this ramped up a bit very quickly. Gilma with winds of 130, Cat 4 out of harm's way for now.
Yes.
And we expect it to weaken on approach towards Hawaii.
That's right.
Rain and wind lashed much of the Hawaiian Islands, including the Big Island. Courtesy of Hurricane Helene, as I mentioned, the storm has since weakened, thankfully, to a tropical storm, but not before leaving behind widespread damage. Winds knocked down trees and power lines, and roadways flooded, and flights at Hilo International Airport were canceled. You know, we're still dealing with some of the peripheral impacts of that. Certainly big waves and rip currents are a problem for us, but thankfully the bulk of the bad weather is moving away from the islands. There it is. Now a tropical storm, Helene, 65 miles per hour, again, moving now well west of the Hawaiian Islands, but we're still seeing some significant rain showers from time to time, Maui, for example, in particular. But the Big Island of Hawaii here, notice that the weather today is much better than it's been. Helene passed about 50 miles to the south of the island as a hurricane, and that is the closest approach of a hurricane to this, at least this part of the Big Island, on record. That is remarkable. So this was unique in its own right and brought a lot of rain. We saw almost 2 feet of rain in some spots. And now there's a big factor here that has to be considered is the high elevations that are present on the Big Island of Hawaii. We've seen mountains over 10,000 feet. And when you have an east wind like that with a hurricane moving along a path like that, well, that east wind kind of glides up the slopes and gets an additional lift component. So we start to see the air go up naturally as it follows the terrain. And guess what? Well, then you get that upward movement enhanced by that mountainous region of Hawaii. And you get some very violent rain showers with angry clouds producing incredible amounts of rain. We saw, as I said, almost 2 feet of rain in some spots. And guess what? There's more tropical cyclone activity kind of closing in on Hawaii. At least it has it in its sights with Hurricane Gilma and Tropical Storm Hector. Let's look at Gilma now over the coming days. We think by the weekend might indeed pass very close to Hawaii once again. This is the cone showing you the impact potentially over the region. Thankfully, not as strong as Helene, but still we could see some rain and showers and gusty winds along the way. The one behind it, Hector, could do likely the same as the one before it. So really overall very active in the East Pacific. But let's go to the West Pacific. Again, staying in the Pacific Basin, we've got a powerful typhoon out there that is poised to make landfall in the southern Japanese islands. It's a 105-mile-per-hour typhoon, the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane, likely strengthening on its way and bringing very windy and rainy weather to southern Japan over the next couple of days. So then you ask yourself your question, all right, the East Pacific, the West Pacific, it's super busy, right? What's going on in the Atlantic? Well, a lot of us are asking the same question. Now, we're not even at the peak of the hurricane season on the Atlantic side. That doesn't happen until mid-September. But still, we don't expect tropical development in the next 7 days at least. And no matter what model you look at, they all kind of say the same thing. Yeah, there may be some tropical waves to track and some maybe areas of showers and some squally weather, but overall, no real big candidates for tropical development, at least through Labor Day. And then we'll watch thereafter. Things may turn around. But look, next Monday really has it relatively inactive. Not completely dead, but overall below average amount of rainfall in the next 5 to 10 days, Jen, over the region. Tropical cyclone activity not likely, but that doesn't mean we can't get very heavy rainfall in other parts of the Gulf of Mexico.
Right, and look at all the things that kind of go with tropical weather, like this, a funnel cloud forming over beachgoers in Florida. This was the scene Sunday morning in Pompano Beach. The chance for storms sticks around for much of the week, fueled in part by tropical moisture.
Kagoshima Prefecture. This is southern Japan, where they've been getting blasted by this typhoon Shanshan. Western Pacific, they get some pretty nasty typhoons, right? And if you're not familiar with typhoon versus hurricane, it's literally the exact same thing. It's the exact same type of storm. It's just called something different in the West Pacific. You can see the wind, the waves just already battering the coastline. Landfall is expected sometime tomorrow. Now, Pacific Basin's been teeming with life. We've had Helene. That was a big story over the last several days in Hawaii. I guess it's a couple of days ago at this point. This is Shanshan, and you're looking at some of the southern Japanese islands, some of those small islands in the southern part of Japan. This thing looked amazing on satellite yesterday. Not only was the eye pretty much perfectly symmetrical, you had the stadium effect going on where, it kind of looks like a stadium on the outside of the eye. And then we also had little individual kind of mesovortices that were on the edge of the eye. I'm telling you, the West Pacific can put out some absolute monster storms. This one's going to be pretty impactful. Southern Japan is no stranger to getting hit by storms like this, but this one is moving particularly slowly, and we're going to have a long duration wind event here. You notice the forecast cone is taking it directly over southern and central Japan and really taking its time as it moves across that area. So whenever I see something like this, the number one thing that would stick out in my head is like, this is going to be a really big bad rain event. Now the other thing is that with it moving just over some of these smaller islands right now, Britta, it's not going to lose a ton of its strength very quickly. It is going to lose strength eventually, but we're going to have a long-lasting wind event in addition to probably some serious flooding rain.
Yes, especially when you look at how those black lines get closer and closer. That means that it is slowing down, and you're going to have a longer duration of the wind before the wind starts to die down, and of course a bigger impact with rain. Looking at what's going on from the Central Pacific to the East Pac, we've been tracking 3 systems. Hone's moving away from Hawaii. Gilma was a nasty monster storm. Thankfully, that is falling apart, but the moisture is still going to be moving over Hawaii. So we'll watch that as we close out our work week for the islands.
All right, tracking the tropics here in late August, and things are starting to get a little bit more interesting. We have a couple tropical waves coming through the main development region. This wave off the Cape Verde Islands looks very healthy. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hurricane Center starts targeting this one very soon. Meanwhile, the midwave here between the Cape Verde Islands and the Leeward Islands is a tropical wave. It's moving west at about 15 miles per hour, and a depression could very well form in this orange area by early next week as it enters the eastern Caribbean. Lots of times to watch this situation. We'll keep you posted. Next name on the list is going to be Francine, it looks like. Water temperatures are certainly well above average, conducive for development in that area. And as you go into early and mid-September, there's an increasing likelihood of development in this area somewhere out there in the central and eastern Atlantic. Thing is, so far on today's date, we would normally have 6 storms in an average season. And to be advised, you can see Colorado State forecasted 25 storms and averages 14 for the whole season. So we're behind in that regard, but we're still a little bit ahead regarding the amount of hurricanes so far this season and also major hurricanes. A lot of people asking, where are the hurricanes? Why has it been so quiet lately? Several meteorological theories. The waves coming off the African coast have been coming off the coast further north than normal, and they're running into that dry, dusty Saharan air layer, which kind of chokes off tropical waves from developing. The main development region, which I showed you there between Africa and the Caribbean, is too stable. There's warm air at the surface in the ocean and aloft. You need colder air aloft to inhibit or actually enhance rising motion. There's too much easterly wind shear and an Atlantic version of La Nina is forming, which can actually reduce the amount of tropical waves across the African coast.
Welcome back into Storm Center. I want to take a live look outside at New Orleans. We had some heavier rainfall earlier today, but we never really cleared out. It has dried up a little bit, but we got more rain to our south, and this is going to be a persistent pattern as we go into your weekend. In fact, a flood watch in effect for not only New Orleans, but a lot of southern Louisiana. So let's talk about a new area the National Hurricane Center has highlighted for development. Again, odds of this developing are still on the low end of the spectrum, but because it is so close to the coast, we don't want people to be caught by surprise. Regardless on whether this becomes a depression or a weak tropical storm or stays how it is, heavy rainfall going to be the biggest threat. Just going to kind of meander here along the coast of eastern Texas and southern Louisiana. So those flood watches are up. They could be expanded westward as we get into the Labor Day weekend, but for now, southern Mississippi and much of southeastern Louisiana in play, along with Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Biloxi, Gulfport. All right, so there's a look. We kind of got showers hit and miss here, stretching from Mississippi, southern Arkansas into northern Georgia. Some of those strong to severe, but more persistent batch of rain right along the Gulf Coast, and that's what we're tracking here south of New Orleans. So we've got a nice dry slot for now, at least through the evening here near Friday. But heading into tonight, this is likely going to move back in from the south. So we got more persistent rainfall here around Morgan City to just south of Homa. Some of these storms, too, are showing some notable signs of rotation. Essentially, what that means is we could see some water spouts. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado or two, but more likely this is going to be a flood concern versus any severe weather. And then there's a look at what we're tracking as we go into the atmospheric moisture. You saw the skies there in New Orleans, very cloudy, not just at the low levels, but at the mid and upper levels as well. So we're talking deep tropical moisture, and you can see a little bit of a spin here. So we'll see if this low pressure gets organized enough. It is relatively close to the coast, so that could interfere with any development, but also it could continue to pull in that moisture here off the Gulf of Mexico and allow for day after day of very heavy tropical rain. So you add up 2 to 5 inches of rain one day and 2 days and 3 days, then you start to see a lot more of that standing water, and that becomes more of a concern. So speaking of the tropics, let's be joined by my colleague, Chris Warren, and talk about not only this guy, but what's beyond into the Atlantic.
But we'll start with this guy. And you mentioned that it is close. We're going to talk about what's going for it and what's going against it. Right now, going for it, there's a lot of moisture here, but it's really close. It's not like it's already developed.
Yeah.
If it was already developed and on your doorstep, that's one thing.
It's different.
But it's not right now. But the main thing is it's going to be that rain. It's not a lot of wind shear. There's some on the edges, and it kind of, it looks like it could go. If we're seeing this right here in the middle of the Caribbean,
we'd be like, whoa, this is a tropical wave.
right? Or even if it was, a few hundred miles a little bit further south,
exactly,
it could be something. But like you mentioned, it's really close to land there. This is the big deal.
The rain. And this is on top of what we've already seen. And this just goes through Monday. It's likely to even continue beyond. However, we do think that the moisture will shift into Texas. So we could see that flood concern go off towards the west.
All right, now a couple other areas to watch. And so just like that, things are starting to look more and more active here in the Atlantic, and you see even more thunderstorms in Africa. Chris, I'm always amazed to think some of these storms that are high impact in the United States
start here.
Start here in Africa.
Start here.
Come out and they work, and it can take 7 days to 10 days, go across, depending there, and it's something else.
So we talked about the area to watch, even though it's low risk, something we want to watch. More of concern as we go into the longer range is going to be this area.
It's a low chance the next 2 days.
Yeah, so unlikely
but beyond
to be an issue.
that,
once it gets to the Caribbean, that's when things could start to take off, and that would be around Labor Day and then into next week.
But still a big area of possible development here. Let's take a look at the European forecast model, and you pick up that spin right there.
Right there.
And then this takes it across the Lesser Antilles, right between the Windward and Leeward Islands.
GFS has something similar.
But yeah, similar.
Almost over the same areas. And I will say there's been a lot of agreement between the models over the last, say, 2 days, and they've been picking up on development here in the Gulf of Mexico as we head into the middle of next week, or not Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean.
It's still too early to say what this high is going to be doing. How strong is it going to be? Is it going to be a little bit weaker? That's important because of this. The high will help. If it's a little bit weaker, it's not as big, there's more of an avenue for it to go north. If it's a little bit stronger, kind of push that high, kind of push the system, or at least kind of direct it, kind of nudge it in to the Caribbean.
So that always opens the door for concern if it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, especially as a tropical storm or a hurricane. I mean, this looks like a potent storm going into the Caribbean, and I'll step out of the way because I don't want to cover it up. But this is just one model run showing you a hurricane possibly moving towards Cuba or the Yucatan Peninsula.
This one not as strong, but still taking that energy right over Jamaica, both of them going in that direction. So still a lot to watch here and a long way to go activity-wise as we get closer and closer to the peak of hurricane season.
Then stormy weather. So if you have plans, yeah, believe it or not, in this first week of September, if you have plans to go cruising, take advantage of it because it may not last. Of course, we always say that. But the fact that we don't have a lot of activity right now, those vacation plans look really good for many of us in the region. Again, 3 areas to watch there, here, and here. I'll talk about the Texas Gulf Coast thing at the top of the hour, so tune back in for that. I'm going to look at the Atlantic systems right now because at least they have some challenges to go through, and I want to mention that because the satellite pictures are actually stunningly inactive, especially this time of year. There's not a ton of convection. In other words, not a whole lot of thunderstorm activity. The atmosphere is very stable. I was looking around at some of the vertical profiles of temperature and humidity across the region, and it is kind of shocking how stable it is in the region. There's a cap. In other words, a layer of air that's pretty warm, about 10,000 feet up, that's not allowing a lot of thunderstorms to gather in the region. Yes, there are some here and there, but the vast majority of the Atlantic is not that way. And it's also interesting that what is often the sort of precursors to tropical development, these tropical waves, these big clusters of storms that roll off the African continent over the Atlantic that can at times be suited for future development, they're taking weird paths this year. We're seeing a lot of rain and thunderstorms at latitudes in the desert that we almost never have seen before. So there's a lot going on here. It's not just the Atlantic and the stability there. It's also the tropical waves coming off Africa that are behaving differently now, that are complicating our hurricane season forecast, which, remember, have all been calling for an incredibly active season. We may have to tune those back. We'll see. Maybe things turn around a little bit, but in the foreseeable future, there's not a whole lot out there. 40%, of course, coming off Africa. But look, in the next 7 days, it's probably going way out to sea and remaining for the fish out there in the eastern Atlantic. And even so, if that were not the case, it's multiple weeks away from getting anywhere close to the U.S., so plenty of time to watch that one. The second one that I'm going to mention is the one we've been tracking for days. Still some chance of development, but I don't think it's going to happen in the next few days. There's a tropical wave out here. It's got some showers and storms with it, not particularly well organized, but it's going to be moving westward through the Caribbean, maybe by the very end of this week or the weekend as it comes close to maybe the western Caribbean or Gulf of Mexico. We could see some development out of this, Molly, but it looks like the best places or the most likely places for landfall intercept there would be in Mexico or farther to the west.
Heading down to Palacios, Texas, 70 degrees right now. We're overcast, a little gloomy out there. We do have conditions that will be improving throughout today. We'll head up to a high in the upper 80s, and some sun will finally start to peek out. So it's just a little overcast this morning. But it is the tropics that are stealing the attention, especially as, like Michael just mentioned, we are very near the climatological peak of hurricane season. That typically occurs roughly right around September 10th, but this season has been anything but normal. It's been, in fact, incredibly unusual to say the least. And so most likely what will occur this season is that we will be about 2 weeks behind that typical climatological peak. So most likely our peak won't occur until late September into early October. And so with that being said, We have 61% of activity still remaining in our 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. So remember, it runs all the way through November 30th. So we still have a long stretch of time left to go. And I don't want anyone getting complacent and letting their guard down, especially as we do have 2 areas of interest that we are tracking in both the Gulf of Mexico as well as the main development region in the Atlantic Basin. So the system that we are going to talk about first is certainly the system of greater concern. It is located in the southwestern Gulf near the Bay of Campeche. It emerged over the Yucatan Peninsula and into incredibly warm waters. Now, as you're noticing, its disorganized shower and thunderstorm activity doesn't look all that impressive right now. Mind you, the National Hurricane Center has given it a 40% chance of development over the next 2 days and a 60% chance of development over the next 7 days. We have been tracking this particular area of interest since back in August. In fact, August 26th. And it's just now really showing signs that it could potentially develop into a tropical depression either during the the early or middle part of next week. The reason being, right there, incredibly warm waters. The ocean content in the Gulf of Mexico, record levels. And we also have a lot of moisture at play. That is coupled with low wind shear. All of those ingredients are in place for this potential development to occur. Mind you, this has not occurred just yet, so we'll have to wait and see once the system fully organizes what that trajectory will look like. But our various computer forecasting models are hinting that there's general agreement that areas in South Texas, all the way over to portions of southern Louisiana, that's the zone of concern, and it's important that folks are preparing right now. Michael.
And breaking right now, a staple in the skyline of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and for years now, a stark reminder of hurricane lore. Soon will be piles and piles of concrete and rubble in just moments. The former Capital One Tower, now Hertz Tower, is being imploded after the Category 4 storm blasted the southwest Louisiana city back in 2020. Let's listen in.
There it is. It has come
Just
down.
like
you know,
that.
It is amazing when you see the demolitions like that because, you know, the amount of coordination that has to happen in order to take it down all in one swoop. I mean, it's always impressive to see.
A lot of math, a lot of engineering
Yes.
to build the building and to take it down in a fashion like that.
Absolutely.
You say we're going to blow up a building, you know, you don't necessarily, we've seen it before, but you don't necessarily think it's just going to be that. It just comes down. Now you got to deal with all the dust.
And I think it's going to take 90 days to clean up the site from all the debris that came down. In fact, you can't even see anything anymore because of the dust. So hopefully the people that you heard there standing there watching it are far enough back that they're not having to deal with that.
That was the city's tallest building standing since the 80s. Oh, here's another view. So that's what it's like to be up above all of the dust. Kind of looks like smoke or fog here. But that's the concrete dust.
Yeah, that can get kind of nasty. And this was after Lore's 150-mile-per-hour winds blew out the windows and destroyed the tower 4 years ago. Delta came right behind that, Hurricane Delta, and of course just was insult to injury across the area. It was a 21-story building standing at 314 feet tall. So it's gone. It is gone now.
Tropics, again, we're watching what's happening in the Gulf here. This is a potential system. They classify that so they can put watches out. There's a tropical storm watch along the Mexico coast here. The storm actually expected to intensify to a tropical storm, even a hurricane, by Tuesday to Wednesday. So this will be the middle of this coming week here, and then moving up across the southeast here, weakening once it is over land here. The concern is with these tropical storm winds. The watch is issued. Likely these will be extended here the farther north there over the next day or two as the storm itself moves along this Texas coast. Very heavy rain expected. A lot of it staying just off the coast, but depending if it tracks just a bit farther west, you're looking at very heavy rain here across the Gulf Coast. Not only that, but 2 other areas to watch in the Atlantic. High development potential here and a medium potential just behind it here. The tracker shows that these 2 areas will struggle as they move to the west here. We'll keep an eye on that one. This is by the middle to end of next week here, so something to watch over the next 7 days in the Atlantic.
Well, welcome back into America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs alongside meteorologists Jordan Steele and Jim Cantori. Guys, the tropics are coming to life just at the peak of hurricane season. We've got potential tropical cyclone 6, which is forecast to become Hurricane Francine. Now, portions of the upper Texas and Louisiana coastline need to be on alert and make sure you're already getting your hurricane plan in place now. Jim, we've been telling everyone this. Go ahead and start preparing. Keep an eye on this forecast because, you know, what we've seen recently, even just, I quote this, even just a Category 1 can do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. And if this thing's consolidating like it looks like it is from satellite, we certainly could have something more than that. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. We've already been told by the Hurricane Center that we're going to see hurricane watches and tropical storm watches come up today. All right, so if you're on the Louisiana coast, get ready. Some of you may have to evacuate. They're predicting some very high storm tides here on Wednesday evening. So get ready for that. All right, what do I mean by consolidation? No, I mean, just look at the first part of this satellite picture where you have all these deep thunderstorms, hundreds of miles to the north and west of this. And then the latest pictures, which are really showing more of this kind of near this broad center. All right, we've already got some rain into South Texas this morning around South Padre Island, and that's going to continue in through here. You may even get some thunderstorms. But the consolidation that's going on down here near this center is quite abundant. And so when the hurricane hunters get out here momentarily, we're going to get a good idea of what's going on in there. All right? And here's the deal. If they find a nice tight center, you'll go just like that. If not, it may be at 11, it could be at 2, or whenever they find this consolidation occurring. But from that point, now you've got an actual spot, a latitude and longitude where this center is that you can model out a lot better. I think the models are already doing a great job with where they're bringing it and also the timing. The big question is, how are we doing with intensity? Could we see this ramp up even further before it comes ashore on Wednesday evening somewhere here into Acadiana? All right, and the answer to that is yes. So be ready for something that certainly could be stronger. Always prepare for a category up when you start your preparation, all right? And then watch it. You have to watch it. And then maybe it's like, oh, I've already prepared for that. And then you may have to prepare for another category up. But hurricane watches are coming. And so are tropical storm watches for this afternoon. And some of you may even have to deal with some evacuation starting, you know, potentially tonight or tomorrow, depending on, you know, where you are, because it takes a few hours to get out of the bayou if you're deep down there around Abbeville and things like that. So very warm water. That's not the problem. The shear is way to the north. So we've got a shearless, warm body of water for all these deep thunderstorms to continue to consolidate over. And of course, you remember the skater bringing the arms in faster, 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 faster. That's essentially what's happening with this thing right now. High moves east. That allows us to move north and then northeast. It'll come in faster than it is moving right now. All the guidance certainly suggesting that this moves north. And I certainly think the point at which it's at, Jordan, is a pretty good start. But Acadiana, already dealing with that heavy rain from previous days, now has to deal with another slug of it, and storm surge and wind. But will that wind be 70? Or will it be 110?
Right. Right now, we are entering the peak of hurricane season with tropical storm alerts up along the U.S. shorelines. A newly named storm here now, Francine, churns up the Gulf, sending waves of preparations from coastal communities to cities well inland.
Yeah, this is breaking news. We now have Tropical Storm Francine, and threats will include flooding, rain, damaging wind, and even tornadoes. Now is the time to get ready, even before warnings reach your neighborhood.
Of course, the Weather Channel is going to help you get prepared for what is ahead in the coming days.
We have you covered as we continue to watch now Tropical Storm Francine. Expert analysis from Dr. Greg Postel just ahead, plus extensive coverage on the TWC streaming app. Want to give you the latest. The new advisory is filtering in, and now the winds have not changed, but what has changed is we now have a name.
Yeah, no longer the confusing potential tropical cyclone nonsense. Now we've got fully Tropical Storm Francine. We can concentrate on that, and you can see where it is. Hanging out here, basically 245 miles southeast of the mouth of the Rio Grande there. So just to the south and the east there, pushing north-northwest at about 5 miles per hour.
Okay, all right. So at the moment, north-northwest.
Yes.
So we are expecting it to make more of a turn, though. And you're going to see that in the forecast track. You can see it makes that turn to the north and then to the northeast, sending it on a path towards the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, exactly. So there you see it. By the time we get to basically Wednesday afternoon, evening, could be somewhere here along the Louisiana coast here as an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane. Could it be stronger than that? That is still a possibility, but at least for right now, calling it an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane, moving its way into at least southern Louisiana.
Yeah, two things have changed with this cone from the last one that we showed you. The two updates are one that it's strengthened in the forecast, and the other is that it's moving a little faster in the forecast.
Yeah, exactly. We were looking at this line, this Wednesday evening line was actually closer to where that Wednesday morning line is now. So a little bit more shift. So less time in terms of preparation here along the coast here. So we certainly got to get the preps done now. We do have tropical storm watches that are in place in a few areas. Still in place here across the southern portions of Texas down through a bit of Mexico as well.
Yeah, there's other advisories too, like the storm surge watch and the hurricane watches. As those come in, we will get those for you graphically. But again, now is the time to be ready. You know, we're watching this down here in the southern Gulf of Mexico, and at the moment, you've got what feels like a really nice day out there in places like Lake Charles and Lafayette and New Orleans. That's because of this high pressure, but that's going away.
Yeah, that's going to shift now, pushing east over the next couple of days. And as that happens, there's our window now for it to get steered a bit more northbound around the west side of that high, and that's what allows it to approach the Gulf Coast.
So the forecast models very much in agreement when it comes to that projected track. Now, you know, these are the operational models. The ensembles do show us a little more spread in terms of, you know, some uncertainty. So it's never 100%. Right. But you see there's a lot of consensus into Louisiana.
Yeah, absolutely. So got to be prepared here from southeastern Texas into Louisiana for that threat. Even today, we got to watch out here some of the waters here along the Gulf Coast there from Texas all the way even into Florida where rip current risk. We're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. All right. So that's what we're watching right now. New advisory is in. Let's get the latest analysis from Dr. Greg Postel. And Greg, as expected, we now have Tropical Storm Francine.
Yeah, just reading the discussion from NHC and talking about the reconnaissance from the National Hurricane Center, from the Air Force recon, found a pretty coherent area of low pressure right about in there. Let's see, right about there a little while ago. And that is a bit farther to the east of where some of the modeling data and some of the observations earlier had suggested. So this is still in its formative stages. It's a useful and developing tropical cyclone, but there's a lot more convective structure to it. And there's a pretty now well-defined area of low pressure, although the wind field is relatively broad surrounding it. I did note that the winds coming in on the southeast side were not really that strong, really maybe 10, 20 knots, something like that, but a lot stronger on the northeastern side. So there's plenty of asymmetry there, and certainly some of the data suggests it's not the most well-organized, and you wouldn't expect it to be given how young it is, but it's got things to work with that it's going to allow it to mature, I think, pretty quickly. It is in a sweet spot atmospherically, right? There it is. There's some strong wind aloft here, and there's some strong wind aloft there, like that. And you can imagine that kind of atmospheric profile is going to allow it to ventilate that direction, and you can see some of those high outflow cirrus riders moving that way and that clockwise circulation. That does a lot of things. It reduces what's called the inertial stability, allows the outflow to expand to greater distances, and when you can throw out the mass at the high altitudes, you can exhale and then breathe in underneath it, and guess what? You can start developing a strong tropical cyclone and one that gets even stronger. So we are kind of in that phase right now where it's ready to go through a growth spurt, let's call it. And the winds here and the models are suggesting the kind of broad circulation, which sounds about right. And here's a couple of buoys out there helping us out a little bit. There's really a lot of data void regions in the southern Gulf of Mexico, but the hurricane hunters, I'm watching them right now doing an excellent job, that Air Force recon, helping us to identify exactly where it is. But even so, let's say a couple hundred miles away, we're seeing some showers and some squally weather move into parts of southern Texas. So here it is, and let's track now Tropical Storm Francine. This model may be too far to the west, given on where we think Francine is right now. So keep that in mind. This is one model from data that's maybe not the most fresh, but you get the idea that it is likely to get pretty strong over the northern Gulf of Mexico and move into parts of Louisiana, we think, as a maybe a major hurricane. Now, the official intensity forecast is not that high, but that includes some model solutions that aren't really that strong. So some of the higher end guidance suggests that there's room to get to that major hurricane status. We have to wait and see what evolves over the coming 12 to 24 hours. But it's going to all happen pretty quickly. Guys, think about this. It is probably going to make landfall, and I would say more east than west in this case, over Louisiana on Wednesday. That's 48 hours from now. And the guidance, still, there's plenty of spread, even at this short lead time. But here's the most recent data suggesting that this is going to be a pretty strong tropical system. Not a major hurricane at this point, but a hurricane making landfall in Louisiana. And there is upside to this intensity forecast. Do note that, because when you look at it right in here, there are some guidance products that show us that we could be dealing, as I said, with a major hurricane, Cat 2, potentially even Cat 3. So, Jen, there's a lot here to unpack, and it's not, of course, all about where the center makes landfall, but even let's say it moves west to New Orleans, we're going to be dealing with an east wind in Louisiana with a lot of storm surge potential there.
Yeah, it's never just about the landfall, and it's always outside of the cone that you need to watch out for those potential impacts. New information coming in with this latest advisory. Now that we have Tropical Storm Francine, we do have hurricane watches that have now been posted, and the Tropical Storm Watch has been extended. So this is 2 new pieces of information. The Tropical Storm Watch, really just in South Texas. Now it's extended all the way up the coastline here into Louisiana, and at Cameron, Louisiana is where the hurricane watch begins. That goes over to Grand Isle in Louisiana. So these hurricane watches, they're put up in enough time so that you have time to be prepared before the tropical storm force winds come into play and make it dangerous to be preparing. So today's your day. Go out there and make sure that you are prepared, securing your property, listening to local officials about what you need to do in your specific area. Here's another satellite view of Francine right now. And again, you can see the big flashy colors. That's where we have the biggest of the thunderstorm activity and the rain associated so far with it. And some of that is affecting us along the coastline here in southeastern Texas. We've been watching the cameras around South Padre Island. It's certainly been breezy out there with winds gusting 20, 25 miles per hour. But as Greg just showed you, the core of the system is tracking in this direction.
Yeah, I'm sure I speak for everybody who would say, let's get another plane out there as soon as we can to make sure this isn't starting to rapidly intensify sooner than we expect. I think tomorrow could be quite a day of intensification with this system, but we need to monitor what's going on underneath this cloud canopy. And the pressure did come down 6 millibars, as Mike mentioned, but I wanted to quickly comment on the fact that going from 50 to 60 miles an hour since 11 a.m. Eastern time does not mean it's in the process of intensifying 10 miles an hour every 3 hours. Part of this is rounding. You'll never see an advisory with max winds of 55 miles an hour because of some rounding between knots and miles per hour. So it doesn't mean that 3 hours from now it's going to be 70 and then at 8 o'clock tonight it's going to be 80. At least I hope not. I don't think structurally it's in that phase right now. But by tomorrow, it certainly looks like it will be. And tomorrow into Wednesday morning, that's the time frame when it could rapidly intensify, maybe come out of that on Wednesday stronger than that 85 miles an hour. So that's the concern with that upper level high pressure in place. Now here's this trough that's going to come in and along with the ridge that's to the east, steer it northward and northeastward. So it is going to accelerate. And look at the colors, the low level spin. Even the global models say it's going to be more compact by the time we get to tomorrow. And then there's the acceleration northeastward with upper level outflow really well defined. So it's moving relatively quickly as we go Tuesday into Wednesday, but then it runs into wind shear as it's approaching the coastline. So hopefully that will tamp down whatever intensification was underway at that time. And then it'll slow down inland. But the upper level high pressure, the very warm waters that are really warm to some depth in the western Gulf of Mexico, that's the concern. So we got to monitor what's going on in its interior, Alex. And like you mentioned, we're going to talk in a few minutes on all the different things that are working for and against this over the next 2 critical days.
And states like Texas and Louisiana, they're on high alert as Tropical Storm Francine inches closer. A hurricane watch has been issued for the Louisiana coastline as they expect to take the full force of the storm head on. But what does that mean for folks all along the Gulf Coast? Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross to break it all down. And Brian, it's actually been impressive how Francine has kind of evolved in just today alone.
Yeah, it's really come together today, Steve. We started out this morning. It was just kind of an elongated area of two low pressure systems were trying to form. Well, it did form, and now we have one very well-defined, or relatively well-defined compared to this morning, center. And a couple things happen with that. One is that with a structure like this, now the system can actually intensify because it has the machinery to do it. The second is we actually have a center to track. So going forward, not what we have right now, but we're going forward tomorrow, and tomorrow night we'll have, in theory, better computer forecasts because they actually will have a center to track, where this morning it was a lot of guesswork on where the center of the storm was going to form. So there you see, look at this very well-defined outer band wrapping around to the much better defined center, and that's all a sign that the storm is in an intensification process. We can see this center out of Brownsville, so it's a long way out there on the radar. Remember, the Earth is curved, obviously, so the radar beam is well above, several thousand feet above the Earth, but we can see a center up in there. Now, hurricane hunters are on their way out there right now. We have two planes, one coming from Mississippi and one coming from Florida, that are going to converge there, and we're going to have outstanding coverage tonight to really know what's going on and what the structure of this center looks like. But on the radar, so closer to the radar we get, the better analysis we can make of what's going on. This is a very strong band with very gusty winds. It's obviously offshore right now, but as this center moves in this direction, tomorrow these bands are going to be very close to South Texas, northern part of Mexico. So bad weather is very possible there. There's the close-up, and we'll just see how this core develops. There was more of an eye wall, looked like earlier. So we'll just see. The hurricane hunters are the ones that tell us exactly what's going on out there when we're right on the edge of radar range like we are now. On the wider view, we have the computer analyze where are the biggest thunderstorms, and you can see they're in this band wrapping around in the center. The other thing we see here is look at these upper clouds. See them all kind of pushing away from the storm? And look down here. You can see these wispy clouds kind of going out this way. What that's telling you is the environment is conducive for strengthening, so that's the National Hurricane Center forecast. So here's the idea. It moves slowly to the north, creeps by Brownsville, South Padre Island, Port Isabel, South Texas, as a hurricane developing in the midnight 1 a.m. hours. When it says Tuesday a.m., it means 1 a.m. Central Time, slowly moving by South Texas. Then it picks up speed tomorrow over very conducive waters, and the atmosphere looks very conducive in here. So the thinking is that by tomorrow afternoon, it's a 85-mile-an-hour hurricane, maybe up to 100 overnight tomorrow night. This is the very conducive area. Could it be stronger than 100? Yes, it could. But here's the thing, is that the upper level winds in here are very conducive to strengthening, but then they become quite hostile up in here. Now, where does that hostile wind actually set up? Right at the coast, over the northern Gulf, farther inland, but somewhere up in there the winds get hostile and the strengthening stops. So the Hurricane Center says continuing as a 100-mile-an-hour storm, coming ashore at about 100 miles an hour. So that's Category 2. If they forecast Category 2, you get ready for Category 3 in the southern part of Louisiana. Remember, the cone is just the center of the storm. The circulation is like this, depending on where the center is. If it's over here closer to New Orleans, then that's going to have more of an effect on the millions of people that live there in Metro New Orleans. If it's over here closer to Lake Charles, then obviously the effects are farther to the west. So here's where we have the hurricane warning in effect, where most likely the strongest winds are. Then you see tropical storm warnings well inland, and just a possibility here in metro New Orleans. They have storm surge warnings in effect for the coast, being ready for dangerous storm surge. Here is the forecast: up to 10 feet somewhere in that area in central Louisiana. If it shifts to the east, then yes, we could get up to 4 feet in metro New Orleans, but that would take pretty strong winds coming in here off the Gulf, pushing in like that, and that means the storm is to the right side of the cone. If it stays farther left, then New Orleans will not have that kind of threat. And then, Steve, we have the heavy rain falling as well, up to a foot in some places. That rain flows down toward the Gulf as the storm surge is coming up. So flood threat will be better defined tomorrow as we see exactly how all this is going to come together. Steve?
And Brian, a lot of this rain falling on top of historic starts to September. So that already increases the potential of flooding ahead of this event. A lot to dive into, and we'll continue to do that here, of course, in the days to come. Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, thank you.
Francine, with the 10 o'clock Central Time advisory, 11 o'clock Eastern, still designated as a tropical storm. We are starting to see deeper convection begin to pile up as a center of low pressure begins to form. If we do get that center through the overnight hours, where I circled would roughly be where it's at. Again, going to be pulling towards the north-northwest at this point before then making its turn, heading farther out towards the northeast, guided by a low pressure system towards its west and a high pressure system towards its east. Still 65-mile-per-hour winds, but we are expecting Hurricane Francine very soon.
And this very well could be a Category 2 hurricane for Louisiana. We have folks that are still not in permanent housing in the wake of storms, even as far back as Laura and Delta, to be honest. The landscape of Louisiana has been tremendously hit over the last several years. This morning in New Orleans, you can tell that we have some showers. That's actually associated with the stationary front that's north of Francine. What you're seeing in Texas is because of Francine. And today, the coastal areas of Texas, there's going to be a stark drop-off, but it's going to rake right along the coast and create strong waves, a lot of rain and wind element as well. But you go about 15 miles inland into Texas and it drops off completely. Right now, Francine is a tropical storm, but it's strong, 65 miles per hour. It is getting better organization this morning, and we're anticipating this being a hurricane later today. Now, we have a lot of thunderstorm development on the northeast side of the storm. You can see all of that convection and those thunderstorms that are building up. But we're also starting to see some development on the south side. So again, these are all pieces of evidence on satellite that are showing that this is a strengthening system that's becoming better organized over the last several hours. Looking at radar, we can clearly identify the eye now. So again, this is all going in the direction of this becoming a hurricane. Most likely, giving off of what we're seeing on satellite and radar this morning, that's probably going to happen by lunchtime, to be quite honest. A lot of thunderstorms in these outer rain bands that are starting to develop. Again, those will be interacting with the coastline of Texas today and also eventually up towards Louisiana. It's been a tumultuous 24 hours for South Texas, at least for coastal communities. But again, the drop-off is stark. I mean, gosh, Craig, if you go in just about 10 miles, you're bone dry. So it's really a give or take. And then Louisiana is going to have the biggest impact tomorrow.
And a lack of winds at the farther end, just 5 miles out. Same story for you. You talk about those tropical storm warnings and watches that have been issued over a good chunk of the west-southwest coastline of Louisiana.
And Texas highlighted as a tornado storm watch.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll watch that. And you talk about Grand Isle not moments ago with Robert Ray. They're under a hurricane watch as well.
Beryl, Debbie, and Ernesto. 5 named storms, 5 landfalls, and we're going to be looking at our 6th with a 6th landfall. For a season that's had a remarkable lull, the average date of the 4th hurricane is September 16th, so it seems we're going to be ahead of schedule yet again.
All right, let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. And Brian, where to start? Because we were breaking this down here at the desk, and I guess I'll just kick it off with the part that we found most interesting. When you look at the forecast cone, especially when it comes to intensity, as quoted by the NHC in the write-up, they said while it's not explicitly shown in the latest forecast, the cyclone could reach peak intensity near 85 knots, which would put it at a Category 2 hurricane. But the idea is that intensification would stop before landfall. Not explicitly stated, though, in that cone. Why do you think that's so?
Yeah, because they use the 6-hour, 12-hour forecast increments. So the first increment for the 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Central Time forecast would be 8 p.m. and then 8 a.m. And so if the peak occurs in between those times, it doesn't have a line there to show, okay, it's going to peak. But what they're saying is that intensification should continue up until the point offshore, and then the system would start to weaken as it comes onshore. The consensus of all the computer models is that the upper level winds are suddenly going to pick up. It's not going to be a gradual process, but they're suddenly going to get kind of hostile, and that should start weakening the system just offshore and as it's coming onshore. So that might be a little good news, but we have to get there first. And as of right now, we still see, look at the satellite and the radar. What we see is this dry air tongue that's wrapping around in here, and no doubt that's part of what has slowed the process of intensification beyond what we thought yesterday. Hurricane hunters out there right now, and they're finding the strongest winds down in this part of the system, which is farthest away from Brownsville, where the radar's coming out of. But that's where the strongest winds are right now, and we'll just see if they can wrap around the storm, push the dry air out, and how quickly it can intensify. Hurricane Center says it's going to happen pretty quickly. And look at this up here, this massive area of thunderstorms. Again, we're limited in what we can see because it's land-based radar, but this is related to the circulation of Francine plus that old front. You can kind of see that old front is kind of hanging in here. The weather across southern Louisiana has a little bit of a coolness feel to it still in the cool air. It hasn't all mixed that tropical air in yet. This is probably going to kind of dissipate here, but sometimes when you have a lot of thunderstorms near a developing system, that can goof up the inflow into the system and maybe slow it down. So we'll see exactly how all this plays out. There's the wide view. You can see here's our developing core down here, but these are big thunderstorms in a big area here. So exactly how that might affect how quickly this develops is a bit of an open question, because there's a lot of randomness to what's going on with the flowing of the air. All right, here's the cone that we were talking about just a moment ago, and you see the idea is that by later today, it says it's a hurricane, and then up to 90 miles an hour offshore, that's a top end category 1. Then the question is, what's going to happen tomorrow later in the morning into the midday as it's just offshore? Is it going to continue to intensify in this area? What's it going to peak at? Because then the thinking is that when it's inland, it's a little bit weaker, but somewhere in this area here, it's going to weaken because the upper level winds are going to start impacting it. Does that happen just offshore? Does that happen just ashore? It's just no way to know, because it's a very, very fine line there. The consensus is that it actually happens over in this area in here before landfall, and so the storm is weakening as it's coming ashore. Let's hope that's the case, but we can't bet on it. So the Hurricane Center is kind of taking a middle ground here. The idea peaks just offshore, slowly weakens as it comes onshore.
Like the last 2 weeks prior to this one, we still have a frontal boundary that's over the northern Gulf, but this time we've got a tropical storm expected to become a hurricane that's moving into that same zone. So it's just the last 2 weeks setup amped up quite a bit. Now, this tropical storm has made its northeastward turn, so it's beginning the motion toward the Louisiana coastline, but it still has more than a day with its center offshore. And I wanted to remind folks, today we already have dangers. Moderate to high risk of rip currents along the Florida Panhandle, and that risk will go high along the Alabama and Florida Panhandle coastlines tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. We often lose lives due to rip currents on the periphery of tropical storms and hurricanes where the weather isn't nearly as bad. So that's one danger to watch out for already starting today. The core of the hurricane is has been ingesting some dry air as it's been kind of close to the continent, but it still has upper level high pressure, and it's starting to mix out some of that dry air, and there's not a lot of wind shear to bring more dry air in. So it looks like it is poised to become a hurricane later this afternoon or tonight. There's another blow up of thunderstorms just north of the center, and the tropical storm force winds are still way offshore. This is that old front and some Francine's moisture on the east side, but those winds of tropical storm force as this moves northeastward will probably arrive breakfast time tomorrow, and that will begin a very long day and night of increasingly dangerous conditions. So you want to get your preparations done and in your safe place by the time you go to bed tonight so that you don't have to scurry tomorrow morning. And then this could peak out as a Category 2 hurricane before coming ashore.
We are going to turn now to the tropics because, of course, we all know now that today is the peak of hurricane season, and we're tracking Tropical Storm Francine. The system is expected to become a hurricane in the western Gulf of Mexico.
Here we go. NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales has been keeping a close eye on Francine and the tropics in general. John, the storm is expected to make landfall in Louisiana. We're hearing as soon as tomorrow, right?
As soon as tomorrow, indeed. And, you know, when you think of hurricane season and we think that we've just reached the peak, well, at least 50% of the season is ahead, despite the calendar having gone past the 3-month stage. So keep that in mind, because as you look at this image, we are here, right? We are where that line is flashing. We are still at the peak of the season with a couple of good months of activity probably left to go. September being the peak month, but October for Florida also being a very worrisome month in terms of activity in the tropics. So something to keep an eye on. And indeed, speaking of Francine, there you have the system in the western Gulf of Mexico. You see Brownsville there. That's in Texas, of course. Some of the Mexican locations like Tampico, Mexico right there, and there's Corpus Christi. So this system had been meandering for several hours, but it is starting to move towards the northeast, and that is why we have these hurricane warnings in effect, as you've mentioned, Louisiana being the target. So the hurricane warnings extend from Sabine Pass, that's the area there between, call it Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Beaumont, Texas. Well, that area is under a warning. Past Lafayette, past Baton Rouge as well, under a hurricane warning at this time. And then the New Orleans area is under a tropical storm warning because the impact there would be more peripheral, right? It wouldn't be as direct. Here's the visible satellite picture, just to kind of show you here. When you look at this, you notice here in the last couple of frames, just the last maybe 3 or 4, a burst of thunderstorm activity overshooting tops there near the center of circulation. That could be a sign of intensification because the winds have been slow to pick up, right? I mean, they've been at 65 miles per hour throughout much of the day today, but they are forecast to reach hurricane strength as early as this evening and then continue to intensify to a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane, possibly even stronger. At one point, the National Hurricane Center was forecasting the system to reach the area of Louisiana, not far from Lafayette there, with 100-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see if that may still happen. They've backed off on that forecast since then because of upper-level wind shear that's anticipated to impact the system down the road. And, oh, by the way, in addition to the windstorm, there'll be a up to 10-foot storm surge, up to a foot of rain, and then the rain will spread inland up the Mississippi Valley, as you can see. So that's going to be impactful with flooding for the rest of this week. I'll be back next hour with more analysis and a look at the rest of the tropics. Now back to you.
Francine, the tropical storm forecast to soon strengthen into a hurricane as it takes aim at the Gulf Coast.
And hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry here now to show us the storm's current path. Michael.
Hey there, Calvin. Yeah, this would be our third hurricane landfall if it does make landfall tomorrow as a hurricane as forecast. Here's the latest information, new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. The good news, Calvin and Nicole, is that this has not strengthened today. It sort of lost that opportunity that we thought it was going to take, but still 24 hours left over water here for this to become a hurricane. Hurricane winds start at 74 miles per hour. Currently, the winds at 65 miles per hour. You can see the hurricane warnings up there for the lower parishes there in Louisiana, just to the southeast of Lake Lake Charles, over to just west of New Orleans, including the capital there in Baton Rouge. This forecast to come in as a strong Category 1 hurricane. Category 2 winds start at about 95 to 100 miles per hour. The big change today, though, in this forecast has been the shift to the east in the cone. Yesterday, if you were with us, you saw the forecast cone taking it more towards south central, southwestern Louisiana, and now southeastern Louisiana in the crosshairs here. So this could certainly affect New Orleans there to the south of Lake Pontchartrain. When we look at the visible satellite loop with the radar on top, we can see that this storm is gradually organizing, but there's nothing that's telling us this is going to take off quickly in the next few hours. At least you can see it passing right over a buoy there, winds of almost 70 miles per hour in terms of the wind gusts. So a very blustery storm. The big impacts, though, are going to be from the water, not just the rainfall that's expected here, but the storm surge, up to 10 feet of life-threatening storm surge there in the lower parishes of southern Louisiana. So a big threat here in the next 24 hours, but thankfully all of this weather staying well to our west.
And our continuing coverage of Francine here from Morgan City, Louisiana, under a hurricane warning, as are many down in at least the southern part of Acadiana along US 90, as we continue to watch this thing come ashore. I want to show you, what we're watching right now. So this is kind of like this real-time look at what is going on with this tropical storm. How close are we to being a hurricane, or are we still a tropical storm? Because we're within 30 minutes of the next advisory. First of all, there are concurrent missions going on within the actual storm itself. So you've got NOAA, all right, and you've got the Air Force reservists out of Biloxi. All right, so you can see the yellow and the red there denoting that. Now, NOAA's already made a pass through, and I want to show you some of the data that they're seeing here. In other words, we can get an idea of what the wind looks like as well as the pressure. Now, you'll notice we're almost at 74 miles an hour. All right, so we're almost at 74 miles an hour. So at the very least, at 8 o'clock, we will have a 70-mile, I shouldn't say we will likely have a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. The pressure, too, by the way, was also lower. We don't show the pressure on this, but it was also lower. So it was below 987 millibars. So that's also going to come down when we see this next advisory. So it'll be interesting to watch both planes go in and out of, I guess, a center pass here, or get a drop and get what they get, in terms of the winds. But right now, at least from what we see from this first NOAA pass, we don't have enough to give you a hurricane, at least at this point. But we'll find out. It's not my call, all right? It's the hurricane hunter's call, or the hurricane center's call. Let's go ahead and show you the radar. You can almost see out here, definitely something that's circulating around. It's getting almost out of range, but it's not this perfect inner core. And we know that because we're not seeing the winds going up, and we're not seeing a dramatic drop in the pressure. It's kind of minimal, and it's like it's fighting something out there. It has been doing that all day long, and just kind of looking at the radar presentation, it certainly appears that it's still trying to do that. We're also getting a little outside the perfect radar range, too. So there are the Morgan City hurricane warnings that we got for you. We've also got tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches out for New Orleans. We've got those warnings out for the Mississippi coast, along with a lot of rainfall that's coming in. The good news is this thing should be accelerating and weakening once it comes ashore in less than 20 hours. So it's going to be humping as it moves. So that's going to limit some of the rainfall. But here's the deal. The other thing with flooding, as you guys know, Chris and Jackie, is the rainfall rates. If we're raining at 2 to 4 inches an hour, especially given the pre-existing conditions of the rain that we've seen so far, just in the last 2 weeks, we're going to flood in spots. And we're already concerned about that in Morgan City. The good news is it'll be localized flooding, and the pump should be able to take care of it in a short period of time. But trees could come down. Power's going to go out. That's what we're expecting here by this time tomorrow night. We'll be at least through the thick of it or into the thick of it by then. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Jim, breaking right now. We got a hurricane. I see it flashing on our brews. 75 mile per hour, pressure 982. So there you have it. Francine, breaking right now, is officially a Category 1 hurricane.
Yeah, and pressure down 5 millibars from the last advisory, which was at 5 p.m. So it is showing signs of intensification. We got 2 planes in there, too, getting us real-time data. So they probably found gusts, up near hurricane status for them to come. So there's the latest advisory as of 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That northeasterly movement still at 10 miles per hour. And again, now we have Hurricane Francine officially.
So here we go. It's doing a little bit more and will likely continue to do a little bit more as we go through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. So there's still time for this thing to get a little bit stronger. It took quite a while for us to get to this point.
For sure.
Longer than we expected. Sometimes that happens, and you can see that drier air that's working in, that's on the west side of that thing. And we like to see on hurricanes, and when I say we like to see, what you would say from a meteorological
standpoint.
Thank you. Standpoint, you want to see this looking more symmetrical.
Yeah.
And you want to see winds and convection and clouds all the way around it. And notice how it doesn't look as good on this side of the storm.
Yeah, you see the clouds, they're just getting eaten up by some of that dry air over Texas aloft, not necessarily at the surface. And that's impacting some of that flow that it would be able to breathe and fan out and grow even more so. But we do expect further intensification, probably not rapid intensification, but still 15, 20 mile per hour jump perhaps from where we are now. We'll see if, that uptick in thunder and lightning we saw earlier.
Right, if that comes back.
Yeah, if that comes back, we certainly could see an uptick in those winds, and we'll obviously get a new updated cone too at 11 p.m. and see if there's been an easterly trend with that as well.
All right, we want you to stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage of what's now Hurricane Francine. We have a team of meteorologists and reporters spread out across the Gulf for live coverage.
Well, tonight, Hurricane Francine is barreling towards Texas and Louisiana. Many are not taking any chances as forecasters are expecting life-threatening storm surge. Mandatory evacuations are underway for several parishes in Louisiana as well. Others are busy making final preps, stocking up on food, water, batteries, gas, and other supplies to get them through the storm.
Meteorologist Ryan Phillips is here tracking it all for us. And Ryan, when is Francine expected to make landfall?
Well, the system at this point will begin to accelerate forward, and we're looking at a Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening landfall in the state of Louisiana, an area that's very familiar with getting ready for hurricanes, but it doesn't matter if it's a strong tropical storm to a low-end Cat 2, there will be impacts. The system is moving into an environment. We'll go into a phase now where it has the runway to intensify. Winds at 75 miles per hour. As you heard me say, this is our fourth hurricane now of the season, moving off to the northeast at 10. The pressure stands out, though, at 980 millibars. It is poised to go down. That means the winds go up, and we reach our maximum potential here with 90 mile per hour winds here in the forecast. That's a landfalling Category 1 hurricane, storm surge, rainfall, and, of course, a wide wind field of concern. And the forecast tracked a little bit further off to the east, so we are watching carefully in the New Orleans metro area. The system will move up the Mississippi Valley with heavy rain to close out the work week. But to dial in, again, the forecast cone, always interesting to see where the center of circulation is going, but the wide impacts here. Tropical storm warnings surround the area here, shaded in red. That's the hurricane warning. But again, tropical storm conditions expected across a good portion of Louisiana, even into Mississippi, and certainly well away from the coast. But the coast certainly concerning with 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. So we're watching Francine, again, a hurricane at this point in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now we go to the eastern Atlantic, where there are more features that we're still watching. This area here, a low chance for development, not so concerned about that. But as you can see, this elongated area in red, high chance for development there. That may well be where our next system develops late week into the weekend, and it certainly looks like that could end up being our next depression.
Life-threatening storm surge from upper Texas all the way to Alabama. Hurricane force winds expected for South Louisiana with a considerable flash flooding in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. We have some breaking information right now, and with that, we want to go to Carl.
Yeah, so the hurricane hunters have been out in the storm and going back and forth, and they did find enough evidence to bump the storm up to now an 85 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane. It is the pressure down just a little bit, 979. It's still moving northeast at 10 miles per hour, but that long awaited trend of strengthening has now begun here, and we're now looking at the storm going from 65 miles per hour earlier this evening around 7, 8 o'clock to now 85 miles per hour. So, you know, after staying steady for about a solid day, it is now finally beginning to increase in intensity. And, you know, when you look at the satellite picture, you certainly see why that is the case. There's been this persistent area of deep convection or thunderstorms about the center of the storm. So even there, though there is dry air that is lurking, it is managing to fend that off, and now on track to get even stronger. So, you know, keep in mind that you know, might bring some other scenarios into the picture here, because as the storm was not strengthening, a lot of the guidance indicating that it was only going to get up to, say, 90 miles per hour. If it's already just about there at 85 and it's still got time out of the open water, Justin, we can't say that it's impossible that it couldn't get stronger than 90 before it comes in tomorrow afternoon.
Carl, very quickly, looking at the storm as it's approaching, is it a good thing that it's running out of real estate, running out of room to continue to grow? I mean, it's getting closer and closer to the Louisiana coast with every passing second.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, you know, it doesn't have all the time in the world, but, you know, it does have a fair amount of time. I mean, you know, it's got at least, I would think, you know, somewhere in the order of, you know, between 12 and 18 hours before it actually, you know, makes a landfall. And then even once it makes a landfall, it's coming into an area that's largely marshy and swampy. We talk about the brown ocean, so it can still draw energy from that kind of very wet land or wetlands. So, you know, certainly there is potential for the storm to get pretty strong before it comes in.
But around most of the Keys, it is mostly dry at this time to start things off. Right now, 81 in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, 86 degrees for you in Marathon, with the breeze out of the east-southeast anywhere between 5 to 11 miles per hour. Forecast does call for scattered to numerous showers and storms once again heading into the afternoon hours. So keep that in mind. Have the rain gear with you. Heading into Thursday, mostly cloudy, PM storms possible. And then on Friday, we're still going to have storms likely heading into the afternoon, but more sunshine will be available. Here's the latest on Francine. Winds at 90 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 10 miles per hour. And this one's already producing rain around sections of Texas and Louisiana. So based on the forecast track, it'll make landfall sometime late this afternoon, borderline Cat 2 system. And then as it makes its way inland, it's going to quickly fall apart. So hopefully by the end of the week, we'll just be talking about the remnants, but at least through Friday, even Mississippi and parts of Louisiana could be looking at 4 to 8 inches up to a foot of rain. Watches and warnings in effect. And where we have this area highlighted in red, hurricane warning, that's where we're expecting the center to make landfall very close to Morgan City, Louisiana.
Of course, the other issue is that there's going to be a lot of rain coming down from this system as well. Francine will dump it here from Louisiana up through Mississippi, where we do have flood watches, and also here into the Florida Panhandle as well, Pensacola, over towards Apalachicola. We have flood watches too, because again, wide-reaching impacts will be felt when it comes to Francine. All right, let's bring in Dr. Postel to focus in on the system as it's working its way northbound, and as it's getting closer and closer to the coast. What could be coming in to maybe keep it at bay from really getting its act together and getting stronger, I should say?
We're starting to see some wind shear impact Francine right now. Based on the cloud pattern, the fact that it's moving a little bit more quickly suggests that it's being influenced by some winds aloft that are getting stronger, and that will likely lead eventually to some weakening, but we're not quite there yet. Alex, thank you very much. Let's have a look at what we've got in front of us. Now, we can see Francine on the radars across the northern Gulf Coast, whether it's Houston or, for example, Lake Charles, or all the composite radars you can put together and see the picture in front of us. We don't now have to rely exclusively on the satellite pictures, where obviously the center of circulation is there with a lot of heavy rain on the northern side of it. Rainfall rates several inches per hour, no doubt about that. that's going to be a huge problem for us. The amount of rain that we're going to get in a very short period of time as Francine continues to work on toward the northeast, now at an accelerated pace. Not real fast, but it's only going to get faster with those stronger winds aloft from the jet stream moving on through. Here's some observations. Now, these are not just surface-based observations over land. I got some oil rigs out here. Now, these are elevated platforms, in some cases 50 meters up, about 150 feet. So the winds here are a little bit stronger than they are right at the surface. But we are starting to see some strong tropical storm force winds here. Winds are gusting to 85 at East Cameron and 82 at Garden Banks at some of these oil rigs. So it is very, very windy out there over the Gulf of Mexico. Perhaps some of those strong wind gusts in excess of 75 miles per hour do make it to the coast. We'll be watching that. But here's another sort of sample from the Lake Charles radar, the Doppler radar, looking at the wind pattern at about 15,000 feet up, showing you an inbound component of the wind almost at 80 miles per hour. So the winds aloft are real strong, and that's been sort of a characteristic of this particular system all along throughout its life cycle. We've seen very strong winds several thousand feet off the deck. Maybe not quite as strong right at the surface, but still, we could get some of those very strong wind gusts once Francine makes it on shore. Translate at least a fraction of them down to the surface. I'm sure power outages and some downed trees are going to be certainly part of the equation as Francine moves on this way. Here now, unfortunately, I got to move these. The little thing on the right there is in the. There we go. Thank you, guys. Max wind that we saw a couple hours ago from a pass going in this direction from northwest to southeast found maximum surface winds at about 85 miles per hour and a pressure around 976. On a pass in this direction, the maximum winds were about 75 miles per hour. So we're dealing with a hurricane, clearly a Category 1 hurricane, that is now being influenced by some pretty strong wind aloft just on its edge. You can see the backward side here of Francine kind of cut off, right? A lot of the cloud pattern is being blown off to the east. This is a sign that the jet stream is now starting to really significantly impact the pattern and the inner workings of Francine, and that matters. This is not an academic exercise. It's telling us that Francine is probably at peak intensity now, or was very recently, and as it gets closer to the coast, probably going to be hard to strengthen. And I think ultimately, as it closes in on the immediate coastline, we may see a weakening trend. We'll be watching that very carefully. But still, damaging wind gusts are likely as it moves on board later on this afternoon. Be prepared for that, of course, with extremely heavy rain and storm surge. Look at some of these wind directions coming out of the east. That's going to pile up water in Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Bourne coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and certainly many other areas with those shore-facing or those the wind coming onshore like that is going to bring definitely some significant life-threatening water rises. We have to watch out for that today and in just a matter of hours. So this is a situation that is now imminent, and it is going to continue on even inland, bringing in very heavy rain, Jen, much farther to the north over the coming days.
When you talk about Francine now, it's still a Category 1. It's a strong Category 1, and it wouldn't take much more intensification to get it to that next level. No. The question remains, will it become a Category 2 before making landfall? The window of opportunity is closing. Easy to get caught up in those details. Yeah. I think from a landfalling public viewing perspective, you need to prepare regardless of that intensity level.
A category above, right? The hurricane hunters, they're going to continuously be flying into this thing. Now with daylight, we have the opportunity to use visible satellite, which is one of the strongest tools, best tools, in my opinion, that we can see. And what we've seen, notably, where the Hurricane Center has placed the center of Francine, which is clear this morning, a little unclear yesterday where that center was, but it's that bubbling activity, and you see how it's swirling around that general center. Here's what's so unique, I guess, about this storm. Francine's eye, it appears, as Brian Norcross has been mentioning, not symmetric, a bit elliptical, more like an oval, and it's big, too. And sometimes that means this a storm with such a big eye has a slower time to strengthen and to increase those winds.
Yeah, longer than it is wide.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and talk about, you bring up Brian Norcross, hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, joining us now this hour. We're anticipating, Brian, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, that'll have some of the data more than likely from the hunters. Anticipations that you are thinking might come with that update.
I'm not thinking it's going to get any stronger. Just looking at the data from the hurricane hunters, looks like 90 miles an hour is going to be about it. The changes that we're seeing here in the last hour is look on the radar and look at the size of the eye. It's this big elliptical thing now, and the hurricane hunters just noted that it is elliptical, east to west, and it's huge. It's 55, over 60 miles an hour, 60 miles across, and 30 miles or so vertically. So this dimension here is like 60 miles, and the strongest winds they've seen are down here. So that's kind of out of radar range. So the radar, because the radar is obviously coming out of Lake Charles, and there's a new radar here up in Hammond, Louisiana, can only see so far out over the Gulf. So a little misleading what's going on around the center, but clearly we have this elliptical shaped eye, and it looks like the center might be over in here somewhere. So no doubt they're analyzing this at the Hurricane Center to see if this is something of an eastward jog for the center. But because the system is being yanked apart by the upper level winds, it's not all about the center, although that does change to some degree where the onshore flow is, and that can affect where the worst storm surge is. So we'll just get this update here coming up within the hour. Close up, we can see that some heavier rain is just beginning to move in some pockets. You see the red areas there showing up on the radar over now southeastern Louisiana, but the strongest winds are still well offshore. What's going on in the atmosphere? Here you can see these are upper level winds, strong upper level winds, and you can make out, I think, they're a little bit slower down here, but they're pulling at the storm. So what's happening is these clouds you see streaming out ahead, those clouds are upper level clouds that are causing rain to spread over southeastern Louisiana, but that's not the core of the storm. But the core of the storm is kind of getting tilted and stretched by those upper level winds, and I think that will limit the upper limit here. Could it get a little stronger? No sign of it yet. The odds are decreasing that it's going to get much stronger, but this really does indicate, I think, that it's not going to blow up into some super strong storm, because we have seen that as storms approach the coast that they get much stronger. I don't think that's going to happen. Could it get to 100 miles an hour? Yes, it could, but the odds are decreasing. So we have a 90-mile-an-hour storm here moving northeast at 12. We'll see if the Hurricane Center increases that at all. The expectation is that overall flow will push it toward the coast more quickly. And let's see if the latest pressure, 977 is what it says from the aircraft, so seems to have leveled off. So another indication that the storm is not significantly strengthening. There's where the model analysis of the winds and the strongest winds in this area here, still well offshore, just to do a little measurement here of how far offshore that is. So we've got 100, so 5, 10, 5, 6 hours, something into the late afternoon to early evening before these winds get to the coast, and then longer than that, obviously, to get into the populated areas. And that's just the beginning of the stronger winds, just to give you an idea.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Erica Delgado.
And due to its proximity to land, we're now getting hourly updates on Hurricane Francine. As of 12 p.m., winds still 90 miles per hour. It is a Category 1 hurricane. That window to continue to strengthen is closing, I should say. And soon Francine will begin to battle not only dry air, but also upper level winds. It's moving towards the northeast, moving closer and closer to the Louisiana coastline, being tracked out of Morgan City, Louisiana, about 140 miles southwest of the area. They've been feeling those outer rain bands since early this morning, and now we continue to watch and wait until it makes landfall, expected later today. We have hurricane warnings all along the Louisiana coastline, you can see, but tropical storm warnings in effect from Cameron, Louisiana, all the way east into the Alabama, Florida borders. You can see here, that's the green, the tropical storm warning. So Francine will continue to drift closer to Louisiana later on today, possibly still as a Category 1 hurricane. And we know the drill. Once it makes landfall, spreading heavy rain across the area with storm surge, a big problem for areas east of where it makes landfall. And as it continues to push farther inland, we'll see that weakening, but not before spreading very heavy rainfall through the rest of Louisiana, all the way through Mississippi and possibly into the Tennessee Valley through the end of the week. So it's not just a today's storm, but as it continues to drift northward and begins to slow down, we'll begin to see some of that heavy rain across these areas. As far as we're concerned here in South Florida, no effects from Francine, but thunderstorms are in the forecast today, and we're starting to see some of those heavy downpours, specifically Miami-Dade into Broward County, seeing some isolated storms there near downtown Miami, just to the west of I-95. Hialeah, Miami Springs area, seeing a lot of that rain and some of those heavy downpours now into Pembroke Pines and into the Hollywood region as well.
And potentially around 105 to 110, which is the heat advisory criteria. Francine expected to make landfall later this evening as a Category 1 hurricane in Louisiana, and then it quickly moves up to the north where it falls apart on Thursday and Friday. But a big rainmaker, storm surge here, and the chance for tornadic activity as well. Tropical depression number 7 out in the Atlantic could become Gordon later today as it moves over to the west, but it is expected to just make a curve up here in the ocean and stay away from land. A couple other disturbances out there, 30% for a low here in the central Atlantic, 10% for another low. And there's that low that could bring us the drier air as we get into next week over near the Carolina coast, starting to develop over the weekend and into next week. So 70% chance for rain today. That's numerous showers, scattered thunderstorms moving from west to east. Highs today, upper 80s and low 90s, 60% chance for rain tomorrow, and then 50% Friday. So you see that decrease day by day as drier air starts to mix in.
Eastern Louisiana into places like Gulfport and Biloxi, Mobile, where we've got heavy rain, also the threat of severe weather on the way. So plenty to watch today as the storm makes landfall. Right now, Mike, a Category 1 with winds of 90 miles an hour, and again, expected to make landfall here this afternoon.
It is. You know, the only thing that's changed with the latest advisory is it's gained a little bit of forward speed here. It's moving now at a pretty good clip, about 16 miles per hour, and I think that's to our benefit here. The faster it's moving, the faster it is to exit, right? And so you minimize the duration that you're within the hurricane effects. 95 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, but I think landfall is going to be out here at the coastline. Morgan City is just a little bit inland there. Having said that, we've got a formidable Category 1 on our hands here, and we're going to have a lot of impact, we believe, from, say, Morgan City to Houma to New Orleans, then areas inland as well, watching for a lot of rain and a lot of wind. The winds near the center right now, including some of the buoys out here and some of the platforms, 64 gusting to 77 in Ship Shoal, 60 gusting to 70 in Green Canyon, 54 gusting to 68. And notice the winds onshore here are all out of the east at this point with that counterclockwise flow around that eye. And in places like Port Lafourche in New Orleans, your winds are going to pick up as we go through the afternoon. New Orleans, 15 gusting to 23. In Patterson, 13 gusting to 23. Grand Chenier, 20 gusting to 25. Here's a look at where that center is. You can clearly see it's right in there. If you take a look at the distance from there to the closest land, which is right out there, all right, that's going to be about, from the center to there, that's going to end up being about 70 miles to about there. It's about 95 miles up here to Morgan City, but roughly 5-ish hours, give or take, from a landfall. Now, the front side of all this, what you're going to end up seeing is a lot of heavy-duty rain. All this out in here is really heavy-duty stuff, and so New Orleans, down towards, say, Plaquemines Parish, these are all spots where you're going to get intense amounts of rain and a chance for severe weather as well, including a tornado watch newly issued by the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. And so Morgan City and Houma, New Orleans, Slidell, Bogalusa, coastal Mississippi, all included within that watch that goes goes until 11 o'clock tonight, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. We've had tornado warnings already, including in Plaquemines Parish. This warning right here until 1 o'clock. These will be quick spin-ups of tornadoes, generally speaking. They'll move fast. They may be on the ground for just a few minutes, maybe even just a few seconds, and then they're gone. So you have to react quickly when that warning is issued. There's a look at the track. It'll come inland tonight. By tomorrow morning, likely going to be up here around Macomb or Jackson as a tropical storm, then continue northbound from there. But that's also, Alex, where the wind and the rain will head as well.
Right, and then we watch what else is going on in the Atlantic. As Dr. Nav expected, we've got quite a bit happening from Hurricane Francine to a new area to watch off the Carolina coastline. We've got 2 invests and now Tropical Depression 7. That had a high chance of formation yesterday, and now we've got a tropical depression with that one. Area to watch here off the Carolina coast. We're going to have this boundary. Of course, the remnants of Francine expected to move north, and then a piece may break off, so 30% chance of development hanging around, lingering near the coast of the Carolinas, also off the coast of Georgia. So the 7-day development area does keep where that front's going to be lingering right off the Carolinas, Georgia, even Florida. So a meandering area that we'll be watching here in the coming days, probably in the longer range for the better chance of development, but could see something spin up into the late weekend, early part of next week. That would be something to watch for. Here's your pressure and precip from the U.S. GFS. Watch as the rain showers become a little bit more concentric here by late Sunday and into Monday. Could we be looking at heavy rain in places like Wilmington or Myrtle Beach, and that system moving onshore into the early part of next week? Certainly a possibility that would bring more rain also to parts of the mid-Atlantic. And notice it stays soggy in these areas through Tuesday. European models similar. We've got that area of low pressure hanging out off the coast, and like the GFS, it would be into Monday morning for potentially some heavy rain from North to South Carolina. As we head to break, another look at the forecast cone for Francine making landfall this afternoon.
For the very latest, we want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, great to have you. We just checked in with Jamie Rome down at the NHC. We were talking a little bit about the effects of this wind shear spreading out the storm, but it's also spreading out the wind field, which brings a whole set of challenges.
Yeah, the wind field has expanded some. That increases the area affected by storm surge, for one thing. And we just got a report in from hurricane hunters. The pressure is essentially steady. They measured 977 millibars. It's been 976. But they also measured strong winds to the southeast of the center. So the top end of the eye wall is wrapping up. We saw, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours ago now, the eye popped out on the satellite. Here you can see it right there. See that kind of darker area there? That's the eye. This is not a super well-developed hurricane, so it's not the classic kind of thing. But whenever you can see the eye clear out like that, that means you've got to have pretty strong dynamics around that storm to make that happen, around the center of that storm to make that happen. Let's look at the radar. I just have the latest radar so you can see exactly what's happening right now. And here's where the hurricane hunters are finding the strongest winds. I mean, normally they're on the east side, a little bit farther south than I would have thought looking at the radar, but this is all moving in this direction here. So moving up toward Houma and the parts of the western New Orleans metro, because the eye is 70 miles across this way, measured by the hurricane hunters, and it's about half that going this way. So we saw this very elliptical eye, kind of out of whack, that's being kind of manipulated and mangled by the strong upper level winds you were talking about. Looking close up here, we can see how close this is. This is the eye wall right there, just about to come ashore. Now, ashore is a nebulous thing in Louisiana because it's very marshy down where the Gulf meets the so-called land. As you've heard Mike Seidel say and Robert Ray say, they're farther north. Robert is up in Houma, which is right about here, and Mike Seidel is up in Morgan City. So this system, if it continues the way it's going up in that direction. You might have seen a little bit of a wobble there. I don't want that to mislead you, the way this is wobbling. So What is it doing there? Well, storms just wobble. It's called the trioidal motion, but sometimes they don't re-wobble. So we're going to see if this is a little bit of a bigger wobble. For instance, Hurricane Ida, when it was passing by New Orleans, took a big wobble over toward New Orleans, which really did increase the amount of wind over the city, caused the power outages and all kinds of other things that they weren't expecting, in the sense that it wasn't the straight line for the direction of the storm. So we'll see in this case. Everybody there in southeast Louisiana needs to be ready. Here are those strong winds that are pushing on it. You can see it pulling the system apart over here to the right as the upper clouds leave, and also we notice that the colors here are getting less dark. So that's a sign that the thunderstorms are not as intense with the storm. We think this is all part of the weakening process, but still a lot of wind at the surface of the ocean going on, even as the storm might be slowly in a weakening stage.
The center of the hurricane is about 75 miles away from us right now, and landfall is expected later this evening. Peak wind gusts where we are here in Morgan City, Louisiana, could reach up to 90 miles per hour. There's also currently a curfew in place until tomorrow at 6 a.m. Anyone who's staying right now is hunkering down. Live in Morgan City, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
Okay, Ivan, thanks a lot.
And our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry joins us now with the latest on Francine. Michael.
Hey there, Nicole. As you heard from Ivan, conditions quickly deteriorating there in South Louisiana as this bears down this hurricane. Take a look at the visible satellite picture. Nicole, this is about as healthy as this hurricane has looked so far. You can see the eye very apparent there at the center of Francine. We zoom in and look at the current conditions there along the coast. Now, the landfall happens when the center of the eye crosses the shoreline. So that's down here right now. It's moving just a little bit to the east of north. So it's going to make landfall, I think, to the east of Morgan City, just to the east of Morgan City. You can see wind gusts there at a platform offshore close to 100 miles per hour. Now, this is at elevation, but those winds at 90 miles per hour, gusting even higher than that. Here's the latest information from the Hurricane Center. You can see moving quickly toward the northeast at 17 miles per hour. So it's going to move inland and go toward the central part of the United States and rain itself out, but not before bringing a tremendous amount of rainfall with it. The water is really the big threat from this, in addition to the damaging winds. Up to a foot of rain expected, which could lead to some considerable flooding here, at least through the end of the week. The only thing else we need to talk about here is a tropical depression 7, as Betty mentioned. There's this area just off the southeast United States. We're going to have to watch this one next week. Not a threat for us, but could be a problem for the Carolinas. Something we'll watch into the early part of next week.
Yeah, and that will extend eastward into Mississippi. And you also have to consider we're going to have the combination of rain-induced flooding along with the saltwater flooding. So we talked about yesterday how it was possible that this could reach Category 2 strength, even though the forecast was for a 1, and it has made it there based on aircraft data and what the Hurricane Center forecasters are seeing on the radar as well. Those stronger winds were found on the southeastern side, and the faster forward motion is making that right-hand side where the stronger winds are going to be, even though the radar is certainly picking up on a very active northern eye wall. And this will remain a tropical cyclone for about another day, and then it's going to lose its tropical characteristics quickly. So it has ramped up. Don't think there's much time for a lot more strengthening, but then it will weaken quickly over land. But it is going to bring strong winds a pretty large distance inland. The fact that it has made it to Category 2 means tropical storm conditions will go way inland. So trees could come down, power could go out in a large area. Now, this is definitely a trough that is accelerating it northeastward. It's steering it, but it's also shearing it, and it is becoming more elongated southwest to northeast. But for a time, a trough interaction can be favorable in terms of providing some upper level divergence, and the strengthening last night made it a pretty robust system. And there's also still a frontal boundary to its east that is enhancing the severe weather potential, the flood potential as well, way to the east. So it is a lopsided system in the big picture, but it still has a very well organized inner core region, and that northern eye wall definitely coming into Morgan City City, west of Grand Isle, not far from Houma, and will be into New Orleans, depending upon how much of it holds together. But there's another flash flood warning showing up in that northeastern eye wall. Tropical storm force winds, maybe not in every part of this northeast quadrant getting to Baton Rouge and New Orleans yet, but at least gusts are not far behind. And then we've got the level 3 out of 4 rain-induced flood risk that goes into the overnight hours, as well as the storm surge flooding. These are the Weather Service zones that are under a storm surge warning, and that goes all the way into Mississippi. But over the next several hours, one of the increasing hazards is going to be the tornado risk, not just the main winds from the hurricane. Tornado watch is in effect till 11 p.m. Central Time, and you've got the hurricane itself, but you've also got this frontal boundary, the remnants of it off to the east. And this is going to be an area where low level and deep layer shear are going to be tremendous, especially with that old boundary in place. The low level winds are coming in from a more easterly direction, and then a few thousand feet up, they're coming out of the south. So this low-level change in wind shear with height is really going to make that northeastern quadrant perhaps even more tornado-prone than usual. And then, of course, the really high rainfall rates along with the strong winds. Patterson sustained 40, gusting to 53. New Orleans is gusting to 33. But this northern eye wall is going to make those winds pick up, and it's already making the rainfall rates pick up. Here's that flash flood warning for Morgan City and for Franklin. And we'll time out where that severe weather could be overnight. But in the meantime, our Jim Cantori, who's in Morgan City, you've got the heavy rainfall with that northern eye wall coming in. So how strong have the winds gotten, and have you noticed the rain rates picking up, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, Doc, it's hard to see here. Before I let you go, though, I want to ask you a question. Earlier on, you said something triggered. We had no southeastern eye wall with this. I mean, the radar was completely void of it. So the whole thing has kind of wrapped its way around. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, by all means, did the pressure come up a little bit and then all of a sudden went down?
Yeah, there have been some fluctuations in the pressure as the shear started to get to what was a well-defined inner core, and then that's when the intensity and the pressure can fluctuate a little bit as it's fighting off that shear. But there's not a completely negative interaction with that trough. There's some positive interaction. So I think those fluctuations are something you see when a system is starting to struggle against wind shear, but not completely. And when you're sheared from the west and the southwest, that eastern side can act up a bit.
Yeah, maybe it's a little protected. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate that. Always learning from you, buddy. Always learning. On St. Mary's Parish, on Ascension Parish, on Iberia. We also got horrific rainfall rates here where we're talking about 1 to 2 inches an hour. Pretty hard to measure this, obviously, with it coming down horizontal. It's kind of amazing. If you've ever been on a beach where it's a really windy day and the wind starts blowing the sand around, that's what it feels like just holding my hand out like this. It feels like I'm getting, kind of a derma abrasion with the stinging of the raindrops because they're being, wind blown at 40, 50 miles per hour with occasional gusts even higher than that. So, it's getting to be that time where we're going to go the next 15, 20 minutes potentially. Do we start to see a little bit of a calming here getting into that eye? Yours truly, and speaking on behalf of my crew, I'm sure that would be very much appreciated. But for now, we are into the teeth of Francine, and even as a, Category 2 hurricane, one, and a northern eye wall that's been void of at least hurricane force gusts here, or they've been, very few and far between. We'll take a break. we'll be happy to have that for you. Legs are getting a good workout here as we have to stand on edge and just kind of hold ourselves. Either way, power is out, as we've heard. We've got landfall. Where is it? You want to bring in? We got a landfall. I'm not exactly sure where it is, but it's not too far from me, I can tell you that, down to my south. There's a lot of little smaller areas before you actually come ashore, little small towns where this may have shore. Terrebonne Parish is where it is. Power outage is obviously preceding that. They went through the northern eye wall, and now they're into that center. So they're past the center in Terrebonne Parish, which is right down on the bayou in through here. So hopefully we get that break. We'll see. Either way, we've got a landfall of Francine. So from this point on, more than likely it should weaken. But it's going to take a moment. Again, this is a large eye, and it's going to take a while for this thing to wind down. And right now, we're still getting gusts. We're still in it with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Guys, I hope you had the time to make some jambalaya today for the family, and you guys are all hunkered down at home. If you still got power and you're watching us, just enjoy your evening. Let this thing go on through. And believe it or not, what you're seeing right here, we're going to have you wouldn't know it from standing out here. I mean, this is, strong tropical storm force without question with gusts, maybe even minimal hurricane. But either way, you can see how the water has come up both from the rain as well as from the lake into this parking lot. We were told it does not flood. And, that's another reason we're obviously hoping that we stay into the eye. But right now, again, heavy rain, wind, we're in the northern eye wall of this thing, and power outages continue to mount from Terrebonne Parish up through St. Mary and continuing on. Wow. Gosh, you know what's wild? If you look at the radar right now, it looks like we're right at the edge. And I remember this last time when I was in Ian in Punta Gorda. It's right as you're at the edge. Sometimes you get these little vortices, and they can really whack you. It gets calm for a second, and then they can actually whack you. All right, let's go back to the studio and Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Jim, it's still an open question whether or not you're going to get a break from that northwestern eye wall, because the center looks to be going between Morgan City and Houma. And I'll go ahead and bring up the summary of the landfall, because that has just happened within the last several minutes. The center of the hurricane crossing the coastline. That's the definition of landfall. It was in Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana, probably near Little Hammock, that area. And that's off to the southwest of Morgan City as a Category 2 hurricane. That's the operational estimate. Max winds at 100 miles per hour, the pressure of 972. Another pretty large hurricane making landfall. Beryl was relatively large when it made landfall in Texas. These sheared systems, as they're coming ashore, can often be horizontally large, and it will remain a tropical cyclone until tomorrow and then become post-tropical as a rainmaker. But it's moving relatively quickly, and so that's good to get the system in and out, but it also allows the wind intensity to be maintained pretty far inland. So some damaging hurricane and tropical storm force winds going all the way into southern Mississippi. And here's that trough that has been steering it and shearing it, so it is kind of lopsided. And we also have this frontal boundary off to the east that all of this is going to combine for a significant tornado threat for the next several hours into the overnight. But the center has come ashore in here, and that's where the heaviest rains are, where all got all the flash flood warnings. But we've got some nasty bands and this nasty supercell off of Dauphin Island that keeps trying to get closer and closer to land, just a sign of things to come. And the hurricane force winds heading farther inland, so we could easily get hurricane force winds, at least in gusts in New Orleans, along with the rain-induced flooding and the storm surge. Saltwater flooding could, in some places, combine with rain-induced flooding, so you definitely want to be off the roads. And then there's the tornado watch that goes till 11 o'clock, and there's another tornado watch probably going to be issued farther to the east of there. Look at the wind shear. The low-level surface winds like this, but a few thousand feet up, they're like this. So that change of wind shear with height, Jackie, is going to make that northeastern quadrant along that frontal boundary perhaps even more tornado-producing than usual.
We want to get back now to Hurricane Francine, officially making landfall as a Category 2 hurricane around 6 o'clock Eastern time. This is a live look here at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. I know, James, you talked about sort of like what side they're on, like what side of the storm, and then, whether the impacts are going to be stronger or not, and how fast is this hurricane really moving over Louisiana right now?
Yeah, they're in the thick of it now there by the Superdome there in New Orleans. Now, the eye wall is coming right into New Orleans, even though not maybe a direct hit like on the coast. Still going to be a lot of rain and a lot of wind coming on through. And I was just watching on X all the video coming out from everybody, and yeah, it looks pretty nasty there.
Storm
for sure.
surge going to be a big
Yeah, and then Lake Pontchartrain right there too, and the wind's going to be shifting directions as this moves through. The good news is that it is moving in forward speed very quickly, so it should push up to the north and things quiet down through the overnights here. We're looking at 90-mile-per-hour winds now, so it came ashore with 100-mile-per-hour winds. We'll get hourly updates now that it's made landfall here, but you see pretty close to moving right over New Orleans or so, or even Baton Rouge. And then it's going to slow down in forward speed once it gets a little bit higher up here in western Tennessee and rain itself out there and dissipate. The forecast here, the models sit and just have it spinning around there for a little bit. Now from Francine here, making landfall in Louisiana, we have this new area that we'll keep an eye on. Now this is actually the old frontal boundary. You can kind of see it snaked across, and it's been across the state for a few days now. That's why we have all this rain, and the possibility that it's going to spin up into something is there now. Now it's going to be a low pressure system first that's non-tropical, but sitting over these very, very warm Atlantic waters could start to gain some tropical characteristics. So we'll keep an eye on it. Some of the models do have it coming ashore in the Carolinas too, as possibly a tropical storm or even a hurricane there. But for us, no big effects except for the fact that it may send some swells our way, maybe even drier air too, if we can get that northeast wind to push down. A couple areas here with a low chance, but these are going to run into a problem here with a lot of shear as they approach the island. A lot of dry air too. Tropical Depression 7 formed today. That was the farthest one away we were talking about yesterday. It is expected to strengthen into a tropical storm. Gordon's the next name on the list here, but just some modest strengthening. It's going to run into some of the same issues. It may sit out here for a little bit here before dissipating, but it doesn't look like this one's going to be much for us either. The spaghetti model's all over the place because, well, I mean, it just formed. So they got to hone in on it here in the upcoming days. But for us here in South Florida, we have a lot of rain around. Still, even now, some heavy rainfall around, especially South County. Finally starting to taper off a little bit in South County. This is where you have some flood advisories. We have this one here just issued or renewed up until 9 o'clock for Boynton Beach, and then also one until 7:45 here, western Boca, and maybe the western outskirts of Delray too. Treasure Coast looking like you're settling down, but you still got some rain going on in Fort Pierce, a couple lightning strikes too, and the Stewart.
Imágenes en vivo de lo que sucede en Luisiana. Estamos, por supuesto, observando de cerca. Nuestro colaborador Charles Pick está mostrándonos el ambiente que ha traído consigo destrozos también. Mire usted esta gasolinera donde claramente se observa destrozos, por supuesto, afectaciones debido a los fuertes vientos, a la situación de inestabilidad y tormentas que impactaron esta zona producto de Francine, que todavía sigue siendo categoría 1, 85 millas por hora, el último reporte, 8 de la noche. Le saluda. Mire usted lo que tenemos, los fuertes vientos, algunos superaron las 100 millas por hora en Eugene Island. Se puede observar ráfagas de 105 millas, en Dulac 96 millas, en Pearson 63 millas, en New Orleans 59 millas. Estamos viendo cómo la situación, por supuesto, se ha deteriorado de una forma significativa. Más de 100.000 residentes ya sin electricidad. Estamos viendo la parte de Luisiana, donde el impacto en estos momentos está siendo bastante intenso y se espera un desplazamiento, por supuesto, hacia Mississippi, atravesando también con fuertes lluvias, incremento de viento que también se espera y condiciones deterioradas durante gran parte de la noche, incluso el día de mañana. Estamos hablando de una situación que todavía arrastra energía, estará trayendo condiciones, por supuesto, de tiempo adverso. En términos de impacto, obviamente también hablamos de inundaciones que en estos momentos se están dando. Hay diferentes áreas donde la situación se ha deteriorado. En estos momentos quiero puntualizar los lugares donde la lluvia está más fuerte, en The Place, en New Orleans, Slidell, entrando también para Hammond en los próximos minutos, es donde la precipitación, o en todo caso esta banda como tal, se estará dirigiendo, así que es una situación donde también veremos, por supuesto, impacto importante en esa zona. Vemos también los fuertes vientos en Pearson, 62 millas por hora, New Orleans con 62, Galeano con 35 millas por hora, Lafayette con 51 millas. Claramente lo que tenemos en estos momentos es relacionado a lo que se observa en estos momentos con los vientos huracanados que están precisamente sobre Morgan City, New Orleans también tendría, y gran parte del sureste de Luisiana está teniendo los vientos de tormenta tropical, así que el tiempo ventoso, por supuesto, está predominando en estos momentos. Todavía mantenemos ciertas alertas referencia a lo que sucede en términos también de impacto de posibilidad tornádica, porque relacionado a esta inestabilidad, a esta situación bastante convulsionada, pues rápidamente se puede transformar en nubosidad rotatoria y eventualmente transformarse precisamente en lo que mencionábamos, tornados una nubosidad tornádica que se puede transformar precisamente en un tornado. Por eso mantenemos el tono con 3, que incluye Luisiana, Mississippi, Alabama y también Florida, donde notamos una situación de inestabilidad. Vamos a la siguiente imagen, donde tenemos un aviso por tornado, y esto es importante porque está precisamente en el área que estábamos hablando, una situación de inestabilidad propensa, donde tenemos esta situación. Acá está Luisiana, por supuesto la parte sur, donde tenemos muy cerca de Slidell, sencillamente un desplazamiento muy cerca de la 190, de la 10 inclusive, donde tenemos, esto es la parroquia de Santa Mani, ciudades de Eden Isle, la Combi, Slidell, hasta las 7:45 con este aviso por tornado mencionado. Recordemos que impactó como categoría 2, un lapso breve manteniendo esta energía de categoría 2, pero luego impactó como 100 millas por hora, precisamente luego de impactar como 100 millas por hora, a 100 millas por hora, se fue rápidamente debilitando a categoría 1. Un lapso de una hora más o menos tuvo de sobrevivencia en términos de impacto como categoría 2. Parroquia de Terrebonne se puede observar que impactó en esa región.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage, tracking Hurricane Francine. We're looking live at Cocodrie, Louisiana, and this is what used to be a road. You can see power is out here, everything very dark, and we just have the light from our storm tracker here, Jordan Hall. This is storm surge that has been coming in, and you can see the rough wave action a bit on top of there. It looks like we even see a little bit of whitecap action as this all continues to roll in. Now, we also want to check on conditions in Morgan City, Louisiana, where a considerable threat now for a flash flood warning that is underway. We are getting reports of water that has been entering homes here in the area, and that some people have had to move to higher ground as a result. Of course, we've got our Jim Cantori there, and this is Charles Peak's live stream. We will be checking in with them in just a moment, but you can see there, looks like power is out in many areas there too, although I do see some of the lights on the right-hand side there on a couple of those buildings, but most of the rest of them are looking dark. So that could have to do with generators. By the way, if you're using the generators, make sure they are well ventilated and they are outside. And it looks like we've got some damage there. I have seen reports out of Morgan City that there's been some roofs that have been ripped off buildings there. We've had some trees that have been downed as well, but that looks like some concrete blocks there, some cinder blocks maybe, that are down on the ground. So we'll check in. There were no tornado warnings in effect there, but we have had winds well over 60 miles per hour. Now, we want to get the latest of what's happening in the New Orleans area. New Orleans is also under a flash flood warning right now. Paul Goodlow, our meteorologist, is there for us. And Paul, really, conditions have deteriorated even further just in the last 30 minutes or so. And you've got a while to go before you're going to get to the eye of this thing, I think, and eventually get a bit of a break.
Looking forward to that eye and that break, Jackie, as the winds continue to increase. I mean, you can see what the wind is doing to the rain here, even as it crosses the tracks here on Canal Street. It is actually just wafting the rain over this concrete. Now, the winds are coming from my left, but Canal Street is kind of, it's situated southeast to northwest, but the predominant winds have been from the east. This red building over my shoulder here, you can kind of see what the wind is doing. That's the predominant wind direction, is basically going this direction, but because we have these tall buildings, it is just funneling it right down Canal Street here, and we easily now those 60 mile per hour wind gusts, if not stronger at times. As Jackie mentioned, we're going to be through this for the next couple of hours as that strongest northeastern portion of Francine passes us by to the west. If we do get that center, we should, at least with the rain, this heavy rain, this flash flood producing rain, should abate somewhat. We're looking forward to that because that's also a concern here in New Orleans, being below sea level. This type of rain coming down right now can overwhelm this pumping system, and this is the heaviest persistent rain we've seen so far, and it's usually kind of tied into these stronger winds. And we know, well, to the north of us in Slidell, we had that tornado warning for us. That's also another concern, these quick spin-ups of these tornadoes coming on through here. So we're in this heavy rain and the strongest winds, which can bring out more power. But the biggest concern is going to be the flood that this type of rain can produce if it persists for too long. Again, we got team coverage today and through the event as Francine continues to move through southeastern Louisiana. I think I was still hearing you. It's extremely loud, even with earpieces in both ears. It's still hard to hear back in the studio. But again, this is the strongest wind and rain we've seen here. And if I try to look up Canal Street, it's going to be horrible on the microphones.
All right, Paul, I will take it from here. I am in Baton Rouge, where the weather is so completely different. We are getting rain. We are getting winds that have gusted in tropical storm force as high as 45 miles per hour, but we are not getting those strong bands like Paul is getting there in New Orleans. And really, we're not that far away, considering we're, 70, 75 miles away from where he is in New Orleans, where I am in Baton Rouge. But it's a world of difference when it comes to this hurricane. So here in Baton Rouge, I mentioned earlier today, if you're watching, they were very concerned about power outages. All of southeast Louisiana was concerned about power outages, and rightfully so. We've got more than 175,000 customers without power. Now, I am standing in a sea of bucket trucks that are ready to go out when the winds allow it here as the storm pulls away.
This is CBS 12 News at 11.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Liz Quirantes. We are getting a first look at damage left behind by Hurricane Francine, which made landfall hours ago in a rural area in Louisiana as a Category 2 storm. You can see an entire roof ripped off by the storm at a flea market in Huma, not far from there. A hydroelectric power plant also left damaged by the heavy winds. Here's a live look from Biloxi, Mississippi, where you can see the storm still packing a punch with the wind there. Chief Meteorologist Vitas Reed joining us now. And Vitas, has the storm weakened since landfall?
Well, it's weakened a little bit as it's going inland, but it came on with a punch as a Category 2 hurricane. So, Liz, as we take a look at what the numbers were, at 6 p.m. earlier today, it made landfall 30 miles south-southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, with 100-mile-per-hour winds. That's a Category 2 hurricane with a central pressure of 972 millibars. So it was a pretty strong storm. And as we take a look at what's going on out there, that storm is going to continue to track and move inland right now, moving northeast at 16 miles per hour. Winds still at 70 miles per hour sustained, and it's gusting up to about 85. So that will continue to drag plenty of moisture inland. And the real concern now beyond the winds is the rain and the heavy amounts of rain it'll bring with it into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Also, you have the threat of tornadoes as you have those outer bands, those feeder bands will still, as they cross I-110 and also up towards Route 59. So we're seeing a lot of heavy rainfall out there that can inundate some of those roadways. We're looking at flash flood watches stretching all the way up to Tupelo, Mississippi, including Jackson, Mississippi, Gulfport, and Pensacola in the Panhandle. So we're looking at how much rainfall. Well, we could see plenty of rain, as much as 4 to 5 to 10 inches of rain in some of those pockets that are coming down, especially up around Birmingham. They could get plagued with buckets of rain as that storm pushes north. The latest track is going to take it up through Jackson, Mississippi, then become an extratropical low just over Memphis, Tennessee as we get towards Thursday. So a lot of the Mississippi Delta will have to deal with standing, ponding water and some flooding that can be caused from all the moisture that's going to come down from this storm. We're not done with it totally. There's storm more activity, a lot of things out there over the Atlantic. And then also we have a tropical depression number 7 that's going to continue to develop and head out through the Atlantic. We'll keep an eye out for as we go through the next 24 hours to 36 hours. Back to you.
That's what it looked like in the eye wall of Hurricane Francine earlier. It's now a tropical storm, but it came ashore as a Category 2 hurricane, and it was a legit Category 2 hurricane. That is some nasty sustained wind. That's video out of Terriot, Louisiana. It came ashore kind of east of Vermilion Bay, kind of on the east side of Morgan City, and then tracked really northeast. The trend in the track forecast of this particular storm kept trending east over the last day or so. So New Orleans actually got it pretty bad. The eye wall was pretty nasty there as well. Right now, at last check, we've got a 70-mile-per-hour storm. I imagine that number is going to go down pretty significantly in the coming updates. I believe the next update from the Hurricane Center will be coming in around 2 a.m., so about 45 minutes from now. Sometimes they come in a little bit early. Pressure's at 982. It made landfall at around 975-ish, I want to say, give or take a millibar or two. So it's lost strength, still moving at about 16 miles an hour. So it's moving at a decent clip, but just look at the satellite presentation of this. It never was a very pretty hurricane. It always kind of had a dirty eye. You know, it was a pretty large storm, but it never really looked perfectly concentric. Still, though, it was strong. You know, it doesn't always have to look pretty on satellite to be a strong storm, but now it's really looking very raggedy. A lot of these big thunderstorms that were in it are starting to come down a little bit. Now, we're still going to see quite a stream of moisture and thunderstorms coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico with that counterclockwise spin. And I think we're going to be in for some tornadoes probably during the day tomorrow in Alabama. But that's where we're at right now, at least. This made landfall around 5 o'clock Central Time. Again, that was just on the east side of the Morgan City area. It made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. It's got a big wind field. I think this is one of the main hallmarks of this storm. It's got a very large wind field, so a lot of people have been, you know, experiencing some strong winds, still gusting over 30, 40 miles an hour. For a lot of people, we've got some very heavy rain still on the north side of this, moving from right at the tip of the boot here up into parts of Mississippi. We're going to start to see the wind cause more power outages up into Mississippi. We've already seen that over the last couple of hours. Still, Louisiana has the lion's share of the power outages right now, with a couple 100,000 people still without power. And the problem is the wind field is so big that we've got to wait till the wind gets below 30 miles an hour for a lot of these companies to get out and start fixing things. So, yeah, it's going to be a little while that we're without power for some of you guys. We've had almost 10 inches of rain in New Orleans. That was honestly one of the spots where we've had some of the most rain. That northern part of the eye wall had 4 to 5 inches per hour rain rates. I think it was, what was it, about a ½ inch of rain had fallen in like 5 to 10 minutes or something like that, which is outrageous. Wind gusts anywhere from 70 to 105 miles per hour. Those were recorded wind gusts. So again, legit Category 2 that made landfall here. And it's going to continue to lose strength as it moves north. Keep in mind, the cone is telling us where the center of the storm could go, right? So, you know, regardless of whether it's on the left side or the right side or the west or east side, if you want to call it that, of the cone, we're still going to have a very large area that is affected as it moves farther toward the north. Meaning a lot of rain that's going to fall, and tornadoes in Alabama. I mentioned that. What else? Let's see. Oh, yeah, strong wind, too. Just about everything you would expect with a tropical storm. So it's going to be a bad situation any way you cut it, but it is at least starting to die down a little bit.
You look at the amount of rain we've seen from Francine that landed earlier on a Wednesday. So the latest update just came out from National Hurricane Center from Tropical Storm Francine. It has dropped, at least the wind speed has dropped significantly since the previous advisory. Now 50-mile-an-hour winds around that somewhat jagged center circulation. Pressure has now risen at 988 millibars. Still moving off the northeast at 14 miles an hour. It's a slightly slower forward motion, and the center is currently 20 miles northwest of New Orleans, Louisiana. Notice how it's really top heavy as far as the rain goes, where the bulk of the heavy rain is now farther off from the north where the center of circulation is. So that is where Francine is at right now. And look at all the rain in parts of Mississippi and Alabama, now starting to spread into Florida as well. So taking the latest look at where the heaviest rains are. Again, over toward Macomb, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and we're starting to see the stronger bands now, some of the outer bands hitting Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, and parts of areas into the panhandle of Florida.
The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Right now, taking a live look out of our tower cameras as we get you going on this Thursday morning.
Thanks so much for being here. Good morning, South Florida. I'm Alex Finney.
Hi there, I'm Eric Yutzi. Let's get that forecast. Of course, our Weather Authority meteorologist Julie Jordan is here checking out what we are dealing with in South Florida and certainly what our neighbors in the Gulf Coast have been dealing with the Hurricane Francine.
It has been a rough 24 hours, Eric and Alex. Hurricane Francine has been downgraded to a tropical depression, but the threat affecting parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama is far from over, as people there are facing still heavy rain, very gusty winds, and even the risk for tornadoes overnight. Take a look. And here are live pictures from Orange Beach, Alabama. It's incredible, right? This morning, heavy rain and wind gusts are traveling from New Orleans to central Mississippi as Francine forces those in its path to hunker down.
Nervous, overwhelmed, scared.
Even though you've been through storms before?
I still feel the same way every time a storm comes.
Francine, propelled by warm water in the Gulf of Mexico, made landfall on the Louisiana coast as a Category 2 hurricane.
This hurricane coming ashore as we speak, and we are in the eye wall, the most intense part of this storm, with winds up to 100 miles an hour. The threat of power outages increasing by the minute.
With it came a flash flood emergency for southern Louisiana. Some areas bracing for up to 10 feet of storm surge and experiencing 5 to 6 inches of rain per hour. The heavy rain submerging cars in New Orleans. The wind downing trees and power lines in several nearby parishes. The video shows what crews must navigate on the water as a shrimp boat travels on a river through little visibility. Francine has since been downgraded to a tropical storm affecting Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, keeping the threat of wind damage, flooding, and bringing another challenge.
As these bands come ashore, you can get these tornadoes to spin up. Bottom line is it's just all hazards coming together here in southern Louisiana.
That's right. It made landfall as a hurricane and then weakened to a tropical storm earlier this morning and then continues to weaken over land. The interaction of land, it loses its strength, though officially the last advisory, we have tropical depression Francine. So as the system continues, though, you can see there's plenty of moisture that's wrapping around the center of the system, moving into central portions of Mississippi. The center is 30 miles just south of Jackson, Mississippi, headed northeast, and this system is going to bring rainfall as far north as Missouri into Arkansas and as far east as portions of western Tennessee. Now, it's not the only system we're talking about. We do have an area pushing off the coast of the Carolinas that has a 30% chance of development. One more area by the Lesser Antilles with a 20% chance of development, and we have tropical depression number 7. Did you know that formed yesterday? I know it was very busy in the tropics. Indeed, it did. One thing I can tell you is it looks as though it could be our next tropical storm later this afternoon, and it will be named Gordon. That's the next name on the list. And as for that other area we're watching, an area of invest just east of the Windward Islands, this has the potential of moving west-northwest. We'll have to watch it for the Windward Islands and the Lesser Antilles in the days to come. Here's our immediate threat in our own backyard, because the good news is none of those areas pose a threat to South Florida's weather. We have a heat advisory as we are seeing sunshine breaking through some clouds. Still plenty of cloud cover, though, in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere, making it feel so humid as that air is being trapped down here at the surface. Our feels like temperatures are already in the mid to upper 90s. I'll have a lot more on your forecast because storms will be around later today. Coming up.
First Alert Live Doppler on NBC6. Always tracking Miami-Dade, Broward, and the Keys.
It's been a busy 24 hours across southern states. You can see now Louisiana looking a whole lot better compared to this time yesterday. Here we have post-tropical depression Francine that's still producing tropical rainfall across portions of western Tennessee and even out towards Mississippi. They're all tapping into some rain, some storms, even severe weather being detected at the moment. Then we turn our attention to the Sunshine State. There's a boundary that's draped across northern parts of the state, and this is what continues to draw up some moisture. We've been dealing with this pattern over the last several days, and unfortunately, we're really not going to have too much difference in the next several days. We're just stuck in this pattern, and that is what it is, right? Here's a look. Satellite radar showing a little bit of rainfall out towards the upper to another day where umbrellas come up, as we'll be tracking scattered afternoon thunderstorms. We take a look at the tropics, and again, there are a couple things that are out there. Tropical Depression 7 that formed yesterday, but that's going to be what we call a fish storm and stay out to sea. Meanwhile, 7-day forecast will bring us the threat for scattered showers and storms straight through Sunday, with drier air moving in by Monday.
New aerial video into our newsroom of a roof collapse after Hurricane Francine. This is a thrift store in the heart of the Terrebonne Parish, where the storm made landfall as a Category 2 more than 24 hours ago. At this hour, it's all hands on deck for utility crews working to restore power. More than 150,000 homes and businesses are without power across the state. Local officials say the outages have also impacted several sewage pump stations. The storm doused the region with heavy rain and powerful winds, toppling trees and downing power lines. And Vitas, the storm has weakened, but it's still dumping a lot of rain beyond Louisiana.
Yeah, all into Alabama and parts of Tennessee. It looks like we're still seeing the storm have an impact over much of the Tennessee Valley right now. We're looking at the 11 p.m. advisory. This is post-tropical Francine now, looking at winds at 30 miles per hour, gusting to 40 as it continues to see that center of low just west of Memphis. But it's bringing plenty of rainfall as far south as southern Illinois, looking into Missouri, as well as over towards Memphis, Arkansas. And then we have these outer bands that are pushing through Birmingham and up near Huntsville, where they've actually seen plenty of rainfall. So there's still flash flood watches over these areas, over parts of Alabama into Tennessee. And we can see the amounts of rainfall anywhere from 5 to 7 up to 8 inches of rain in some areas across especially Alabama. So we have to watch that closely. And then out in the tropics, we still have activity. Tropical depression number 7. We're going to see how that tracks over the next few days to see if this becomes a tropical storm. But right now, it looks like it could stay out in the Atlantic. We'll keep our eyes open very closely. Back to you.
Let's look at the surf off of Avon, North Carolina. Pretty strong, persistent onshore flow. High pressure to the north, developing low pressure off the southeast coast. And you're going to have this onshore flow for days and days. So high risk of rip currents, high surf, maybe some coastal flooding, windy. It's been gusting over 30 miles an hour there today, and occasional heavy rainfall, and maybe more than that. Over the next 7 days, have the potential for a tropical or subtropical system to form just offshore here. Maybe in the next 2 to 3 days, but maybe it takes longer than that. Maybe we don't ever get development and we just continue to have that onshore flow. Here's that high to the north. Here's the broad area of low pressure to the south. And in between, coastal North Carolina definitely in that pressure gradient with this inverted trough. And this zone really has a strong onshore flow. And we've had persistent showers and thunderstorms in that area. There's a lot of lightning around in Avon and Hatteras area right now, just south of Avon. And that's another reason to be out of the water and indoors, in addition to the fact that we've got some water problems on the roadways here in Morehead City up toward Atlantic Beach. Flood advisory in effect until 3:30. And water problems are going to continue to be the issue there. So stay tuned over the weekend, because this zone is the place where the next storm could form. Now, we're going to talk about Gordon in a second. I want to briefly update you on Ileana. That is here over the Cabo San Lucas area. It's a disorganized storm, but you've got some locally heavy rainfall and some gusty winds here with the tropical storm warning up for this system that's generally moving into the Gulf of California. And even though it will not be a big impact because it will be falling apart pretty quickly, for the U.S., it will bring some added moisture into the southwest starting tomorrow. So into Arizona for the weekend, Ileana's moisture will definitely enhance the rainfall chances there. Then we look out into the rest of the Atlantic basin. Got Tropical Storm Gordon out here. Now, there's an upper level trough here, so there's not a big ridge to push it quickly westward. And it is over marginally warm waters right now, but eventually, it will take its time, but eventually it'll get out into those warmer waters. And then here's the next tropical wave coming off of Africa. So it's getting better organized as the waters underneath get a little bit warmer and moving west. Satellite estimates have it at 40 miles an hour. We have plenty of time to watch this one as it gets out into the middle of the Atlantic by next week. No way to know this early, guys, if it will ever affect land.
A good morning time is 8:37, and I'm tracking two tropical waves. We have Tropical Storm Gordon and then a tropical wave just near the Carolinas that will impact them probably for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, the one out in Central Atlantic will get weaker in the next few days to a depression and then making that turn to the north by the end of next week. So we're going to be talking about that system for a long time. Meanwhile, this tropical wave just right along the coastal areas of the Carolinas in the Atlantic Ocean has a medium chance for tropical development. It will be tracking towards the north, and we'll see rain chances increasing this afternoon across our viewing area after 2 and 3 o'clock.
All right, Mike, I want to start with the tropics because we do have some new developments. Gordon has now been downgraded to a tropical depression, so winds only at 35 miles per hour. And Gordon is going to be an official fish storm, no threat to land. So moving to the west at 8 miles per hour. And here's the track. You can see it's going to take a curve to the north well before it impacts the islands, and no threat to us here in South Florida. Now, we had an area of low pressure off the coast of the Carolinas. That has just been upgraded to potential tropical cyclone 8. As you can see with the track, it doesn't pose a problem for us. It's moving to the north and to the northwest, but could bring some heavy rains to the coast of the Carolinas.
And good morning. Welcome inside Fox Weather First. We're coming to you live both on the Fox Business Network and Fox Weather. I'm Britta Merwin.
And a good Monday morning to you. I'm Craig Herrera. Thanks for spending part of your morning with us, getting ready for what we're watching off the Carolina coast.
Let's get right to it, right? The Carolinas dealing with potential tropical cyclone number 8. Again, remember this designation is important for the National Hurricane Center to allow for tropical storm warnings to go up. That's the only reason why we have the designation, because by the time this is a full-blown tropical storm, the conditions will only continue to deteriorate because it's happening right now. You know, this is an area that's been hard hit already. You think about the impacts that we had from Ernesto, but it was just a year ago that we had Ophelia. Similar area, very eerie comparison when you look at what's going to be happening with what will be Tropical Storm Helene and what we had with Ophelia last year. So here's the latest where we sit this morning across the Carolinas. We have 50-mile-per-hour winds, so the winds are there. What's missing with this is the actual structure of the storm. That internal structure, Craig, has actually not been looking too great over the last several hours, and it's that lack of structure really at the beginning, the center of this storm, that's holding back the ability to call this a tropical storm.
And while you see all the activity on the northern side of there, Britta, we saw the front attached to it. Until it sheds that front and gets that center of circulation, I don't know. It's a close call. Will we get a name or not? We'll have to watch.
But the impacts will feel like that. It's going to feel like a tropical storm.
Right, and that's what you have to prep for, no matter what. So don't let your guard down based on, is it a named storm, is it not?
Because it will feel like a tropical storm whether it has a name or not. The winds are at 50 miles per hour.
And Britta, a lot of these locations, as you mentioned earlier, same spots that dealt with flooding almost a year ago from Ophelia. A lot of the same rivers, a lot of the same inlets, a lot of the same bays. And look at the enhancement as we look at the right at the enhanced satellite. We don't have those big white tops just yet, but we're very close to that. We have a lot of energy here on the northern side of this, and a lot of that is already reaching portions of the coast, Wilmington to Myrtle Beach. And I think especially for the coastal communities, you're going to be dealing with, you talked about a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and you think about the onshore push, the surf. Going to be rough here as well. With tides coming in and the rivers trying to get rid of the water, the fresh water falling from the sky, I think that a lot of that will be a big concern, especially for some of the storm surge, 1 to 3 feet in some cases, from, say, South Santee River to Oregon Inlet, North Carolina, 1 to 3 feet. Same for Neuse Bay Rivers, Pamlico and Pungo Rivers. You remember them, got flooded out last year. You'll be dealing with potentially the same thing with this system.
Look at those thunderstorms right offshore, and that's really around the northern periphery of, you know, the center of circulation. It's going to go right into Wilmington. So the heavy rain, the thunder and lightning, and also the wind impact. I mean, it was a crummy weekend. It's going to be a crummy day today, and tomorrow we have impacts as well. Within these thunderstorms that drift in, watch out for heavy rain that can lead to flooding, as well as some more powerful wind gusts locked up within those thunderstorms. There's a look at Myrtle Beach this morning with moderate rain and winds gusting to 23 miles per hour this morning.
So let's check in with Greg Postel. Greg, what are you seeing with this storm? I mean, we're running out of time for it to really become a true tropical storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not there. It's not even close, and it's not going to have, I don't think, enough time, but it's very impactful. Jen and Alex, as you guys have been mentioning all along, this is a dangerous system. It is a powerful, essentially a nor'easter just off the coast, bringing in all the hazards of heavy rainfall and gusty winds. You mentioned Wilmington right now, gust to 44, just to correct that, what we saw on that live shot. But also, as Alex rightly mentioned, it gusted to 60 miles per hour earlier, and we've seen tropical storm force winds just offshore with this thing. So just a reminder that a low pressure system can have tropical storm and or hurricane force winds without being a tropical cyclone. So that is important to note. But look at all this lightning. Oh my gosh, that thunderstorm is exploding now just south of Wilmington, North Carolina, and near Southport. So extreme lightning frequency there with, again, very gusty winds, very heavy rain. This is a vigorous squall that is moving through the region and is bringing a lot of rain. We've been seeing some rainfall estimates way over a foot, and in some cases closer to 2 feet than 1 foot. Jen and Alex will have more on that, but look at all that heavy rain. This area of, let's say, high rainfall rate, that's to put it mildly, is not moving very much. Flooding is a certainty in this region. So we'll be looking at this system overall as a frontal cyclone. It's got the kinematic properties, meaning it's got the vorticity and convergence that we typically associate with a front. In other words, the wind pattern around it is classical frontal, and also the areas of buoyancy where the air mass is unstable right in there and stable out here. So this is, again, a frontal cyclone, a nor'easter, hugging the coast and doesn't appear to be moving much. And that's a huge problem because that could give us very significant flooding threat here across southern North Carolina. The area of lowest pressure is not in one spot. It's kind of elongated along that zone like the front, which actually is kind of bending out like that and like that. So overall, we'll be watching this move only very slowly, unfortunately, during the next few hours. Again, those areas that are facing the Atlantic coast, we're going to see gusty winds of 30 to 40 plus miles per hour, depending on how hard the rain is coming down. Inland, this is not an inland wind threat, but it is, Alex and Jen, as you guys have been rightly mentioning, a significant inland flooding threat.
Let's get to the tropical update now. That new advisory in on PTC8. Our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry standing by. Michael, with this new advisory, are the forecasters now showing the center of the low is inland?
You got that right, Betty. Yeah, I think that the odds of this certainly shutting down for it to become a tropical storm or a subtropical storm, Helene. The winds have decreased. Now, the winds were as high as 50 miles per hour in this non-tropical area of low pressure. It's a frontal low, but it brought some really blustery conditions to the coast earlier. These are the current gusts, but we saw gusts as high as 67 miles per hour in Wrightsville Beach at Johnny Mercer Pier earlier this morning. So very blustery winds, but it's been the rainfall that's been the big story out of this. 14 to 18 inches to the south of Wilmington there, centered on Carolina Beach at the tip of the Cape Fear area. That's the type of rainfall that we saw in 2023 in the spring with the flooding in Fort Lauderdale. And that's only in a matter of 12 hours. So we saw a tremendous amount of flooding with this system as it moved inland. It's going to bring an additional, maybe even up to 10 inches of rainfall, mainly to the north of where the center is. Elsewhere in the tropics, the only area that we have, at least as a current system, is tropical depression Gordon, that weakened to a tropical depression over the weekend, expected to maybe regain tropical storm status but stay out to sea. I do want to talk really quickly about an area of low pressure that's expected to form come the early to middle part of next week in the Western Caribbean. We're going to see that increase in storminess, and this time of year, anything that gets in the Western Caribbean needs to be watched for us because oftentimes it lifts up our way. Still a ways out there, but we'll certainly keep you updated on this in the days ahead.
Carolina Beach, by the way, got hammered. 18.32 inches of rain reported so far. Holy smokes. And that wasn't the only 18. And as you might have heard over the past couple of days, or past day, I should say, we've been calling this a 1 in 1,000 year rain event, which means you have that 1 divided by 1,000-year chance every year of getting an event like that, albeit it's incredibly rare what happened here in southeastern North Carolina. Remember, PTC8 was always caught up with the front. Could it break away? We had the broad low yesterday with no convection around the lowest pressure to the south when the hurricane hunters went out there. And then they never found a closed low with the convection that finally moved into Carolina Beach and Curry Beach and Wrightsville Beach and all these areas. So we never got Helene out of this, all right, to really no one's surprise. But either way, now you've kind of watched this low move its way across North Carolina with, in some cases, some very beneficial rain once we got from about Charlotte westward, which is where we find the rain. But holy smoke, guys, incredible rainfall totals. I've even seen some unofficial that are over 20 inches as well. So let's talk about this, and you can see it on the radar recap. And Jilbo, I'm going to need you to advance for me because I don't think I have my clicker. I have a green one, but I'm yellow. See that little green marker? And I'm actually yellow. But anyway, you can see the rainfall reports, and they're all really centered in, New Hanover and Brunswick counties, which we had the flash flood warning out. Weather Service was, quick to point that out yesterday. Did we ever go to flash flood emergency? Does anybody know? We never went to flash flood emergency? Interesting. Either way, we definitely had enough to certainly. Kelly, thank you so much for that. Now we're yellow, ladies and gentlemen, and now we're ready to roll. Again, up through I-40. We told you this was going to get all the way to 95 in terms of the heavy rain. This morning, it's up toward Morehead City and Atlantic Beach, but it's not the kind of rainfall that we had yesterday. And notice again, kind of on the legend here, you see this 12 to 18, then 18 plus, that little pocket right there, which is north of Southport, got absolutely hammered. There's Southport, North Carolina, 19 inches. Carolina Beach, 18.32. Again, unofficially, there was a couple of spots that were over 20. But once we got this thing off toward the west, it definitely started drying out. But just to kind of put this into perspective yesterday, a lot of this happened in about 12 to 16 hours, first of all. That 18.32, which is now 19, we'll update that. But, no, Carolina Beach. Okay, 18.3, 24-hour rainfall record, which actually happened way back in 1916, and then the state tropical record, which happened during Hurricane Florence. Remember, Florence came in, Cat 1 stalled out, dumped tremendous rain, on the Lumber River, and Lumberton got absolutely crushed. 1 in 1,000 chance or 0.1% chance of observing these rainfall totals any given year. And that's what we had. So incredibly rare, like winning the $1 billion lottery in through here. But we also had winds, and we told you this yesterday, these would have warranted tropical storm. But again, Molly, they never found a closed center with that part of the low pressure system.
Well, it is going to take quite some time for Brunswick County, North Carolina, to repair all the damage that heavy rain did yesterday to roads and bridges in the community. Now, the water has subsided, but the damage has been revealed. Road after road, we had pavement that gave way. So, I think a lot of times people think it's as simple as water covers the roadway, then it goes away. But in some of these areas, you get the roads buckling, you get the roadway just swept away. And so now these communities have to go out and do a lot of repairs to the infrastructure. It could take weeks, if not longer, Dr. Nab, to get some of these roads and bridges back up and going. You can see that Jeep that clearly thought it was just water covering a roadway, found that the road was missing the hard way.
Yeah, we knew when we were getting 12 to 18 inches of rain in a short period of time yesterday that it was going to cause problems on the roads and to the roads.
Yes, absolutely. So unfortunately, PTC, not a tropical cyclone, but it did bring a lot of rain. What do we have right now? Well, we've got one circle out there officially, Dr. Nab. That is the remnants of Gordon, but there's still plenty that you are watching.
Yeah, number one, Gordon could make a comeback. And number two, I don't think it'll be long before there's a circle drawn over the Western Caribbean, Southern Gulf of Mexico, Central America area, because we've been saying it for days and weeks that favorable conditions in the West Pacific will eventually come to the Atlantic. I think we are on the doorstep of that happening next week. So the relatively dry air and wind shear kind of environment is probably going to change. But for now, it's keeping Gordon at bay, and we've got all these frontal lows out to here. And then Gordon down here is not even a tropical depression anymore. It became too disorganized. However, it's going to be drawn northward by that frontal low, and it's got a lot of warm water to work with. Could make a comeback.
Okay, so Gordon there. It does seem like a lot of our activity thus far has been close to home. Is there anything behind Gordon that could make a run?
Yeah, and by the way, Hurricane Center now is saying 40% chance that
for more
Gordon comes back. And
Gordon part 2.
And it could make landfall in Portugal, so it might be 7 for 7 on landfalling systems. But yes, close to home. Right next to you, you got this upper level trough digging down over the Western Caribbean and tropical waves moving in. They're going to interact as we get to this weekend. So a broad area of low pressure is going to form near Central America and in the Western Caribbean. And now, when you look at the GFS, for example, going out a week, that looks like tropical cyclone formation with that upper level high.
Yeah, and would that likely move north, or is it still undetermined, but we'd have to watch?
Well, when they get in the Western Caribbean, they're going to hit land.
Somewhere.
Yep. And then just to show you what the Euro is doing, brings back Gordon. Also, big area of low pressure, and that's consistent with favorable conditions moving from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Low pressure at the surface, upper level high pressure. That's a sign that movement of the favorable conditions moving in is imminent over the next week. Now, I looked, since 1950, storms forming in the Central to Western Caribbean in late portions of September. I found 8 of them. 5 of them became hurricanes. 4 of them became majors.
And 2 we remember very recent.
Very recent. So if you think the season is over and it hasn't lived up to the seasonal forecast, we still have a couple of months where major hurricanes can happen. Now, maybe it'll be a weaker storm stay south, but we've got to be getting ready for at least a possibility next week of something significant coming toward the U.S.
We saw it with Ian. Definitely worth watching. Doc Bab, thanks. Coming up, our coverage continues on the Weather Channel, Storm Center at 5.
In the meantime, let's get to the tropical update. Of course, we are watching to see if we'll get another named storm anytime soon. So let's check in with our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, when we do get the next storm, the name will be Helene. This time last year, we were on the N named storm.
Yeah, Betty, when you look across the Atlantic right now, I mean, for September, it's not a bad look. We only have 2 systems that we're monitoring for possible development. One of those in the Eastern Atlantic, that is the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Gordon. May redevelop, but we're not focused on that one because it's far away from us and not expected to hit any land areas. We're going to talk about that little kidney bean-shaped area there in the Western Caribbean. 20% chance right now from the Hurricane Center, but we'll need to watch this one for next week, not for this week. It's all part of this big, broad, sprawling area of low pressure and storminess called the Central American Gyre. It's a mouthful, but within the Central American Gyre, we have these little areas of spin or rotation, these lobes, and sometimes these little lobes can come together and form a defined area of low pressure, and that's what our computer models are showing for the middle part of next week. This is a sort of quasi-present system throughout the hurricane season, the Central American Gyre, but it's most active in late September, early October. The big question is, does it develop? Where does it develop? And then where does it head? Our computer model is kind of all over the place right now because we're so far out. If it develops farther to the east, obviously that would be a concern for us because it could get drawn up our way to the north, maybe toward the Gulf Coast, to the west, maybe even toward Mexico. So a lot of questions here, Nicole and Calvin, left unanswered, but certainly we'll keep you posted as the picture becomes a little clearer.
We continue keeping a close eye on 3 different areas in the tropics for you. 2 of them are out in the open Atlantic and are not posing a threat as of now.
The others in the Gulf with chances of becoming a tropical development. Let's get over to our hurricane specialist, John Morales, joining us live right now with what you need to know at home. Hi, John.
Hi guys, good to see you as we head into the weekend here. Let me say right off the bat, there is nothing imminent that we need to be concerned about here in South Florida. So go into the weekend, relaxed and not anxious about whatever's out there, because frankly, there are some areas where there's nothing out there, and we're going to show that to you in just a second. Let me start with this broad view of the Atlantic, and you'll see this area over here, the remnant of Gordon, out in the Atlantic, still being monitored by the National Hurricane Center. Another area of circulation here, northeast of the Caribbean, very slim chances for that to form. And then you look over here and, well, there's nothing. But we're going to talk about that in a second, even if there is nothing. Just a 10% chance of those 2 systems way out in the middle of the Atlantic. No concern there whatsoever. And then this one has a medium chance. And well, again, there's nothing there right now. So how is it possible that we already have a medium chance? Well, because computer forecast models have been indicating that there should be an uptick in activity thunderstorm activity in that area, which would eventually lead to the possible formation of a tropical depression, storm, or hurricane, which, after it forms, could head just about anywhere. We really don't know what's going to happen because, if nothing is formed yet, how could we possibly know what it's going to do, right? There's nothing there yet, and we may see development by the middle of next week. Now, having said all that, let me tell you that there is robust support from computer forecast models that a tropical storm could form. And the only exception is the venerable European model, which is very, very good. It does not show much development in the area. But the American model and the German model and the Navy model and the Canadian model, they all have some kind of tropical storm or hurricane forming. And then, well, where does it go? Big question marks. We're not really sure. So if it does form, and that wouldn't be until the middle of next week, with possible impacts on the U.S. or Mexico towards the next weekend, not this weekend. Well, if it does form, it would be named Helene, and it would be the 8th tropical storm of the year. We've had 7 so far. We are running officially below average for this date. We should have already have 9 tropical storms. We're on par with hurricanes. We're below normal. A season is quickly becoming slower than average for named tropical storms and for hurricanes, and we will take it. And now let's check local weather.
All right, next weather meteorologist Dave Warren is joining us now with a look at the tropics. And Dave, we are seeing some developments in the Gulf that we'll be watching closely this week.
Yes, very closely here. Right now it's in the Western Caribbean, and it will slowly work its way to the north, to northwest here over the next 48 hours. Does not look like much yet, and it is not, just a little disorganized. It's an area of low pressure, big area of low pressure, but the clouds and showers associated with that are right there. And this is the area that we're watching for potential development, as we've been talking about, likely seeing a high development potential, and that's what we have right now. And it's just one of the forecast models that just shows you how it's really trying to get together as it moves to the northwest. But it's right here, Wednesday morning, moving between Cuba and the Yucatan, where it really looks to be intensifying here. And what's causing this motion? Big area of high pressure is pushing this off to the west. As it moves north, the jet stream dipping south up front will try to turn this to the northeast here. So when that turn occurs is a big key here for the impacts along the Gulf Coast. It is now an area being investigated, so we're starting to see initial information coming in as far as forecast models go, and that turn to the west is something we'll watch closely here by Tuesday to Wednesday, moving here between the Gulf, between the Yucatan and Cuba. Now, as it moves north, it will be going over not only very warm water, but very deep warm water. So likely we could be looking at a very intense hurricane moving to the north here through the Gulf. That'll be Thursday and even early Friday. Looks like it'll be just staying to our west, but we're watching this one very closely here.
Knowing your zone is key because, again, they don't want everyone just getting out into the highways and clogging them up, but you want to make sure you know your zone because that's how they evacuate by way of zone. All right, Dr. Postel, I understand we got some new information from the National Hurricane Center.
We do. This is likely to become a hurricane, and in the official explicit forecast from the Hurricane Center, a major hurricane, well, they're close to it anyway, 95 knots, 110 miles per hour as it moves northward pretty quickly across the eastern Gulf of Mexico. I don't have the cone for you, unfortunately, right now, but what I'm watching is where this thing is as we speak. And it is over the Western Caribbean. We'll be updating, of course, the cone and all that stuff you need to know in the coming minutes. But what we've got here is a broad area of low pressure. The center of circulation near the surface is not particularly well defined. It is large. It's hard to know exactly because we're reliant here on model data and some remote sensing techniques. But the idea is that let's just say the center is about there. A lot of the thunderstorm activity is distributed on its periphery. That's a sign that there's certainly some wind shear imparted on it from that west or west-southwest direction, which is kind of what we thought all along, right? This whole thing was going to get initiated, or at least early organization was associated with a dip in the jet stream that came into the region. And that was a large driver of what we're seeing right now. Right, you heard a lot about Central American gyres, and while that is certainly part of the equation, this is a particular type of Central American gyre that is reliant on a dip in the jet stream nearby and the effects associated with that getting things going, and that's what's ongoing right now. So there it is. You know, you look at the thunderstorms, you think, okay, well, what do I have to worry about here? It's so far away, and it doesn't look particularly threatening. That's now, but it is going to change over the coming hours. And Abby, would you be able to advance my clicker? It seems to have died once again. Not that one, but maybe we can go to a different shot to show you the wind shear on this particular system, which looks like that. There's the remnants of that upper trough, and right now it is in no hurry to get a lot stronger. That's today, but it will change over time. It is over a very moist air mass. If you go to the next graphic, you can see sort of a measure of the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere over the region, and there is a lot of it right near where the area, that broad area of low pressure is. So this is some of the area of very high moisture content that's going to be gradually feeding those thunderstorms over time, and it's going to take a little time before this is becoming really noticeable, we think, on the weather charts. But animating this forward from today, you think, there we go. I think I can start to see something by tomorrow, by early Wednesday. We could have some pretty rough conditions near Cancun or parts of Western Cuba as this thing right about there gets better and better organized. This is only one model, but a lot of them are doing the same thing. Strengthening a tropical cyclone, probably through tropical storm status into hurricane status as early as Wednesday. Hopefully not bothering anybody far enough offshore the west coast of Florida, but we don't know yet. If you keep this map here, Abby, I got to show you that we really need to watch everywhere along the Florida coast. Again, these are lines for potentially where the center of circulation goes, knowing full well it is understood that the impacts spread outside of that. But even now, there's a pretty broad area of possible landfall locations, and that does include maybe Alabama or Mississippi on one side, all the way to the Florida mid-coast on the western side. That's the other edge of this swath. So there is uncertainty here. But no matter which trajectory you take, it is going to be moving over warm water. This map shows you how warm the water is. It is plenty warm enough to support a high-end major hurricane, not just the water temperatures, but the depth of that warm water as well. Here's some good news, and I'm not saying it's going to completely counterbalance what I was just showing you, but we can hope that enough wind shear and some drier air lurking nearby will get into the circulation. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. You need to be prepared along those areas that I showed you in the northern Gulf Coast and western Florida for a landfall of potentially a significant hurricane. But it is possible that some dry air that is very well forecasted by the models to be so close, if it gets in there, it could really help out and reduce some of the higher end scenarios and not make it as strong as otherwise. So again, fingers crossed on that. We'll be watching that. There's a lot of uncertainty yet in the intensity forecasts, as we see naturally. But what's a little bit more certain than the intensity is whether or not it's a high-end major hurricane or a strong tropical storm or a Cat 1. It's going to bring the rain, and it's going to bring the coastal flooding. Here's an example of the rainfall that we think, Alex, is going to be moving in from the Gulf into the southeastern U.S., so be prepared for that. Big cities included, like Atlanta.
Live, the news on NBC6 starts now.
We begin with the tropics and a live look at potential tropical cyclone 9. The storm is expected to strengthen into a hurricane as it makes its way into the Gulf of Mexico.
Governor Ron DeSantis has issued a state of emergency in 41 counties in the northern part of the state and the Panhandle. First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips is in the studio with the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Just happened right now. Ryan.
Okay, Jackie, Juwan, good evening to you. Let's start with the headline now. A tropical storm watch has just been issued for the lower Florida Keys. That's from the 7 Mile Bridge west to Key West and offshore to the Dry Tortugas. That is information bit number one. I'll show you number two here in just a moment. Let's look at what we're talking about here. We go all the way down to the Northwest Caribbean. There's the Cayman Islands, just for reference. There's Jamaica off to the east. Here's where the system is. It may not look all that organized. It's not yet. That's part of the reason it's potential tropical cyclone 9, but soon likely to unfold into a tropical storm and then in a hurried fashion into a hurricane. So again, PTC9, latest advisory, still much the same. A lot of the information you've been seeing already today. 35-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the north-northwest at about 7. We will bring it most likely right through the Yucatan Channel. without much interference or friction from land masses either to the east in Cuba or to the west in Mexico, and then into a favorable environment where this system will be able to thrive and therefore intensify and perhaps rapidly. As it advances across the Gulf waters, the new piece of information is now the official forecast reflects a major hurricane inbound for the Florida Panhandle or Big Bend area as we go through the latter portion of the week. In the meantime, not to focus so much on the forecast cone, but outside of that and the impacts that run all the way down to the Keys, the threat for heavy rainfall, surge, isolated severe storms, and for the lower Keys, gusty winds. Again, a tropical storm watch now in effect for the lower Florida Keys. We'll talk more about our local impacts coming up in just a few minutes, guys.
We want to take you to the EPAC now. The Pacific is actually looking at some action too. We're tracking Hurricane John in the eastern Pacific, and you're looking out towards Mexico, where we are getting in on some of those impacts already as we head into the evening hours. And this has quickly intensified, this storm here, John, into a Cat 2 storm. Earlier in the day, we actually had it scale back to tropical storm status. Already winds up to 100 miles per hour, and it's moving into the north, or towards the north, I should say, at 6 miles per hour, getting ready to make some sort of landfall within the next, say, couple of hours or into early tomorrow. Here's where we stand when it comes to the warnings that are in place. We have tropical storm warnings out towards Salina Cruz, and then elsewhere, all the way up towards Acapulco, we have a hurricane warning in place. I talked about how this has been undergoing rapid intensification. It doesn't have much more to go through as we head into the next, say, 24 hours. By tomorrow morning, maybe we get winds up to 120 miles per hour as it gets ready to make that landfall. By tomorrow evening into the afternoon into the evening, I should say, we start to see this weaken as it makes its landfall. And then as we head into early Wednesday, subtropical storm status at that point. So here's where we stand. Again, very close. The eye of the storm continues to track a little farther to the north, right along the coast before making some type of landfall, maybe closer towards Acapulco as we head into early tomorrow morning. But notice that rain, it stretches all the way down through Salina Cruz as this just continues to spin as we watch into the latter half of the week, eventually making that landfall and then falling apart inland over the next couple of days. So we'll be watching all of these impacts over parts of Mexico, certainly looking at things like landslides, significant flooding along the coastal areas. And then as we head up into that mountainous terrain, that's where we could see the good chances of maybe some landslides that could be pretty dangerous inland too. When we talk about the rain totals, notice that we have these deep shadings of purple, 24 to 30 inches of rain expected right along the coast, just south of Acapulco as this continues to make that landfall. So Steve, I think the biggest challenge here is probably going to be those flood coastal concerns, as we could see well over 2 feet of rain as this makes its landfall.
Here's a picture out of Puerto Escondido, that's out in Mexico, where we have Major Hurricane John. That is now a Category 3 rapid intensification. One of 2 storms we're monitoring within the same general area. That does include PTC8, expected to be Helene coming up very soon. Beyond that, we do have another area to watch across the main development region, and it does have pretty high odds at developing into maybe our next named storm, but at the very least a tropical depression. The National Hurricane Center giving it a 70% chance over the next 7 days, so the higher likelihood. The good news here, though, is that it's trending towards the north. We see mostly this due west motion, and then finally it kicks up towards the northwest, which would then leave it away from the Lesser Antilles, away from Bermuda, and thankfully away from the U.S. as well. We've got enough to deal with soon-to-be Helene, honestly. The exclusive Fox model, though, showing that development, rotation rapidly beginning to organize that little circle, that magnifying glass that you're looking at, a little bit behind of where this development is trending. So it's trending a little bit faster than what it usually was, but certainly the Lesser Antilles, you're in a better spot with this. But bringing things back to closer to home, at the very least, we have Hurricane John, Category 3. That's a new update from what they had back at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The winds now 120 miles per hour. So the fact that John was able to turn into a major hurricane, especially hugging land basically throughout its entire life cycle, is impressive, to say the least. And we had that tight center of circulation really wrapping up and bringing unfortunate impacts to areas just towards the south of Acapulco, an area that was hit by Hurricane Otis just last year. That storm name was retired because of the damage and loss of life it caused across Mexico.
So again, this is a very dangerous storm that we are talking about. And now, Greg, we finally have Tropical Storm Helene. So as expected, and of course forecast to become a major hurricane line by Thursday.
Exactly. And I don't think the thinking has changed since, a few hours ago. This is behaving like the playbook thought it would. Kelly, thank you very much. Let's have a look, zoomed in version of the cone and what we're thinking as we go through Thursday. Kelly talked about this already, but it doesn't hurt to show it again. Those of us in North Florida, in Northwest Florida, along the West Coast, heads up, a very powerful hurricane is likely to be moving rapidly northbound during the day on Thursday. Look, from Thursday morning to Thursday evening, it traverses a very large part of the Gulf of Mexico. So it's going to be rocketing its way northbound, and hopefully the worst of the weather, let's say, stays west of Tampa. But because it's going to be such a big storm, we are likely to see significant storm surge even well outside of the cone, with that onshore southwesterly wind likely at a pretty high velocity still, impacting many of us in Western Florida. And then, of course, the inland threats, because it's moving quickly, will be carried hundreds of miles inland. So that's something to be concerned about as well for those of us in Georgia and areas nearby, likely on Friday. But zooming in onto what it looks like now, we're starting to see some signs that the system is better organized, as expected, than it was, let's say, 12 hours ago. There is a little area of rotation right there. Can you see that? It's actually really cool. A little vortex moved away from the area of showers and thunderstorms and has now found itself all alone. Now, I'm not sure that's the primary one. I don't think it is. There is another one hiding underneath there as well. But either way, if you imagine the center, let's say somewhere in there, the area of lowest pressure is still on the western edge or envelope of the larger area of convection or thunderstorm activity, indicating still some wind shear over the system overall. And that is the case. That's what we saw yesterday, and that appears to be so right now. You can see where the Hurricane Center placed their low, and most of the bright clouds here in this enhanced satellite view over on the eastern edge of it. This is a sign of a very young, youthful, and sheared tropical cyclone, meaning the winds aloft are coming in like that, and they're coming in and helping to push and develop some of the thunderstorms on the eastern edge of it. Yet the center at low altitudes, unaffected by that high altitude wind, remains here to the west of it. This area of upper level low and this area of upper level high are doing that for us. Thank you, and thank you them for keeping this thing in check, because otherwise it could be potentially stronger without that wind shear. If this system, Helene, is in a very moist environment, very obviously this is characteristic of the Western Caribbean, and that is going to help it gather some of those thunderstorms over the center eventually once that wind shear slackens a little bit. And it might not happen in the next few hours, but maybe later on today and tonight, as overall the system moves from the Caribbean into the Gulf, we do expect the wind shear to go down a little bit. And that is not good, because that will allow some of those thunderstorms to gather over the center of circulation at low altitudes. And you can have that coupling between high and low, and we can see a well-defined hurricane as we move into the late Wednesday, early Thursday time frame. Thankfully, well east of, let's say, the southwest Florida coast. Even so, because it's a big circulation, and even right now, a lot of the bad weather, remember, is on the east side of it. We could still see some impactful weather and gusty winds there, despite the center being hundreds of miles away. We think right now still that the core is to remain the hurricane force winds west of Tampa. But this is only one forecast. There are other options that bring that kind of weather to Tampa, so we need to keep that in mind. But the most likely scenario is that the core stays west of Tampa. That still brings an onshore wind, a strong gusty onshore wind, to many of us along the west coast of Florida, leading to significant and potentially life-threatening storm surge there as well, even if the worst of the weather is well to the west.
All right, there's another hurricane that was out there that made some news yesterday. Hurricane John made landfall last night as a major Category 3 storm, and you can see the landslide right here in Oaxaca, Mexico. Oaxaca? Oaxaca.
Yeah.
See, you're better at that.
That's okay.
Life-threatening winds and flash flooding are a continued threat right there. Yeah, that's just a scary situation. You remember Otis last year? It did a big-time strengthening. Remember, it was tropical storm to a Category 5 in a day. This one went up from a tropical storm to 120-mile-per-hour winds. That was in a day. So rapid intensification.
I just talked about this a little bit. And when you look at the storms that are in the eastern Pacific, we're not flying planes into them as often.
Right.
So we tend to get caught off guard a little bit more with these. And, this wasn't quite Otis, right? But the fact that it did such an intense rapid intensification right before it made landfall. Here's the thing with this one. I think this is going to be a really big story because it's going to drop so much rain. I mean, you know,
That's the forecast.
The rain that was in the forecast was literally off of our color table.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Yeah,
have,
it was a bullseye. It really was a bullseye. It went to 20 to 30, and then we had to redo the colors.
30
again 'cause
plus.
it ran out. Yeah.
It's
How do you like that that cone?
Well, when I see that cone, that shows you obviously like a
It's
lot
hitting
of
the mountains, not going
It's
anywhere.
very interesting, right? There is a chance it could get out off the coast and maybe re-strengthen a little bit.
Yeah, let's look at it.
I think regardless of what it does, whether it actually gets off the coast and re-strengthens or it stays inland, the big story here is rain. Look at this. I mean
it's
look how
just
much
sitting
rain
out
that
there.
is.
We are still looking at Thursday into Thursday afternoon now, stretching at the Thursday evening. That's Thursday, 7 o'clock. Still the rain is out
And
there.
you remember what it was like, Carolina Beach, when just for a couple of hours you had intense rain over an area, and that was devastating flooding. You add in some terrain in a spot like this, and you know, much longer duration rain that's going to be extremely heavy. I think it's going to be some devastating flooding.
By the way, this is the rain left to come, Ari. This is not counting how much they've already seen, which you're talking about 5 to 10 in some spots. Add an additional 24 to 30, it says on this one. So you mudslides, we've already seen that happen. That's going to be a major, big deal.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And, you know, I know we're talking a lot about the system that's in the Gulf, but this is obviously it's a really big story. I mean, especially considering what Acapulco dealt with last year. That was more of a wind problem, right? I mean, that was a totally devastating storm when it came to the wind. And now we've got one where the flooding is going to be the big issue.
Local 10 News starts right now.
Off the top at 5 o'clock, a new storm is taking aim at Florida. The system now forecast to strengthen into Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall along the Big Bend.
And the storm could become a major Category 3 hurricane. And right now, South Florida is not in the cone of concern, but the lower Keys are under a tropical storm warning. Our Weather Authority team is here with the latest advisory. Let's kick things off with our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis.
It is really going to be something to watch this one evolve. It is starting to become better organized. The new stats are in. If you were with us just last half hour, the maximum sustained winds were at 45 miles per hour. Those winds now up to 50 miles per hour, and the pressure has come down a bit. Was 999 millibars, now 995 millibars. Moving west-northwest at 12 miles per hour. The center of Tropical Storm Helene, 150 miles south of the western tip of Cuba, so it's still over the northwest Caribbean Sea. It is still forecast to pull out toward the Gulf of Mexico come Wednesday, where it continues to draw from very warm waters and strengthen to a Category 3 hurricane and head for a landfall in the vicinity of the Big Bend of Florida. You can see those areas in the orange. Those are the hurricane watches on that west side of Florida. And then, of course, we mentioned the fact that the lower Keys, right here close to home, we are under a tropical storm warning. So with this new advisory, not a whole lot changing for us here in Broward, Dade, and the Keys, expecting the same. Tomorrow into Thursday, we need to be prepared for winds that gust 40, maybe 50 miles per hour in and around the lower Keys. And with that, let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, we were just talking about the sheer size of this system, and with such a sizable system, will the calling card for this one wind up being more, say, the storm surge than the rain for a place like the Big Bend?
It could be, Betty, and the rainfall is nothing to thumb our noses at either, because this being so large is going to have a big footprint, not just in Florida, but across the southeast U.S. Here's that latest information, Betty, as you just showed from the National Hurricane Center, the new advisory in, winds ticking up to 50 miles per hour. I mentioned last hour about this buoy about 20 miles away from where Helene was. The pressure's continuing to fall. The pressure's at 995 at that buoy, and that's what the Hurricane Center cited for lowering the pressure. So this is a gradually organized storm. When you look at the satellite picture, the visible satellite picture, this is a healthy outflow. The winds, the wind flow around the system has improved considerably throughout the day. You can see outflow well established on all sides. What's been missing is the central convection or thunderstorm activity right over where the center is, and we're seeing that beginning to blossom and spread to the west, which could be indicative of this beginning a gradual strengthening process. Once it gets over the Gulf of Mexico, as Betty talked about, this is expected to take off very quickly and could become a formidable Category 3 hurricane. Take a look at the storm surge here. The forecast is for 10 to 15 feet of potential catastrophic storm surge into the neck of Florida there, the west coast of Florida on the Gulf side, anywhere from Alligator Point down to Crystal River, including Cedar Key, Steinhatchee. These are all areas that have recently experienced big storm impacts. Hurricane Debbie this year, Hurricane Idalia last year. And the update here for the storm surge alerts, we have storm surge warnings up for much of the west coast of Florida. It includes Tampa Bay now and Charlotte Harbor into Port Charlotte. So you're going to see these watches and warnings just creep up the coast as this moves to the north. Now here's the rainfall forecast. We're going to get some rain bands from this system because, as Betty said, this is so large. This is one of the largest systems that I've seen forecast for the eastern Gulf of Mexico in some time. 2 to 4 inches here in South Florida. Localized flooding could be an issue, but then spreading well inland into North Georgia, the Tennessee Valley, into western Carolinas. This could be a big flood event deep into the southeast U.S. Of course, something we'll keep you posted on. Back to you.
Y comenzamos esta noche con la trayectoria de la tormenta tropical Helene, a punto de convertirse en un poderoso huracán que se dirige a la Florida.
Hoy se aumentó el número de condados de emergencia aquí. Ahora son 61 de los 67 que conforman la Florida. Hay evacuaciones, cierre de escuelas y aquí en Telemundo 51 tenemos cobertura de equipo desde uno de los sitios de posible impacto y acá en el estudio con Ariel Rodríguez, con quien comenzamos. Ariel, ¿cómo pinta el panorama?
Bueno, a estas horas de la noche lo preocupante es que se ha enfatizado el pronóstico cuando llegue a tocar tierra. Ahora se espera que toque tierra con vientos de 120 millas por hora. También es preocupante ver esta forma que está tomando. Es una forma embriónica, así le decimos a estos sistemas cuando están en ese proceso de estructurarse mejor. Y todo indica que ese es el caso. Se encuentra unas 100 millas el centro de Cozumel y se está moviendo hacia el sector oeste-noroeste. Los vientos han aumentado 60 millas por hora, la presión está descendiendo y esto es indicativo de que este sistema tiene ansias de convertirse en huracán en el transcurso de las horas de la madrugada. Ese va a ser el caso. Cuando esté pasando muy cerca de Cancún, ya sería un huracán categoría 1. Luego se adentra a las aguas del Golfo de México, extremadamente cálidas, muy por encima de lo que es normal para esta época del año, y luego convirtiéndose en categoría 2 cuando esté pasando justo al oeste de los Cayos de Florida bien temprano el jueves. Ahora, vea un poquito más hacia el norte, estaría tocando tierra el jueves en la noche con vientos de 120 millas por hora, es lo que se está perfilando en estos momentos. Y ese anillo de vientos que se extiende a 175 millas del centro va a comenzar a sentirse en los Cayos de la Florida en el transcurso de las horas de la tarde mañana y eventualmente en la noche y madrugada del jueves va a comenzar a sentirse a través de toda la costa oeste. Obviamente acá tenemos en rojo los vientos huracanados. Esos no se van a sentir acá en el suroeste, pero sí estarían llegando ya a las costas del centro norte de la Florida en el transcurso de la noche del jueves. Nosotros podríamos ver ráfagas incluso de tormenta tropical, pero hay que decir que en estos momentos ni Miami-Dade, ni Broward, ni el condado Palm Beach están bajo ningún tipo de alerta. Ese no es el caso para los Cayos, que sí están bajo un aviso de tormenta tropical. Más adelante hablo del pronóstico, los espero.
Really tough comments to hear.
Yeah.
And the reality is it's coming. It's coming no matter what. And so we just have to embrace the reality and prepare as best as we can.
And I think talking with some people here who have family members in the area, they're talking about what they need to do, and you can never take a storm like this lightly. It has moved into the Yucatan Strait just outside of Cozumel. At this point, it has started to stack. And take a look at what it looked like Tuesday afternoon, about 431 miles wide. This storm is not only expected to intensify, but grow, as it already has. Britta, this morning, 641 miles is what we're looking at with the distance across the storm.
So the diameter of the storm has grown by over 200 miles, but also you can see the difference in the structure. Yesterday, we had a tilted system that didn't have a lot of integrity. Now, less than 24 hours later, this area of circulation is vertically stacked, and we have a lot more thunderstorm activity at the center of that circulation. So what we're seeing on satellite this morning is showing that we have a storm that has really gotten its act together. And the concern was, is this structure going to be in place before it gets to the Gulf of Mexico? Because that would allow this system to really monopolize and really take advantage of the heat content, all the energy that's locked up in the Gulf of Mexico. And unfortunately, the reality is it has. In fact, we're already seeing impacts from the outer rain bands in Florida this morning.
Here's kind of a zoomed in look at the cone from the National Hurricane Center, showing you where they expect the center to go. And that is potentially right over Tallahassee late Thursday night, and of course bringing dangerous impacts with hurricane force wind gusts perhaps over 100 miles per hour along the coast. That may include Tallahassee as well, and carrying those impacts well inland. We'll go through all of them, and you can expect what they might be with that damaging wind. Of course, extreme storm surge, inundation values over 10 feet above normally dry ground, especially along and to the right of where the center ultimately makes landfall later on tomorrow evening. This is going to be a very impactful event with, of course, a lot of heavy rain as well and freshwater flooding to contend with, especially especially inland. So this is not going to be, of course, just a coastal event. It's going to track well inland. We'll talk about that later. But overall, I kind of want to get a sense of what we have right now in front of us when we're talking about Helene, nearly a hurricane. The most recent update was as a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, but just a few miles per hour here and there, and we're in hurricane category. Here's some of the observations that I've gotten right now. Cancun, 25, gust to 38. It may not seem like a lot given the presentation on the satellite pictures, but trust me, there are stronger winds inside of that. And the way we can tell is the hurricane hunters are in there to give us that vital information. Here's the NOAA reconnaissance mission in Helene, and you can see it flying its pattern as it normally does, slicing and dicing its way through. We received a vortex message, actually a couple of them very recently, and they're telling us that at flight level, the winds are very strong at about 8,000 feet above the surface on this inbound trajectory right in there about an hour and a half ago or so. The flight level wind maximum was about 74 miles per hour. The pressure down to 981. I might add, the pressure is dropping, and that is a sign that eventually the winds will catch up to it and get even stronger than that. But remember, this is a very large circulation, and that matters a lot because you might expect a 981 pressure to be associated with a stronger wind than that. Well, it's about the gradient of the pressure, right? When it's spread out over a big storm, a low pressure doesn't typically bring the highest of all the winds that you might think of. But still, we're going to be dealing with, of course, a likely major hurricane landfall later on tomorrow evening. And the impacts will be spread far and wide. That's the downside of a big circulation when you have those impacts extending over a very large area.
Buenas tardes, Helene. Buenas tardes, Jorge. De hecho, tenemos imágenes en vivo de cómo luce la situación en Cancún a esta hora de la tarde. No se puede apreciar porque esa cámara está un poco empañada, pero hay vientos fuertes llegando a la región. Ya se sienten esos periodos de lluvia intensa precisamente en el extremo este de la península de Yucatán. Ya es un huracán categoría 1 con vientos de 80 millas por hora. Miren la amplitud de este sistema tropical. Noten que los nublados al norte llegan justamente hacia el norte de Florida y hacia el este. Esos nublados están llegando, señores, a la porción oriental de la isla de Cuba. Está ya a unas 500 millas al sur-suroeste de la bahía de Tampa. Va a continuar su movimiento por el Golfo, fortaleciéndose rápidamente. Para esta tarde sería un huracán categoría 2 con vientos de 100 millas por hora. Mañana en la mañana un categoría 3 con vientos de 120 millas por hora y con vientos de 125 millas por hora. Un categoría 3 fortalecido debería estar arribando a la porción norte de Florida en las próximas horas del jueves en la tarde, señores. El gran problema es que ustedes vieron que esto es un monstruo muy grande. Por eso los efectos se van a sentir a lo largo y ancho de toda Florida. Y es que precisamente más o menos ese diámetro de este huracán está muy cercano a las 400 millas. Pudiera ser el segundo, si no el tercero más grande en la historia del Atlántico. Noten que debido a esa amplitud y por los efectos que vamos a sentir, en zona roja está las personas que van a sentir condiciones de huracán, y en azul nosotros acá bajo aviso por tormenta tropical. Eso es precisamente lo que pudiéramos estar esperando en las próximas horas, condiciones de tormenta tropical. En específico, ¿qué es lo que va a estar llegando a nuestra área? En el próximo segmento te cuento.
The winds of tropical storm force could be arriving tomorrow morning into midday, but you don't want to leave yourself with only a short amount of time after waking up tomorrow to get to a safe place and racing the arrival of high water and tropical storm force winds. Again, we have to focus on what this is forecast to become. Don't wait for it to become a major hurricane to convince yourself to get ready for a major hurricane, because rapid intensification is highly likely. Now that the system has a well-defined inner core, it has already feasted off the warm waters of the northwestern Caribbean, and it has more warm water here over the southeastern and eastern Gulf of Mexico. Certainly has that increasingly scary look, but we can channel whatever fear we've got looking at this system and this forecast scenario with preparation today. There is time to get ready for the wind and water at the coast and inland. Look at all that additional warm water there with the loop current here in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and the atmospheric conditions, unfortunately, are cooperating very well. And there's this tremendous outflow and an outflow channel on the north side that this upper level trough is enhancing to give this system every advantage, unfortunately, to strengthen and to become very large. This kind of upper level outflow pattern is also going to help it get horizontally large, and then this trough is going to accelerate it northward, and this becomes a cutoff low, so it accelerates it across the Gulf of Mexico. Strong, fast-moving, large hurricane moves quickly inland all the way into northern Georgia and then loops around the cutoff low and weakens Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Hurricane hunters have been out there today. A flight just finished their survey, as a matter of fact, and there you see from this morning as the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters were flying into the storm, and looks like they were near the center of circulation. Not really an eye yet. There were big openings in the band kind of wrapping around trying to form an eye. We see signs on the satellite picture now that that eye may be very well trying to get itself organized there. Look right there. Watch it wrap around. See in the later pictures, you can kind of make out that you still have a gap over here, but what's happening is this dry air that's been wrapping in is getting mixed out. So underneath of this, if you've been watching us, you know that that's very warm water. It's record warm for this time of year. Well, warm water holds more moisture, so that moisture gets lifted into the hurricane and just kind of moistens the dry air, and that eye structure forming. Once that eye structure wraps around, then we have the mechanics. It's like having the engine tuned up, and now the system can run. And so all expectations are this is just going to grow. You saw hundreds of miles away an outer band there moving through St. Pete Beach, and then here we can see these bands developing. See, these are all thunderstorms in these strong bands where there'll be healthy downpours extending far out to the east from the circulation.
I should mention that already I've been tracking a gusty rain band lifting in around the Key West area, winds gusting to 38 miles per hour. I'll bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry, now. Michael, we are expecting the winds to get even stronger gusts, tropical storm force later tonight for the Keys. But let's just talk about this system and the changes we're noting with the forecast. Cat 4.
Betty, it's hard to overstate how consequential this hurricane will be on this forecast. This is a big forecast from the Hurricane Center. Not only are they telling us that this is expected to be a Category 4 hurricane, they're saying, and I'll show you this in a minute when we show you the track, that between where their sort of last forecast point is before landfall and landfall, it could even get stronger than that. Here's the latest information. Betty just showed it to you, but I'll reiterate. Winds at 85 miles per hour, pressures down to 978. A Hurricane Hunter airplane is headed out there right now, and we'll get some information from them momentarily in terms of what the actual pressures are. These are estimates from the Hurricane Center. But look at the forecast track here. This is taking it into not only the Big Bend, but into a very populated part of the Big Bend, into the state capital there in Tallahassee. The forecast track really square on Leon County, into Wakulla County at the coast, Franklin County. These are all areas under a hurricane warning, winds of 130 miles per hour. But the Hurricane Center again saying that in their latest discussion that this could be even stronger between where that point is at Thursday afternoon and when it makes landfall, probably sometime on Thursday evening. In terms of how big this hurricane is, you can see that just based on the extent of the wind alerts right now. We have wind watches and warnings all the way up into parts of the southeast U.S. and the lower Appalachians, including the entire state of Georgia. As this accelerates, this is also going to be a very gusty hurricane. So those are sustained winds of 130 plus miles per hour, but the gust could be 140, 150, 160 miles per hour. So this really just has everything with it. We'll talk about the storm surge here in just a minute. Here's the satellite picture. You can see it coiling up. The Hurricane Hunter plane just now getting into the center of this and giving us information on what's happening, which we'll bring to you here throughout the hour. In terms of the wind field of this, there have only been 4 other hurricanes that have been as big as this one in the Gulf of Mexico this century, and those have all been devastating, some of our biggest in terms of damaging hurricanes that we've seen. The storm surge, though, is the big issue here and the big concern. 12 to 18 feet of potentially catastrophic storm surge into parts of the Big Bend.
Let's dive into the latest, what we have been seeing here, and it's so important. I've been getting a chance to talk with Cody behind me here. As much as we talk about our teams that are out in the field, we got to give some love to the people you don't see behind the scenes, because they're hurricane specialists. They are getting this crucial data. One thing I want to pinpoint is this right here. When you're watching for the core, we just talked about the hurricane hunters. They're flying in. We said this core is becoming more well-defined, right? One thing you're looking for is what's called these high towers. There's hot towers, this kind of an eruption of energy that burst around that circulation. Well, Cody just kind of tapped me on the shoulder while we were talking with Keanu. He's like, I think I see one. So he's going to zoom in. This is another signal. It's a minute sign, but shows you right here, this area, that eastern side where the NOAA P3 flight that came in right into this direction registered a concentrated wind field. A long duration of hurricane force winds coincides right where there's that high tower, right? That's just showing you that's gaining in that elevation, or I should say vertical lift, showing you that there's this punch of kind of energy. This is that plane flight that we were just talking about. This zone right in here. If you didn't know what you were looking at and you kind of just glance over this, you're saying, I see a bunch of arrows. That's why we dive into this. If you look at this, this is 4 barbs showing you at least 60 to 100 mile per hour winds, another wind field right here. What this tells me when I'm watching this is this slow crawl through the channel into the eastern Gulf, right on the eastern side of that core where we talk about the dirty side, that northeast quadrant. It's healthy right now, which means the signal overnight is that we're going to have a strong and a serious storm on our hand throughout the entire day tomorrow. I'm not just talking about landfall. I'm talking about the entire peninsula of Florida. Look at this. The outer bands already hitting Ian and Brandy in Tampa. We just talked with Kiana. She's even getting some of those spurts all the way up in Tallahassee. I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles away, already feeling the impacts. We're going to continue our coverage. Take a listen to what this storm's been like. That's in the Yucatan Peninsula that took a pounding from Helene throughout the day today. I mean, vantage point, you can't see much beyond the trees in the foreground. And those palm fronds, by the way, that's the natural ecosystem. They've gone through countless storms, and they're even being put to the test.
Now at 11, South Florida feeling the effects from Hurricane Helene despite it being a distance from landfall. The outer bands of this monster storm bringing heavy rain to parts of the area tonight.
Here's a live look at the southernmost point. People there experiencing tropical storm conditions tonight. Schools in Monroe and Broward counties are closed tomorrow. Miami-Dade does remain open, though.
And we've already seen what Helene can do. Heavy rain and strong winds hitting Cancun earlier today, and it's since moved away. It's only gotten stronger from there.
And to give you perspective of just how massive Hurricane Helene is, hurricane hunters flew into the center of the storm today to capture its strength and expansive clouds. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jawan Strader.
And I'm Trina Robinson. We have live team coverage for you tonight with meteorologist Ryan Phillips, Lorena Inclán in Tallahassee, and Nico Clemens in Miami.
We begin tonight with hurricane specialist John Morales. And John, Helene could reach Category 4 intensity?
It could, and that is still the forecast tonight. As of the 11 p.m. advisory that was just issued a few minutes ago, the National Hurricane Center is still explicitly calling for rapid intensification in a hurricane that would be forecast to reach the shoreline of the Florida Panhandle and Big Bend area as a Cat 4. Let's take a look at that advisory. The 11 p.m. advisory is just in. The system is moving towards the north, moving away from the Yucatan Peninsula there, which of course is across the Yucatan Channel and now officially into the southern Gulf of Mexico. Now, I do have a little bit of good news here. The winds have not picked up any. It is still an 85 mile per hour maximum sustained wind, Category 1 hurricane. So it's far from a Cat 4. And satellite pictures do show an eye developing, but at the same time, Hurricane Hunter aircraft show that the core of the hurricane is not fully developed. It doesn't have a consolidated inner core to where that rapid intensification can start, for example, right now. it would happen tomorrow. It would not happen right now. So we'll take a look at the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, and there it is. Again, a Category 4 system accelerating. So Cat 2 into tomorrow morning, and then throughout the day tomorrow, rapidly intensifying to become a Category 4 before landfall, which would be in the early evening hours of Thursday. And you can see where it's forecast to make landfall not far from Apalachicola, Florida. So Apalachee Bay is the target here for the core of the hurricane, but its impacts would extend far beyond, way beyond the center of it. So that's why the entire state of Florida, except for the far northwest, is under some type of tropical warning tonight. Tropical storm warnings are shown in blue, hurricane warnings are shown in red, and these warnings extend further up into the state of Georgia too, as it continues to move in that direction. Now, you know, if you're wondering, you've probably already heard, this system is expected to pass a good 300 plus miles away from Miami, but the wind field is so large that is why we've seen the winds that have already happened here in parts of South Florida tonight. And then as far as the storm surge is concerned, up to 8 feet in Tampa Bay, and then the unsurvivable up to 20 feet of storm surge in Apalachee Bay, specifically east towards the Suwannee River. So very dangerous situation unfolding here, hoping that this brief pause we've seen tonight would continue tomorrow, but that's unlikely. And obviously we're seeing local impacts too.
The wind is starting to pick up, 24-mile-per-hour winds at the coast with stronger gusts, the humidity at 77%. Here's a storm tracker after seeing a couple of feeder bands come across South Florida. It is dry right now. We're Broward and Miami-Dade, and outside of a downpour or two overnight, it should remain mostly dry, but another good chance for some thunderstorms tomorrow. Now we have brand new activity in the tropics. Here is a new tropical storm by the name of Isaac. 50-mile-an-hour winds over 1,400 miles away from the Azores, and that's where it is going to head. We don't foresee it getting any stronger than a tropical storm, and it should be a worry only for marine interests. Now, just to the west of the Cape Verde Islands, there's a broad area of low pressure with an 80% chance for development somewhere over this area highlighted in red over a period of 7 days.
So let's talk about what's happening with the storm right now. It is a Category 1 storm with 85-mile-per-hour winds. It does appear to be getting more organized on satellite. There is a Hurricane Hunter plane on the way to the storm, and so we'll probably have an update for the 2 p.m. advisory coming from the Hurricane Center to see whether or not we're actually seeing some strengthening with that storm. Right now, it's forecast to be a Category 2 by tomorrow morning, a Category 4 by tomorrow night, as it is moving into northwest Florida, and then still very strong up into central and northern Georgia, capable of producing very strong winds of maybe 70, 80 miles per hour, possibly into central Georgia, 70 miles per hour into the Atlanta metro. And an important part of this story is that there's going to be a lot of rain as well that's going to saturate the ground, and that's going to make it easier for trees to pop over, to fall over because of that saturated ground. So that is certainly going to be a worry, in addition to the winds gusting to 70 miles an hour. Could be some of the worst tree damage that we've seen in the Atlanta metro in a very, very long time. Again, as I mentioned, we're starting to see more convection building about the center here. So it's looking healthier than it has for most of the day. Some drier air got involved in that circulation. Now, looking at some of the players here in terms of intensity, you've got this large area of light winds aloft. That's why the clouds are spreading out the way that they are. But they're also being drawn to the north here. And that's important because there's an upper low right in there. Winds are pulling apart near that upper low. That's called divergence, and that creates lift in the atmosphere. And that lift is going to be part of what makes the storm stronger. Another thing is that you've got something called the loop current right in there. That's very warm water in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's a great depth to that warmth. So as the storm passes over that loop current, we expect that that too is going to help it to get much, much stronger. Now, some of the intensity forecasts did back off a little bit, probably in part because it didn't really get organized today, and they're now in the Category 3 range, but the official forecast still calling for it to be a Category 4 at landfall. We can hope that it's not that strong, but we certainly can't count on it. And in fact, it's even possible that it could be stronger than 130 miles per hour. So, Jeff, a lot to watch here over the next, 12 hours or so, but, it looks like it is getting more organized at this hour.
Right. This is more of a wind event than a rain event. We are going to be seeing those outer bands producing some downpours, but the wind is really going to stay with us the entire day. And here's the latest on Hurricane Helene, a strengthening hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. As of 5 a.m., winds are up to 90 miles per hour. It is moving north-northeast toward the state of Florida at 12 miles per hour and located 350 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. It is a very large and powerful system, and the wind field just continues to expand with this one. And based on the forecast track, it is going to make landfall around the panhandle of Florida sometime tonight. We are expecting it to run into very favorable conditions for rapid intensification to take place. Cat 3 system by the time it makes landfall around the state of Florida. And here's a look at the wind field. The tropical storm force winds already reaching parts of the lower Florida Keys. Winds over 39 miles per hour, fan out 345 miles from the center. The hurricane force winds fan out 60 miles from the center. But throughout the day, you're going to notice, if you've already noticing that the winds are up there, they're going to continue to be on the increase, and they'll be more widespread across portions of South Florida. So here's a look at what we can expect. Yes, rain. We're going to see more downpours possible. There is a flood watch in effect, and tropical storm warning is also in effect for all of South Florida. The wind will stay strong, leading to some on and off gusts over 39 miles per hour. And as far as boating is concerned, conditions are just poor to be out there as the system heads farther north. Now, Helene isn't the only thing that we're keeping tabs on. We're watching Tropical Storm Isaac in the central subtropical Atlantic. But the best news of all is that this one's not a threat to the United States. It will continue to track in this general direction toward the Azores. And here's a look at our radar, mostly dry across Broward and Miami-Dade, where we do have some heavy rain and lightning. That's located around the 7-mile bridge between Marathon, Big Pine Key, and Cudjoe Key. A lot of lightning there at this time, but it's going to be lifting toward the north and west quickly.
All right, guys, again, looking down at this center of circulation, kind of spinning around there, making its way off to the north-northeast now, and you can see what it's done to the Gulf of Mexico. Look at Key West. We've been watching this Key West camera for really the last 24 hours, and we had some waves kind of breaking there, at the seashore. Now they're breaking over the top of the southernmost point. Okay, so I mean, big waves crashing into the Keys. We've had wind gusts down there. We've got reported power outages as well. Winds as high as 50, 60 miles an hour down into the Keys as a result of this morning. So there's some scattered power outages. Then we're also looking at Cedar Key. This is John Humphreys. And you can see what we've got there. Some of those waves kind of crashing against the seawall there. Now remember, that's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Winds are offshore right now, but as the storm comes north, they're going to start to turn around more south and then southeast with a likely center that goes to the northwest of you. So you can see where we're dealing with most of the power outages. We've got Hillsborough County, kind of the isolated Lone Ranger there. Lee County tops everything, but Collier, Broward, Miami-Dade, and of course Hillsborough County kind of round out everything. I wanted to show you this satellite picture, and the loop current is there in red, bright red in the pinks. All right, that's warm, deep ocean heat content. The system, Helene is passing over that right now, okay? So Helene is doing, what it's going to do right now. Could this begin, potentially a more rapid intensification process? It's absolutely possible. But that's something, we're going to see from the hurricane hunters and also the pressure drop. We'll notice pressure drops first, and then the wind will respond by coming up. But after that, it's heading on to the north, where the heat content of the water is not as bad, but it's still certainly enough to support a landfalling major hurricane, which this is forecast to be as we get in toward tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, breaking right now, another tornado warning that we're watching here in the Sunshine State. Remember, we've been tracking some tornado warnings between South Carolina, down into coastal Georgia, and even into Florida, where we've got it down towards Lake Okeechobee. This is just on the west side. And here's Clewiston. This storm system got some heavy rain, and it is racing northward. That cell specifically is racing north at 45 miles per hour. So, of course, if you're in Okeechobee on the north side of the lake itself, we'll keep an eye to see if this kind of comes through you. It's kind of on a tail, one of these bands of heavy precipitation that's swinging through. When we take a look at the velocity, there's not a ton there, but there is something somewhat present that is showing enough of a spin for the local National Weather Service office to issue this to say, hey, if you're in any of these communities on the west side of Lake Okeechobee, just hunker down, get as many rooms in between, or as many doors, as many walls in between you and the outside as possible, so an interior room. And ultimately, as that moves northward, it should be out of here rather quickly since it is cruising at about 45 miles per hour. All right, looks like we got another tornado warning that's literally coming in right now. This is in between Highway 27 and 20, east of 27. As you can see, there's another one of these bands. I'm wondering if I zoom out if this is all connected here, but you could clearly see this wall of water heading north. Yeah, it does look like it's all connected along this band. And as it's kind of working its way like this, you tend to get, localized little spin-ups that take place. And that's ultimately what we're seeing right now. But whether it's large or small, it's there, and it can cause damage, and it can hurt you. So I want to make sure that you guys stay safe. The entire peninsula here from Daytona Beach due south is in that zone where we have a tornado watch. And this is going to stick with us, and likely going to see that tornado watch expand on the east side of Helene. And that is what is expected to potentially deteriorate and cause problems. So many different facets of problems with the storm system as it makes landfall expected tonight.
Once this is a Cat 3, then I'll leave. That's concerning, because if this thing doesn't strengthen to that Cat 3 status, we might not see it reach or achieve that until it's approaching landfall. The National Hurricane Center has been explicit in saying that this is going to strengthen up until landfall. And the timestamps, the 12-hour increments that are used by the NHC, they only give that wind at the time. Special advisories, though, will be issued as this thing approaches land, and it's going to be one probably similar to what we saw with Francine, a much different scale, much bigger storm, but strengthening up until landfall. You were looking at Key West, already seeing the impacts. This has been an onslaught, persistent waves crashing in Key West. When you have a storm well to the south, you're going to experience that. What's remarkable about it is how far away we have Helene from Key West. Here's where the camera's at, and then we've got the core of Elite. We're talking, or of Helene. We're talking a few hundred miles. It's still well south of Tampa, too, as we're taking a live look there. Some peaks of blue sky. Cedar Key is another one that we'll have to watch. Cedar Key had a historic storm surge of about 7 feet with Hurricane Idalia. We could have double that by the time Helene makes landfall. But the story's not done after landfall. Watching how this has been organizing this morning and what we've been contending with, Helene had some dry air initially that was tough for it to overcome. We have certainly seen, given the path that Helene's on the eastern and northern side of the storm, we've seen some growth, some storms developing. Hurricane hunters, as they've been investigating Helene, have noticed that there are concentric eye walls, as they said, a couple of eye walls trying to and generally rotating around this center, but without a single eye wall, it's going to have a tougher time actually strengthening. Visible satellite now that we're able to see, watching this thing really organize itself and gain some momentum in the Gulf of Mexico. We have the loop current, which at the moment, this is where Helene is, where we have temperatures as warm as 31 degrees Celsius. It's at 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Very warm waters and very deep warm waters. So that explosive development that we could see Helene go through, that would be the time now for it to occur as it's going to race off to the north. A fascinating look as we watch on satellite, and you see how sprawling this system is. It is a storm for Florida initially, but well beyond. We've already begun to see some of those impacts. Tornado watches in effect right now for the peninsula of Florida. We have a tornado watch also elsewhere to include Georgia and parts of the Carolinas. That one's running actually until 9 o'clock. This one goes until 8 o'clock tonight. It's those bands of Helene that will continue to lift on through. We saw one in Tampa, and now we have through the Everglades, mainly in south central Florida, where a couple of these storms have had the tendency to rotate. So we've had a handful of tornado warnings. Fortunately, the population much lower in this part of Florida, but still right along I-75, that tornado warning that we have with one of the bands that's being rotated around Helene. And this is going to be a trend that we continue for much of the morning. Matthew, what's the position of it?
Moving north at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, it's moving north at 50 miles an hour. So this thing's hauling too, moving right through the state of Florida, well west of Miami. But that fast forward motion, that speaks to the type of environment that we're dealing.
Think about it. If you had a bathtub full of water and you blew air on just one end of it, that energy would propagate through all the water, right? And when you're putting a tremendous amount of energy into the Gulf, that energy is going all around the Gulf of Mexico. It's not that really big a body of water. Interesting thing we were talking about here is when you look at the eye, people that are, now everybody can look at it at home, right? You can go online and look at the satellite picture, and you might think, oh my, the eye was there and it used to be over here, and is it turning to the right? I don't think so. No, I think the eye is actually this big here, and we're just seeing one little part of it that is clearing out. The hurricane hunters indicated that part of the eye was clearing out. It went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, where a bigger eye wall formed. So it never had a real small one, but then that one kind of died out, and we had a bigger one. We had two of them there for a while, and during that process the eye kind of fills in with clouds, and then it goes through a process of reestablishing the machinery of the internals of the hurricane and eventually clears out the eye. So I think what we're seeing there is part of the intensification process, but we're only seeing a corner of the eye popping out. So don't track that. Look more at that band there in the center is over to the left. So I don't think anything scary is going on there is the point. Here's the advisory as of the top of the hour from the Hurricane Center, 105, 960. We'll watch for any future drops in the pressure here to indicate that there's more energy in the overall storm. Just looking at the hurricane hunters a moment ago, I'm not seeing anything dramatic going on here. The most significant thing is if that eye clears out, what that's telling you is that now it's in a mode that it can intensify more quickly, or at least steadily here. Big storms don't intensify as quickly normally because they have to get so much more air moving. So it takes so much more energy to get all that air moving than small storms. Small storms can intensify really in just a few hours.
Live in the Storm Center with where Helene is now. Jackson.
It's over the Gulf of Mexico, continue to gain strength, Lorena. This is a closer visible satellite image of the eye of Hurricane Helene. You can see the eye feature here as it continues to track mainly off toward the north. And we put into perspective compared to South Florida, it's just over 200 miles off toward the northwest of Key West. Even though it's several hundred miles away from South Florida, though, we've been seeing some of those rain bands and, of course, those very strong winds. Much of the state, though, is seeing those impacts mainly in the form of rain farther north as Hurricane Helene continues to travel closer toward the Big Bend, northern Florida, especially seeing more of that steady rain. More of the way sunshine, though, breaking out across the peninsula, and that's where we will have that concern, especially throughout this afternoon for those brief spin-up, quick-moving tornadoes. Nothing out there really currently here across South Florida, though there is another band started to organize quickly racing in from the south and from the straits of parts of the middle upper Keys. Started to see a big burst of moderate to heavy rain as that continues to track rather quickly up toward the north. Latest advisory shows current sustained winds up to 105 miles per hour, located about 255 miles to the southwest of Tampa. The forward speed of this continues to accelerate more off toward the north-northeast, currently moving up to 14 miles per hour. And the forecast trajectory takes into landfall at the Big Bend as you work away into this evening as a Category 3 hurricane. At least that's the most likely intensity when it makes landfall. Then it rapidly transitions into a post-tropical system as it moves inland across the southeast, but still the southeastern U.S. looking at those strong winds and the heavy rainfall. A very large storm has been saying those tropical storm force winds fan out up to 345 miles away from the center. And so that encompasses most of South Florida, where those current gusts are mainly to the 40s. Fort Lauderdale gusting up to 46 right now, Key West 52 and 44 miles per hour. Marathon, these were some of the top speeds we saw earlier today, where Fort Lauderdale and Boca Chica both saw those gusts up to 64 miles per hour.
Well, breaking information as expected, Helene, now a major Category 3 hurricane. Air Force hurricane hunters have been out there doing storm reconnaissance and have determined we've got 120-mile-per-hour winds. Now a Category 3 hurricane here. This is a major hurricane, and again, this is what's been anticipated and forecast for landfall. The potential is always there that this could strengthen into a Category 4. We've got really, really conducive atmospheric and Gulf of Mexico conditions right now. So that's allowed Helene to steadily strengthen through the overnight and during the day today. And we've still got several hours before this makes landfall up into the Big Bend area of Florida. So the anticipation is that we will see some further strengthening, a major hurricane at landfall, life-threatening, devastating surge, widespread power outages because of wind. The wind field with this is massive, more than 300 miles in each direction. That's how far those tropical storm force winds expand. And when we hear from Molly McCullum there in Sarasota, just to the south of Tampa, she's going to show us.
We do want to check in with Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, because we get that special update, the Air Force hurricane hunters in the eastern part of the eye wall. That drops on recorded winds that were well up into major hurricane intensity. Brian, this has been kind of a funky situation with the core of this hurricane over the last 12 to 18 hours. It kind of went through an eye wall replacement cycle before it had even made an eye wall. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was trying to develop, and you know, like it's such a big storm. It's hard to know exactly what the dynamics are, but it's a good point. It was essentially, it was like tried to make a small eye, a smaller eye, and then it tried to make a bigger eye around it and kill off the smaller eye, which we would normally call an eye wall replacement cycle. But there really wasn't a good eye wall, although the hurricane hunters did report something like an eye structure. So just goes to show you that nothing is absolute in hurricanes. And Ian, where you are there, the winds are much stronger just offshore. So here's where we are in terms of the advisory from the Hurricane Center. This was the update. It was 2:05 p.m., by the way, that the hurricane hunters actually measured winds at 132 miles per hour aloft. So it calculates out to about 120 at the surface, and 959 millibars is the lowest pressure that we've seen. There you can see the structure of the storm on this wide view. I want you to see these bands. These outer bands here are where the strong winds are over Florida, that it's not related to this core of the storm. So we've had winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. But let me go closer up here. And what you can do is sort of count the bands going out from the center. So if you think of this eye wall structure here as band 1, then you have 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe, and just offshore. So Ian is right there, and so just offshore, and that's why you're seeing the winds coming in from maybe a little east of due south there, right up on St. Pete Beach. Here's the close-up, and it's still working there to establish sort of a pristine hurricane. Hopefully, whatever it is in the mechanics, this is always something of a mystery. They actually send research planes into these things, and they're flying drones. I haven't heard if they're flying any of them today. They launch drones out of the hurricane hunters, and the drones fly around to try and understand exactly what all is going on within the mechanics of the hurricane. But the fact that we don't have a super well-defined eye, even though the hurricane hunters are saying we have a 30-mile wide eye, but you can see on the satellite it's not totally cleared out. yet. Let's hope it stays that way. Whatever it is that's going on, it's keeping it from becoming some kind of pristine hurricane. That's keeping it from exploding in intensity. But we'll see. With it already at 120, what are the odds it's going to 130? Feel like good odds to me, but we'll get the analysis from the Hurricane Center. Some of our best computer forecasts indicate a Category 4 hurricane, maybe 140-mile-an-hour Category 4 hurricane by the time it gets up to the Gulf Coast tonight. Okay, here's the wider view on that satellite, and I just want to show you this to give you perspective, because we've been talking a lot about Florida here, and if you've been watching us, we try and focus some on points north, because this is just an incredibly extensive and expansive system. So we have over in here this upper level low that's going like that, and look what it's doing is it's pulling moisture all the way up the entire eastern seaboard. Now, the biggest part of it is here in the south. That's where the most energy is. But even here in New York City, there's a little bit of rain off and on being dragged up the coast by these upper level winds. And this upper level storm and this hurricane are going to merge here, and that combination is going to dump tremendous rain on the south. We'll talk more about that in a moment. 120-mile-an-hour Category 3 is the forecast. It's 120 now. So the question is, between where it is now and when it gets up closer to the coast this evening, might it intensify? Yes, it might. So when you see Category 3, you prepare for a Category 4, then it moves north, and with those 65-mile-an-hour sustained winds tomorrow morning in Atlanta, maybe gusts to 85 or 90, because the fast-moving storm over the land creates turbulence, creates a higher gust factor compared to the sustained winds.
And we continue to track Hurricane Helene. It is a Category 3 hurricane, and it is expected to make a landfall in Florida's Big Bend as a major storm tonight.
Yeah, take a look at this squall line from Hurricane Helene passing through Winter Garden. That's just west of Orlando. The system is expected to pick up speed and intensify as it inches closer to land.
Look familiar? This is our backyard. This is video of Helene's impact closer to home, where we see driving rain, whipping winds. This is outside of Memorial Hospital, Miramar. This was just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. So with that said, let's get to Larissa Abreu, who joins us with another breakdown of Helene's latest track, of course, but the impact here locally.
Of course, and we're going to continue to feel those strong winds. That has been the #1 concern here throughout the day, these relentless winds. But of course, those outer rain bands, we've also seen that, as we just showed you in that picture. I'm going to get to that in a moment, but here are a couple stats with Hurricane Helene. Became a major hurricane earlier today, a Category 3, packing sustained winds of 120 miles an hour. A couple things to note. The forward movement has really picked up. It's picked up speed, and it'll continue to do so here within the next 6 hours or so. Still expected to make landfall across Florida's Big Bend area later on tonight, between the hours of 10 and 1 o'clock, sometime around that time. And here it is. It has lifted north of us, so it's no longer in our latitude, but we're still feeling some of these impacts. As we've been mentioning, the wind field with this storm is huge, which is why and what triggered a tropical storm warning over South Florida. Now, while many of us are dry, just feeling breezy conditions here on this Thursday afternoon, we do have a wall of rain just outside, literally hugging the coast. And this is going to continue to clip us as we head towards the next several hours. So we zoom in, and places like Broward, northern portions of Broward, seeing some rain, but literally just a few miles east and over the open waters, we have this rain band that continues to move north. And one of the things that we've seen throughout the day is that some of these storms not only prompted very strong wind gusts across some of our local neighborhoods, but it also prompted a few quick spin-ups. We haven't had any of those so far this afternoon, and I believe we do run the risk for a quick spin up here or two as we head towards the rest of this afternoon and into the evening.
It has been such a large system that it has taken its time to really wrap up and intensify here. Of course, it's passing through very conducive conditions, not just atmospherically, but down on the water where temperatures are about as warm as they get in the Gulf of Mexico there through the current. 125-mile-an-hour winds, so we have a Cat 3. We're almost into the 940s pressure millibar range here. That is impressive. But look at the movement over the last several hours. It's sped up a little bit, even more so now for the 5 p.m. advisory at 23. Look at this. You can clearly see now a well-defined eye there beginning to take shape. That's also another thing we look at for intensification. There's the infrared picture, and you can begin to see this eye wall now. It was a ragged eye just over about 3 hours ago, and it's really just tightening up there, and that is not what you want to see, of course, as it approaches the Big Bend of Florida. The wind field is huge. We're talking hurricane force winds not that far out, so that's only about 60 miles from the eye. So if you are outside of 60 miles when it makes landfall, you are not going to get into those catastrophic hurricane winds. Of course, the tropical storm winds extend a good 300 miles, which is why almost the entire state of Florida is being impacted by tropical storm conditions, and those warnings continue. So there's the eye, and you can see the bands as they move through. Tampa just clocking in at 52 miles an hour, but we too here in South Florida have been dealing with the outer bands of Helene, and as they have been moving through, we have been seeing winds between 55 and as high as 64 miles an hour. In fact, we had a peak wind gust at the airport in Fort Lauderdale of 64. The cone is useless at this point. We're going to go to our next weather rain tracker here because it will be more precise as far as when it makes landfall. The cone now just takes it up into Georgia. But watch this and take a look at the clock. 8 o'clock, Cedar Key approaching 80-mile-an-hour winds. As we head between 8 and 9, that's when it approaches, and that's your landfall there. This particular model holding it off a little bit further, so that landfall is between 11 and 11:30. Look at Perry there and parts of the Big Bend looking at 90 to 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is for later on tonight. As far as our wind speeds, we're going to continue with a few bands for later tonight, but I think as far as the heaviest rainfall, we are looking much better. Still under a tropical storm warning, so we're going to continue with these winds. Same deal with the Keys, and we'll keep a very close eye on next weather radar to see if we have any more squalls that are going to be moving through with those significant winds. I'll be back to talk about when things begin to improve throughout the day tomorrow and the rest of the hazards that we have to deal with, including a tornado watch till 8 o'clock in just a few minutes.
Y amigos, una mirada al trópico, no solamente en la parte de la cuenca atlántica, sino también en el Pacífico. Esto es las lluvias y tormentas que estuvieron en Acapulco, tormentas relacionadas a John, que todavía sigue siendo un organismo tropical y está trayendo precipitaciones continuas debido a su movimiento ralentizado, lento en esta zona, realmente preocupante, ¿no? Queremos también enfatizar en lo que significa el impacto en la parte oeste de México, porque las lluvias que han estado durante los últimos 7 días han sido de mayor incidencia en esta zona, pero también hemos visto la precipitación que en todo caso se ha dado y se espera todavía se prolongue debido a este movimiento lento, aunque se espera que en las próximas horas esté rozando. Es otro problema también, porque estaría prácticamente bordeando la costa con una situación ya de saturación. Imagínense, estamos hablando de una situación preocupante en esta región en particular.
And welcome back. You are watching the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Helene. It is a Category 4 hurricane now. We're talking a significant impact to the nature coast of Florida with landfall expected a few hours from now. We've already seen wind and rain and surge last the west coast of Florida, and now it's headed toward an area between, say, Tampa and Apalachicola. That's the area that is prime target right now for significant storm surge, significant rain, significant wind. Let's bring in our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knapp, you look at that satellite, you look at those pictures from Cedar Key, that's just a block away from us where that Dock Street camera is. Now that we've got a Category 4, does the calculus change at all here? What the forecast is what it going to, do we think that's what it remains? How concerned are you about landfall wind in particular?
Well, this was a possibility that was, number one, incorporated into the storm surge forecasts. You know, when you look at the big numbers, 10 to 15 to 20 feet forecast by the Hurricane Center in the Big Bend area, that incorporates the possibility that it gets a little stronger and a little larger and comes ashore at high tide. And all of those things are happening. Plus, when this was forecast a couple days ago to be Cat 3, we always have to talk about how you got to plan for the possibility of a category stronger. So in general, it does not change the storm surge expectations overall. It does not change the evacuations, but where the eye wall comes ashore and the stronger these winds get, the more devastating the damage will be in that particular area. And the stronger it comes ashore at landfall, the stronger it will be farther inland. So the intensification that could still be ongoing over the next, say 4 hours or so, is relevant to what happens inland, because the stronger it is when it comes ashore, the even farther inland hurricane force winds will go. So these water levels are going to dramatically increase once the center gets farther to the north and you get that onshore flow. And again, the timing of when landfall is going to be, and unfortunate timing of it getting perhaps even stronger than it currently is, that lining up late tonight, 10, 11 o'clock, maximum onshore push, an even stronger hurricane, an even larger hurricane and faster moving hurricane than it was earlier today, coinciding with astronomical high tide. That is how this track and intensity forecast is going to cause these numbers to be realized. And again, these huge numbers already had built in the possibility that it's a little larger, a little stronger. So the Hurricane Center was already anticipating that possibility. And again, these are peak storm surge values somewhere in this zone. And we still don't know exactly where that eye wall will come ashore and who will get the maximum surge. But the problem is that because this is such a large hurricane, and because it is getting stronger and larger and speeding up, all of those things coming into this most vulnerable storm surge region in the country, maybe one of the most vulnerable in the world, Mike, we already knew this was going to be bad, and the intensification that we've seen today and the possibility it gets a little bit stronger just makes it a little bit worse.
Fox Weather Alert, Hurricane Helene, now a dangerous Category 4 hurricane. The span of this incredible, with those tropical storm force winds extending out 300 miles from the storm. We have surge concerns. This is a look at Palmetto, Florida right now, where you can see these boats are rocking. We have our hurricane specialist Brian Norcross standing by to really break down this storm. Brian, we had that special advisory this hour that brought in Category 4 strength. The mid-level winds, flight level winds, I should say, with the hurricane hunters, definitely showing signs that this thing, as we've been explaining all afternoon, was going to continue to strengthen.
Yeah, and you can see on the satellite picture that the eye wall is forming and perhaps even contracting, waiting on that late information. And we're also now getting storm surge flooding in southwest Florida on the backside. If you've been with us all afternoon, we've been talking about the backside of the storm is, from a west coast flood standpoint, is the dangerous side of the storm. So what you're looking there in the lower left, that's Matlacha. That's actually the causeway that connects Fort Myers to Pine Island. So it's actually just beyond Fort Myers. But in any case, you can see from the south to the right, north to the left. So that's the push of the wind up from the north. So let's look at the 6 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. And you can see, interestingly, and we'll see what this means later on when we get farther north, but look at the jog that the new center fix has taken to the right here. This could have, I shouldn't, we don't know. We don't know if it's going to jog and continue back in that direction. If it were to veer off to the right, that is a big piece of news for Tallahassee, because that little angle difference means the worst if it goes to Tallahassee or the worst if it goes to east of Tallahassee. Perry would be right in line, Madison County, Jefferson County, farther to the east. But anyway, there's no guarantee that it's not going to wobble back. So at 130-mile-an-hour hurricane, 947 pressure goes down. The lower the pressure, the more energy in the overall giant storm. storm. All right, let's go forward here and take a look at this close up. And what we see here is the best developed eye we've seen in the storm. As it intensifies, you expect that. Look, you can see the thunderstorms wrapping all the way around. Still not exactly a donut, a little bit ragged, but it definitely is in that intensification phase. Here with the radar coming out of Tampa, we can see how much of it has wrapped around now, 2/3 or so wrapped around. We've been seeing segments through the day. Again, it's part of the process. But you know, in terms of the strongest winds around the center, that's one issue, and that's very important for what happens when it makes landfall later tonight. But the size of the storm and the movement of water on the backside of it and on the front side and way out from it, that's also a huge issue, and for the whole west coast of the state, for the rest of the west coast.
One of the highest storm surge, if not the highest storm surge events in Cedar Key. Now, here we are in southwest Florida. This is between Cape Coral and Pine Island. This bridge is not something you want to be trying to drive over. The ocean has been picked, the Gulf of Mexico has been churned up by this very powerful but very large hurricane. So we are still dealing with onshore flow on the southeast side of large and major Hurricane Helene. Now, farther up the coast, the center of Helene is probably making its closest pass to Tampa Bay and Pinellas County and Hillsborough County. And that's why you've got tremendous onshore flow into the bay and strong winds over the entire metro area. And there are some really strong gusts, 60, 70 miles an hour. So we're gusting to near hurricane force in the Tampa Bay area. And even though we're at low tide, or coming out of low tide, we still have tremendous onshore flow and storm surge issues. So there's the center, probably its closest pass to Clearwater Beach right now. And we have 2 hurricane hunters in the air now. The NOAA plane that found the flight level winds converted to the surface to make this a Category 4 hurricane. And the Air Force plane will be out there even longer into the night, past midnight. They'll take this all the way to landfall, both of these planes. And the center circulation, here's Cedar Key where Mike Bettis is, and going off to the northeast, he's going to have tremendous onshore push, and this is going to make landfall in the next 3 to 4 hours or so. There's the last few visible images of the day, the overshooting tops, the reflectivities and the lightning showing just how potent that eye wall is. And heads up in Tallahassee, I know you might be looking and say, ooh, are we going to get the western weaker side of the hurricane? Possibly, but that will still be damaging, life-threatening wind of a strengthening Category 4 hurricane. Look at how the gusts in St. Petersburg are still to 70 miles an hour. The water levels, Clearwater Beach, more than 3.5 feet above normally dry ground of the salt water, and then the tide is going down. But look at what's happening up in Cedar Key, where Mike Bettis is. That is the onshore push, and that, Jackie, is going to be a really nasty storm surge event. But we've got a lot of problems far away from the center, even inland from the coastline.
Yeah, we do, and we're concerned about tropical tornadoes. In fact, we've gotten multiple warnings that are in effect right now. We've had quite a few in Florida this evening, but we also have a warning in Georgia and a couple in South Carolina. And one of these in South Carolina does include the city of Charleston. So a new tornado warning has been issued there, including Charleston. This is just to the west of you right now until 7:30 tonight. There's actually 2 different areas that I'm tracking for rotation. The one is over here just offshore near Folly Beach, and then the other area of rotation, more concerning because this is already over land right now, is just on the north and west side of Charleston, very near Interstate 526. This is moving north and west around 35 miles per hour. You can see it's heading towards Ashley Junction, into Pepper Hill, Goose Creek, and eventually into Ladson. Also, we're going to continue to see this threat through the night tonight, so folks need to be aware and get alerts while they're sleeping. We want to get back out to Cedar Key. Mike Bettis, I know, Mike, been tracking the radar where you are as well, and heavier, steadier rain and stronger winds are really not very far away from you.
Right, and this is pretty bad, right? This is pretty rough right now. We got some pretty good winds, moderate wind and moderate rain. I've got my anemometer right there as a 37-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All right, so it's getting a little bit harder to stand, and now we're getting the strong push that's coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Those bands, the wind and the rain go hand in hand, and then the surge comes along with that. Come with me here. Oh, wow. That really is coming down. The vehicles here, they're going to back theirs up. It looks like they were here to observe some of the surge, but they don't want their vehicle to be taken over. I think we have some storm chasers there. But come over here to Dock Street. We really wanted to come out here while there was still just a little bit of daylight left so we could show you what it's like here. And then we're going to retreat from this point going forward. So this is Dock Street, all right? This is where everyone would come. Lots of restaurants here right on the water, right? So you've got these glass, restaurants down below here, and all of them moved their stuff up yesterday. They cleaned out the kitchen in one of the restaurants here and took everything upstairs. Now, some of those places sit pretty high up. The second stories might be okay if we don't see the highest storm surge. If we do, then we're in trouble, right? 10 to 15 feet of storm surge in our forecast here. And now the winds are picking up. They'll only get stronger from this point going forward. The surge comes up, and as that happens, everything goes farther inland now, right? So now you're going to push the water back to 1st Street, 2nd Street, 3rd Street. A lot of places will be inundated. That will include the fire station. That could include the library. That's going to include the Seacoast Bank. That goes back to 2nd Street, right? So those places could be under feet of water, unfortunately. So the water typically is about 4 feet down from the sidewalk here, all right? So it's going to take 4 feet to come up from that point, and then, it's going to end up being another 6 feet on top of that. So the water would be basically top of my head at that point. Again, like I said, wanted to come out here while there's just a little bit of daylight left to show you what it's like, because all this water is going to continue to push its way farther inland, and we'll go back to probably 2nd Street to be safe. We've got a great spot picked out there. Concrete building has been there since 1860, so it's been through some storms. We feel real good about being there, and it's got a nice second story that's going to be up 20 feet plus.
Ian, can you show us again that car submerged? Where is that into relation where you are? I mean, when you're looking down, is that the surge, or are we looking at floodwaters too at this point? Because rain has certainly been more consistent over the last 2 or 3 hours there.
This is most certainly the storm surge coming in, so much so that there's a current. We're working our way back down here. Again, we had to go to the wire here because we've got soaked throughout the day. But you look at what's going on here. Look at the spray. This is funneled a little bit down the street. I don't know how far it's tough for Andy to turn the camera to that. That can work in the water too. We showed you that part a moment ago. Did you see it? If you can see it. Last time we looked at it, I would say the water's come up another 3 inches on that. And look at the current coming in here. This is, again, this is the byway that takes you off of St. Pete Beach and eventually back to the mainland. That's why we were coming this direction. I honestly, we were in between live shots. We went back up to our car in the parking lot. I looked at what was going on in the street, and I said, fellas, we got to go. And I'm really glad that we did, because it was a little tough to go, to be honest, on the way out of there, because of the surge moving in. I mean, honestly, came in a little bit earlier and a little bit faster than we were thinking. And now you have this starting to spill almost out into the byway here. So these water levels are most certainly coming up. I know it's, yeah, here comes the stuff. Yeah, the light is showing you. Yeah, that's a big power flash. Whoa. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, Ian, we've got that. That was a huge power flash.
And now the power is out across the board, by the way. That was a massive, I don't know if that was a substation or what the story was with that, but that was a massive power flash out of APP. And yeah, just like that. It looks like north of us this way, all the power is out. We got a shift with this guy here. I'm sure you saw what went down in the rearview mirror. But yeah, this is working continuously, and yeah, I hope there's nobody. So there's lights on this side of the street. We saw when we first arrived here about an hour ago, it was a family leaving from that home. That water is and that car
the surge is still coming in quickly.
All right, Ian, we're going to continue to check in with you there in St. Pete Beach. Over 350,000 without power now in Florida. In fact, where you're standing right now in your county, we have the most out in Florida as we speak. And those power flashes tell a good story.
Amigos, noticia de última hora, el huracán Helene se ha intensificado un poco. Sigue siendo un categoría 4, antes estaba en vientos de 130 millas por hora, ahora ha subido a 140. Otro cambio notable es que se está acelerando más. Antes se estaba moviendo a 23 millas por hora, ahora se está moviendo a 24 millas por hora. Por lo tanto, que se esté acelerando nos dice que no esperamos que se intensifique mucho más. O sea, no estamos esperando que llegue a una categoría 5, tendría que intensificarse muchísimo en cuestión de par de horas que le quedan para que toque tierra. Miren aquí en la imagen de satélite infrarrojo, se ve el ojito ahí cerca de Cedar Key. De hecho, ya se encuentra a 68 millas al oeste de Cedar Key, ese centro de circulación. Aquí también lo tenemos en la imagen de radar. Y pues cada vez está más cerca, se mueve rápidamente, está trayéndonos ya esa subida del nivel del mar. Aquí lo tenemos más de cerca todavía. Y esto que vemos aquí en color rojo, ese es la pared del ojo y es la zona más peligrosa del sistema, de modo que se está moviendo, cada vez va más rápido. Si vemos aproximadamente el tiempo que demoraría en llegar esa banda de lluvia más fuerte, sería cuestión de llegar a eso de las 11 de la noche a Perry, a Thomasville, a Moultrie. Es un aproximado, y fíjense que estoy aproximando no el momento de tocar tierra, sino esta banda de lluvias y de vientos más fuertes, la pared del ojo, que es lo más peligroso de este sistema. Aquí tenemos la imagen del radar a futuro y también nos da un aproximado de cuándo estaría moviéndose. Cuestión de las 11 de la noche es cuando aproximadamente 11, un poco más, alrededor de las 11 y las 12 de la noche, que esté llegando a ese centro y que pase rápidamente, de modo que aquí tenemos el cono de posible trayectoria. Y vean esto, se está moviendo tan rápido que no le va a dar tiempo a perder fuerza, de modo que el viernes por la mañana, ya cuando esté en Georgia, todavía pudiéramos estar ante un huracán de categoría 1, que sí se va a mover muy rápido, bajando ya una vez que llega a los Apalaches, a esa zona con relieve.
All right, let's go back to the Weather Channel. I believe we have a tornado warning. So let's go back to Jeff Morrow right now at the Weather Channel headquarters.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at, first of all, a bigger picture here. Of course, we'll get back to those live locations near where the eye is coming ashore here very shortly. But on the periphery of the circulation here of Helene, we are getting some of these bands, if you will, coming on shore now. And there are no less than 8 different tornado warnings. They're all Doppler radar indicated. Haven't heard of any sightings as of yet. But let's get you into the one that is closest to a major metropolitan area. That would be Savannah. Earlier, the rotation was out here near Tybee Island. That may have moved a little bit farther on toward the west and northwest. So again, just to the southeast of Savannah, this for Beaufort, Chatham, and Jasper counties here until 9:15. So for the next few minutes, these kinds of tornadoes are very common with tropical systems, and you get them in these bands that kind of wrap around the hurricanes themselves. You can get a quick spin up of a tornado. They can go up quickly, they can dissipate quickly, but they can do significant damage. We'll keep you updated on the Savannah area, but if you live in Savannah, definitely you want to head to a sheltered location right now. With that having been said, let's get the very latest on what's going on with Helene, and with that, let's go to Dr. Rick Knabb.
Yeah, Jeff, we've got an eye wall of a major hurricane that is on its way closer to the coastline, and that is why we've got the extreme wind warning. So let's take a look at that zone right in here. This is the northern eye wall that is getting closer and closer to the area from Tallahassee eastward over through Perry, and that zone includes Madison, Florida. It includes Steinhatchee, Florida, Mayo. That whole area in this zone is under that extreme wind warning. That is because this northern and northeastern eye wall is about to come on shore, and that warning is in effect until midnight local time. So now is the time to shelter like you would for a tornado. And the other thing that I'll note here is that the overall motion of the center of the eye has turned slightly to the left. So it's still north-northeastward, but it's a little farther to the left than it was before. And that is also reflected in the Hurricane Center's update that just came out, that also reported, based on the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft, that the maximum sustained winds have gone up to 140 miles an hour, still a Category 4 hurricane. So it really is getting to be crunch time to be taking shelter from the maximum winds of this hurricane. And even if you don't get the maximum, even if you don't get the 140-mile-an-hour winds, the eye wall is going to be producing damaging, life-threatening winds. And look at how much lightning there is in this whole northern half of the eye wall. And this is all what is just about on shore. We are already gusting to 35 and 36 miles an hour in Tallahassee and Perry, but the winds, once this northern eye wall comes ashore, the winds are really going to dramatically increase. And so it's important to realize that even as the weather gets better tomorrow, it still probably will not be a good idea to be going up and down I-75 through Georgia with perhaps debris on the roadways, power out, and let the crews get out there to clean things up and restore power. So let's take a look at where the center is and where Chris Bruin is. That could also be the zone that's not only in a hurricane warning, but it's going to be a place where you need to shelter like you would for a tornado. That's how strong the winds are going to be in this Category 4 hurricane that's moving north-northeastward at 24 miles an hour. It is powerful, it is horizontally large, and it is fast moving. All of those things are bad for the storm surge here in the vulnerable Appalachia Bay and for how far inland the damaging, life-threatening winds are going to go. And that northern eye wall, and now increasingly both the western and eastern, very loaded with lightning. It is convectively active. It is going to be strong winds on both sides. And here's an example of what I mean. Just a couple of hours ago, when the center of this hurricane went just to the east of this buoy, the west and southwest side gusted over 100 miles an hour. So that's what you can expect on the weaker side of this hurricane. And now we are gusting, look at Apalachicola is gusting to 58 way to the west of the western eye wall. So Tallahassee, you still need to be getting ready to shelter like you would for a tornado because you're on the western edge of that extreme wind warning. Perry's gusting well over 50 miles an hour. Now, the center of circulation is finding a way to spend maximum time over water, getting to nearly the northernmost part of Appalachia Bay. And that northern eye wall, and especially for a place like Perry, the northeastern to eastern eye wall, as this has made a bit more of a left turn compared to 3 or 4 hours ago, that is going to perhaps put the eastern eye wall into Perry, maybe the western eye wall into Tallahassee, and then in between, or maybe near Perry, that's where the eye or part of the eye will go. Do not venture outside in the eye because this is a fast mover and you might not be going through the whole eye. So it's too dangerous. Don't go out during the eye. And then the Jacksonville Forecast Office has added Dowling Park and a sliver of I-75 going between Florida and Georgia to the extreme wind warning. So we don't want to be out on the roads. And I wanted to show you Valdosta, and this is just one future radar depiction. It might not have the exact location correct, but if you get to midnight, maybe the center has come ashore, but then in Valdosta, not long after midnight, the northern or northeastern eye wall will go over, and that's where our Chris Bruin is. That's going to be the time where Valdosta will need to be sheltering like for a tornado. So.
All right, Ari, yes, we're in phase 1 now. We're just wrapping up phase 1, which is it's actually going to continue into the 9th. That's the flooding along the West Florida coast. And now we're just about to get to phase 2 with landfall and the impacts of the eye wall in North Florida. If you look at the satellite picture there with the 140-mile-an-hour hurricane and that pressure, the bottom has dropped out of the pressure today, you'd say, wow, that's made landfall. But the hurricane is kind of tilted and it has an elongated eye wall because the upper level winds are speeding it along and kind of tearing it apart a little bit, but is such a strong vortex that it's fighting against them. So we still have this very well formed from a strength standpoint storm, but it is getting a little warped by the upper level wind flow. Let's look at that close up. And there you say, wow, that looks like that's coming ashore right to the southwest of Perry. There you see the line, though. That's where, as of 10 p.m., the hurricane hunters identified the surface center. It's the surface center that makes landfall. And when we look at the radar, now the radar is not right at the surface, but it's not as high as those upper clouds. So on the satellite, we're looking 40, 50,000 feet up in the atmosphere, and the radar is coming out of Tallahassee. So this is probably a few thousand feet here. So that's what they're going to use to determine where when landfall occurs. Let's just check on the winds. Still 63 at Perry. So we've got the eye wall is not there yet.
Now at 11. Hurricane Helene slamming Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. The extremely dangerous storm is close to making landfall on the northwest coast in the Big Bend region.
Take a look at this storm surge already taking over Florida highways. You're looking live at waves whipping across the Courtney Campbell Causeway in Clearwater.
Tragically, Helene has claimed the life of at least one person. A driver was killed after a sign fell onto their car in Tampa. First responders are braving the worsening conditions tonight. Look at this. Lee County deputies deploying their rescue boat in Fort Myers Beach to help those in dire need.
And a surreal announcement from the Treasure Island Fire Rescue in the Tampa Bay area. Officials say they can no longer respond to calls for service on Sunset Beach until conditions improve. You're looking at video taken earlier as crews made a final check in the area. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jawan Strader.
And I'm Trina Robinson. We have live team coverage with First Alert meteorologist Stephen McLaughlin and Lorena Inclán standing by live in Tallahassee.
But first, we will start with hurricane specialist John Morales with the latest. John.
Hi, Jawan. Good evening. Indeed, as you just said off the top of the broadcast, Hurricane Helene is about to make official landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. I want to go straight to these images so that you can look at the eye, and particularly the eye wall, which is the dangerous part of the hurricane, which is impacting locations like, for example, the city, or call it town, of Perry, which is inland from the coast, getting slammed by that very strong eye wall. By the way, the center of the hurricane, located about 40 miles southeast of Tallahassee, that is significant because even though the western eye wall is also quite strong, at least the forward motion of the hurricane doesn't add to the wind speed on this side. It subtracts from the wind speed instead. So maybe that's a hopeful sign for Tallahassee. We're going to be talking about storm surge too, because it's a big deal. And one thing before I get into this whole analysis that I do want to convey to you. This hurricane is technically stronger in terms of the barometric pressure than Hurricane Ian was 2 years ago, but I do not expect it to surpass Ian to become the most costly hurricane in the history of Florida. Ian will keep that title. Why? Because this hurricane is striking a part of the state that has much less in harm's way compared to what Southwest Florida does. There's the satellite picture, and now here's the latest: 140 mile per hour winds at 11 p.m. Note, National Hurricane Center indicates that 140 might be conservative, and they're indicating to me that when they do a post-analysis on this, they might increase that, not to make it a Cat 5, but it could be a little bit stronger. Look at that pressure, 938 millibars. Ian was 941 when it made landfall in Southwest Florida. Now, there's been some storm surge in Southwest Florida, but I do want to highlight what's going on in Tampa Bay. Folks, the deepest storm surge on on record has been going on tonight in Tampa Bay. Clearwater has a storm surge of 9 feet above low tide. 9 feet above low tide is a record for Clearwater. There's water in businesses. There is water in homes. So the situation in Tampa Bay is quite chaotic and quite dangerous. Meanwhile, 15 to 20 feet possible as the hurricane was making landfall. We'll see in that sparsely populated region what records we'll see in terms of that storm surge affecting that area. So here's the official forecast track, of course, about to make landfall, heading to Atlanta, possibly as a high-end tropical storm with hurricane force gusts, then kind of stalling there in Tennessee and Kentucky, but dumping potentially 30 inches of rain in parts of the southeastern states.
More prone to getting blown over, getting damaged, having roofs collapse in here too. So just a lot of concern of what this storm, what this hurricane is going to bring. A lot of people who did not evacuate the last 2 or 3 hurricanes changed their minds for this one. They say this one's going to be different. This one's going to be a doozy. They are leaving. They've boarded up their businesses. So we are here again, expecting to see those impacts hit pretty soon here in Tallahassee. So we'll keep you updated on everything we see. But that is the very latest live here in Tallahassee. Syra Onwer, Local 10 News.
Okay, Cyrus, stay safe out there. Leon County, Tallahassee, bracing for what could be the most powerful storm to hit in their history. Thanks a lot. Let's check in out with your Weather Authority team.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here. Betty.
The new advisory is in, and the landfall is almost complete of Hurricane Helene, coming in really fast, moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour, and as a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. Some of the wind gusts we are seeing, especially right within that eye wall, you'll see Perry there, a wind gust of 76 miles per hour. And even around Cedar Key, they've been getting some substantial wind gusts too. Tallahassee, by the way, the winds have been increasing tonight. 47 mile per hour wind gusts is what we see at the moment. So the eye of this hurricane will continue to move in at the Big Bend of Florida. I should mention that for north and down towards central Florida, a tornado watch is still in effect as those rain bands continue to come on in. As for South Florida and the Keys, our weather has been relatively quiet for tonight, other than the fact that the winds have still been going pretty strong, though now those winds are starting to dip under tropical storm force gusts. We'll track a few more rain bands. There's one coming in around the southwest coast tonight, and tomorrow we could get a few more of those showers, storms, banding type features reaching our area too, but our winds won't be gusting as they were earlier today. Let's get back to where the system is making landfall and talk to our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, Helene is doing all the things, the rain, the wind, and that storm surge, that flooding is really starting to stack up for some folks.
All the wrong things tonight. Yes, Betty, unfortunately, this is as strong as it's been in its life. Take a look at that information that you were just showing from the Hurricane Center with winds of 140 miles per hour. The pressure has just continued to fall this evening. It's really remarkable how frequently we're seeing these rapidly strengthening hurricanes as they make landfall. Pressure at 938 millibars. That is an exceptionally low pressure. In fact, when you look at all of the hurricanes that have hit Florida going back to 1900, this is the 9th most intense by way of pressure, and the strongest that we've seen in terms of pressure since Hurricane Michael in 2018. North-northeast at 24 miles per hour. Betty, I think this is making landfall as we speak. We'll probably get a landfall statement from the Hurricane Center. This is coming ashore in Taylor County there, the southern reaches of Taylor County, around Fish Creek, which is where Hurricane Idalia, almost to the spot, made landfall back in August of 2023. Here is that forecast. We're just going to show you the bottom part of this, because you can see how quickly it's moving here. Going to zoom up straight into South Georgia. Hurricane warnings up all the way stretching to near Atlanta. Inland hurricane warnings. That is extremely unusual. It just goes to show you not only how powerful this is, but how fast it's moving. Here's that radar right now. The landfall, the point of landfall is when the center of the center comes ashore. So you can see here is the eye, and the center point of the eye right in here, just to the northwest of Steinhatchee, is where this is coming ashore. Tallahassee, they are getting weather tonight. They are getting significant weather tonight. But boy, I tell you, if this thing had come in just 20, 30, 40 miles to the west, it would be a completely different ballgame for them. We're talking tropical storm, force winds. It would have been far worse on the eastern side. The eastern side of this is really stacked up in terms of the worst of the impacts and the damage. Now, in terms of the most significant, most wide-reaching catastrophic impacts, those are happening along the coast. We're seeing storm surge values just shoot up at our tide gauges here in the Big Bend. Cedar Key has hit a record over 8 feet of inundation so far. We've seen water levels as high as 7 or 8 feet, records being smashed down as far south as Tampa, Sarasota, into southwest Florida. And as this moves inland, the rain is going to be the next step. Calvin and Nicole, we're talking about a tremendous amount of heavy rainfall stretching into the Appalachians as we clean up along the coast. So we're going to continue to talk about this hurricane as it moves inland tomorrow.
Helene, and a look at southwest Florida earlier today. This is some of the flooding. They had major concerns because there are parts of that area that are prone to surge, and we see it there.
Let's see what the storm is doing right now with meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil?
All right, it is getting ready to make landfall as of the 11 p.m. advisory. Actually, 11:20 now. It's been updated. 140-mile-per-hour winds with wind gusts all the way up to 160 miles per hour. So here's the eye wall right there, and it's moving on shore, and wherever that eye wall impacts or whatever area moves over, it's going to be total destruction for the region. 85 in Fort Lauderdale, the same in Key West, 84 in Miami. The pressure rising, the wind out of the south and along the coast at 33 miles per hour. Meanwhile, in the tropics, well, we still have more activity. Here is Tropical Storm Isaac, 65-mile-an-hour winds, really only a nuisance here for marine interests.
We're much susceptible to high winds. You have different tree species. You have very heavily agricultured areas where pecan trees, whoa, it is eerily scary. I'm looking around, Dr. Nab. I don't see one light on except ours that are keeping me lit so you guys can see. How are we doing with the eye, Dr. Nab? How close do you think we're going to be in? Woo. How much longer do you think we're going to be in this eye wall before things start to maybe let up a little bit? Because it looks like we're headed into the eye.
Yeah, you are, but it's going to be several minutes before you get into the eye itself, because it's a pretty thick northern eye wall. I think the structure of the system is getting to be even more north loaded than it was before. And so it's a thick band on that northern side. But you will get into the eye. But I will caution you and everybody else in Valdosta, though, that once Perry got into the southern eye wall, that had a gust to 76 miles an hour at the airport on the southern side. So after the eye goes through, it will blow pretty hard from the west. So we got to urge everybody, not to be out driving in the middle of the eye, because then the conditions will get really bad from the other direction.
You bring up a good point. And Dr. Nab, when you're looking at this, it's interesting to see how it looked over water and how it changes as it goes over land. What kind of really stands out to you? Are you concerned about any of these particular bands? And we're going to talk about the surge aspect too, because that's still being an issue there in Florida. But I mean, when you're looking at this as it's racing up into Georgia, I mean, what has you concerned with these core winds?
Well, the fact that it got as strong as it did and is so large and fast moving means we still have a big concern for damaging winds going way inland. Now, the latest model runs do suggest that we will still see the strongest winds east of the center. And so we're getting more and more concerned about damage and power outages in places like Augusta, Georgia, and Greenville, South Carolina, and then up into the southern Appalachians. Doesn't mean Atlanta will be off scot-free, but it may be even worse for places to the east, Chris.
It is fierce here in Valdosta, Georgia. I mean, we are totally in the dark now. Power lasted pretty well downtown, and I will say in Adalia, they did not lose power in that downtown sector. That was one of the few spots that held its own. And now I have a feeling almost the entire city may be without power unless you got a generator or something. And the recovery for Idalia was pretty quick in Valdosta, only because this was the hardest hit city across the southeast. That's not going to be the case this time. Wow. Man, that raindrop actually hurt.
You can see this massive rain that is coming up through North Georgia in the current satellite radar picture combo here. Right now, a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm moving north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. And, you know, there's been so much rain already in North Georgia, in the upstate of North Carolina, South Carolina, and you've got a lot more on the way with the core of the storm. That is basically translating off to the north-northeast, and so that is going to cause huge problems overnight and early tomorrow morning in Asheville. But we do have this rain on the sort of back side of the system as well, and that is going to kind of pivot around and come into Atlanta on the back side of the system, along with very strong winds. So we've got quite a ways to go with this storm. And there's a look at the forecast for the center of the circulation. But as you know, it is an absolutely enormous circulation. I mean, the strong winds extending hundreds of miles from that center of circulation. That's why there are tropical storm warnings well up into the Carolinas, all the way up into Asheville, and hurricane warnings ongoing for the central part of Georgia. So we're no longer getting a current reading from Valdosta. That's pretty typical when you get an eye wall coming through for either the power to be knocked out or the instrumentation to be knocked out. That was the last thing that we saw there. We are seeing winds gusting to nearly 70 miles per hour in St. Simons Island, 55 in Waycross, and now 37 in Tipton. But, you know, that is the area where the wind is going to be really, really fierce. And in fact, I want to take a look very quickly here at the radar picture and show you what's going on. And that is the eye wall right in there. So let's put that into motion. You can very clearly see the circulation right in there. We're not always getting reports or observations of the wind, but you can clearly see that structure, that, you know, where the rain is kind of curving around there.
Hurricane Helene taking aim near Tallahassee. The monster Category 4 storm scraping the coast as it made landfall. Forecasters warning of unsurvivable storm surge along Florida's Big Bend.
The major hurricane responsible for at least one death in our state. Governor Ron DeSantis confirming a car driving on I-4 near Tampa was hit when a sign fell on top, killing that driver. Officials reporting 2 other deaths in Georgia.
Helene also battering coastal towns around Tampa with dramatic storm surge. We're looking at videos now out of Lee County, Gulfport, and out of other areas too, the Gulf Coast communities, showing the intense flooding there. Weather Authority meteorologist Julie Durda joins us now with an update on the storm's track. Good morning, Julie.
Hi, good morning, Alex. Eric, South Florida, and these devastating images are not something that we are strangers to, unfortunately. Obviously, we're a stranger to a Category 4 hurricane making landfall in the Big Bend area, but the damage, as we expected, will be done for days, months, probably even years, because that storm surge was really the biggest threat for the system. Now that the system has made landfall, it is making its way in Georgia. It is still a Category 1 hurricane, and that's how strong the system is. Now we're getting hourly updates. I'm waiting for that 5 a.m. advisory. You can even see the eye wall still pretty defined on our satellite and radar composite. Of course, just like what happened for us in our own backyard yesterday, we have tornado watch boxes in effect because those outer feeder bands really spinning up the severe weather with the system, anywhere from Jacksonville all the way up towards Charleston into Raleigh. Now, as for the wind profile, I wanted you to pay attention to this because it looks as though we're expecting the system to really start to weaken with its winds by this afternoon and into tonight. So that's the good news. The bad news is there's still a good 8 to 10 hours of winds gusting well into the 40s and 50s for our friends across the southeast. As of the 4 a.m. advisory, winds are 75 miles per hour. It's moving north at 10 miles per hour. We are still under a tropical storm warning, and it only goes until 7, so our local forecast improves hour by hour. But unfortunately, our friends across the southeast will be dealing with this system for much of today and tonight. We've still got winds gusting well into the 20s and even the 30s into the Keys. More in our forecast coming up.
Julie, thank you. Hurricane Helene pummeling the state overnight, now barreling inland toward Georgia and South Carolina. That storm making landfall late last night in Florida's Big Bend region as a Category 4.
Officials reporting at least 3 storm-related deaths so far. At least 1 million customers without power across the state. ABC's Rena Roy has the very latest from Tampa.
Good morning. The flooding is widespread here in Tampa. Overnight, we woke up to an emergency alarm here at our hotel. Water inside the building, and you can see it outside right here behind us. The pool area completely inundated, and we were not even in the thick of the storm. Tallahassee and the surrounding area is feeling the brunt of it.
Overnight, Hurricane Helene slamming Florida, roaring ashore south of Tallahassee as a Category 4 storm.
You have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west.
The National Weather Service issuing a rare extreme wind warning for the Tallahassee area, calling Hurricane Helene an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation, warning people to take cover and to treat the conditions as if a tornado was approaching.
This is shaping up to be a catastrophic hurricane for Florida's Big Bend. Here in Tallahassee, the rain, it has been consistent for hours now, and the winds are starting to intensify.
In Fort Myers Beach, Marine deputies wading through floodwaters, pushing a boat to help rescue people. In Tampa, roads turned to rivers, the area hit with strong bands of wind and rain. This video appearing to show transformers exploding.
This storm is raging. I have got flooding so bad you can't even imagine.
Near St. Petersburg, the lobby of the All Seasons Hotel underwater. On nearby Interstate 4, a highway sign fell onto a vehicle, killing the driver. Hundreds of people in Taylor County, Florida, in the bullseye of the storm, told emergency officials they did not evacuate. The sheriff's office now asking residents who defied the mandatory evacuation order to write their name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so they can be identified.
Helene is now setting its sights on Georgia, but it is expected to continue weakening over the next several hours. Rena Roy, ABC News, Tampa, Florida.
Such a devastating storm and still just downgraded to a tropical storm, but a strong one at that, 70-mile-an-hour winds. It is heading toward Atlanta. Right now, it's about 100 miles southeast of the city, and so it's going to be a huge, devastating effect. The one good thing, at least it's moving north at a very quick rate, 30 miles an hour. It enters Kentucky eventually, still as a tropical storm, and then becomes a remnant low and depression. So here's a look at it, again, making landfall yesterday. So if we head down to the Western Caribbean, there's another area of interest knocking at the door of the Yucatan. At this point, the models want to take it west, thankfully. Let's hope it goes away and doesn't take the same route. Doesn't look like it will at this point. A 30% chance it gets named over the next 7 days. There is a very good chance we have our next depression and named storm, which would be Joyce. This is an area near the Cabo Verde Islands, a 90% chance of that happening. And of course, we have Isaac that's way out there, kind of lost in the shuffle, but Isaac is now a hurricane, and thankfully it is moving out to sea closer to Europe than the U.S., but so active out there. And we've got a long way to go for this season.
To get a sense of where we could go live, first of all, to do this storytelling on the Weather Channel, and we were driving through heavily wooded neighborhoods, and there were no trees down. And Steph, I will tell you, amazingly enough, in speaking with Leon County, they were able to tell us of 1 tree down across the entire county. Now, it's still dark. They're doing assessments, but still we're talking minimal tree damage and, again, just above 50% power outages. I have to say, Steph, that doesn't seem too bad when we're talking about a Category 4 storm.
Well, listen, here's the thing. The GFS nailed this forecast because the GFS had it taking that more right-hand turn away from Tallahassee and, you know, kind of away from Atlanta consistently. And so that's really what it did. So the GFS, if you ask me, was the one who really had this one. Justin, thank you. And I'm thrilled for the people of Tallahassee, not so thrilled for the people of Perry, Florida, and into southern Georgia, and even up into Augusta, where we're seeing some of the worst weather this morning. This is what we know so far. 2 people in Georgia were killed when winds from Helene flipped over a mobile home in Wheeler County. 1 person in Tampa was killed when highway sign fell on a car during the storm. Power outages across the southeast are topping 2 million customers. More than 1,700 flights are canceled or delayed in Atlanta and Charlotte today. Listen, I think Atlanta and Charlotte are going to be okay this afternoon. It's just a matter of the personnel, because this system is moving at 30 miles an hour. It's moving very fast. So we're going to clear out literally by early, late morning, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. You're not going to have the rain anymore. We'll still have a few winds lingering from this, but it made landfall. There is Perry. That's where we had Chris Warren. We've been showing you the incredible video of the eye wall coming through there. Category 4 hurricane at landfall, winds of 140 miles an hour. So past 24 hours, this thing ramped up. It took a minute to get together. It was struggling. There was some, sheer dry air to begin with. Once that went away, it just tapped into that loop current in the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, exploded rapidly into a Category 4, and then it came ashore and interacts with the land, and that's a lot more friction. Doesn't have its fuel source, which is the water, and so it started to slow down. Now, not technically slow down at forward speed because it's getting pulled into an upper level low, but I'm talking about the wind speeds have come down. They're now at 70 miles an hour. We'll get an update, by the way, from the National Hurricane Center at 8 a.m. Rainfall was tremendous with this system, and it is still coming down, especially into western North Carolina. We have huge rain totals there. We have flash flood emergencies happening. We have water rescues going on. Felicia Combs is there to cover that story for you. There's our wind gust, but we did get to 100 miles an hour in Alma, Georgia, but Perry, Florida, gusting to 99. You can see even down into Florida. Lots of surge into Tampa and St. Pete there, gusting to the 74-mile-an-hour range. There are your power outages. We're now at 2.6, almost 2.7 million customers. This is ticking up very quickly, and it just shows you that this inland storm is still quite powerful, can still take down trees and power lines. There it is, moving north at 30 miles an hour. Winds at 70 miles an hour. That makes it a tropical storm. And by the way, look at Macon. We're on the bottom edge of this. We're going to be clearing out shortly. Atlanta, we have some rain. I'm telling you, this is going to rotate out like that. You'll still have some of the residual wind, but we will be getting better. We still have to get through this rain in the upstate of North Carolina and, upstate of South Carolina into the mountains here in North Carolina, the Appalachian Mountains. That's going to blow through and make matters worse, not to mention the winds because you have elevation. And with that elevation, obviously the water drains faster and causes a lot of problem. We could have slides happen with all the heavy rainfall that we've seen. Multiple flash flood warnings stretching from North Carolina to Alabama. Flash flood warning means that flash flooding is imminent or it's occurring. And we do also have 2 tornado warnings here into South Carolina. We've seen multiple tornado warnings. They all spin up. And by the way, these cells are moving at 60 miles an hour. That is insanely fast for a tornado warning. But we need to take you down here into Waynesville. This is where we have the Swannanoa. Thank you. The Swannanoa River. I keep wanting to call it the Susquehanna, but that's not it. The Swannanoa River out of its banks. We have water rescues. This is a very serious situation. That is one of 3 flash flood emergencies. You have flash flood watch. That says, oh, a flash flood could happen. Flash flood warning means it's imminent or it's occurring. A flash flood emergency is the highest you can get to. So you have to get to higher ground. Water rescues are ongoing. Asheville, Black Mountain, and Swannanoa, that's where we do have those flash flood emergencies. And again, another one north of there that does include the Grassy Creek area. And as we look at our tornado watch, this is until 8 a.m. Kelly, I wouldn't be shocked if this got expanded a little bit. Speaking of record-breaking, we had record-breaking surge in Cedar Key. That's where we find Mike Bettis, where he rode out the storm. And Mike, kind of take us through. I was watching you yesterday around 6, 7 o'clock. The water was starting to come up. How fast did it then inundate all of Cedar Key?
You know, it just took a couple of hours, Steph, really, honestly. It started coming up about maybe like 6 o'clock or so, barely coming over Dock Street where we stand. And then within a matter of probably about 3 or 4 hours, it was about 9 feet deep. It came up fast, and let me show you what it did here on Dock Street. Look through. This is a place called 83 West Bar and Restaurant. Look what it did to the first floor. Truly gutted it. You can see right out now through the Gulf of Mexico. That's what storm surge can do. The skeleton of the building still stands, but there is debris everywhere. The first floors of so many buildings here got wiped out as a result of that storm surge. And then we had wind gusts here to 84 miles an hour. Record storm surge, 9.3 feet, eclipsing Idalia back from last year. here. So right here we had Cedar Key rentals. This was like canoe and kayak rentals. There was a restaurant bar that was sitting here. You can see it has collapsed now. This is the, it was called Big Deck. Chris, watch where you're standing. They've got some nails and screws right there. But you can see what storm surge can do. All pushed by 80+ mile-per-hour winds. So obviously a complete loss. That has been obliterated, right? And then you've got stuff like this, poles that are bent over. Come on over here. You can see the side of the 80. Look at the side of 83 West here. It's all sheared off the side here. The decking is missing. The whole side. I mean, we'll have to see what the structural integrity is. They may be able to rebuild on top of that. They've got really strong concrete pilings down there. But this is what most of Dock Street looks like. This is usually a vibrant area, lots of restaurants, bars, and shops. So this would be another restaurant here. Now, what they did here, the deck is all messed up here. They took out all the kitchen equipment a couple of days ago to try to salvage that because it would be very expensive. Second story looks okay, but they see stuff, you know, all strewn about the streets here. Everything, you know, has to be cleaned up, so you got to get in, heavy equipment and clean up. It's quite crazy, by the way, this morning. Look through here. Isn't this amazing to see how everything's been gutted underneath here? On the walls here, the only thing I see left is like a curtain rod and an air conditioner that was up high. Now, what's interesting, I'm going to show you what's right here, and you can see right through this as well. So this was a walkway and a ramp that went up. And Steph, up here is where we have some stores and some more restaurants, but this has all been, I literally walked up this ramp and was looking at some of these stores the other day, but it is truly gutted. But that's what record-setting storm surge will end up doing for you, Steph, and many of these places will have to be completely rebuilt.
Mike, I'm not sure if you can still hear me. I'm going to ask you a question just in case you can hear me. How long did the surge stay high, and how quickly did it go out?
I would say it probably peaked for around maybe 2 to 4 hours. And then it went down pretty quickly, right? Because the storm was accelerating pretty quickly, and so then the winds changed direction, more out of southwest or west, and that really changes the trajectory here. A south wind is really the bad wind force in Cedar Key because we have a grid system of roads, and so it goes truly north to south, or south to north, and that's where the water ended up going. This is unfortunately what you end up seeing, you know, the are most susceptible. So Dock Street obviously is right up water, but the damage goes up to 1st and 2nd Streets. So it's not just right here, although this will be the worst. Obviously, that stands to reason. But I'm going to show you this. Steph, you got to see this. Whoa. Like rebar reinforced concrete. Wrecked.
Wow.
Right, that's the power of water and why we always urge you to evacuate. I mean, we know these things can happen, but this is really, when you see it first light this morning, it really sets in how bad this was in Cedar Key. This will end up being the storm of record in Cedar Key.
Whew, that it was, Mike, and we thought all the previous storms that we had gone through were, you know, the records. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse there. Mike, thank you so much for taking us around Cedar Key and showing us what it was like.
I want to get right out to NBC6 meteorologist Adam Berg with what the storm is now and where it's headed next.
So now it's transitioning from a big wind and storm surge event to a rainfall emergency. Really, we've got flash flood emergencies in the Atlanta area. We've got them draped across a good chunk of the Carolinas. The rain has dialed back, thankfully, but wow, a lot of rain and a lot more to come. There's the center here, basically in far southwestern portions of North Carolina, currently sitting about 105 miles to the northeast of Atlanta, which sits right here. It is a tropical storm. The wind becoming less and less of an issue. Sustained winds now around that center, 45 miles per hour. Still moving north very quickly, but then it is going to bank to the west and then just kind of hang out over the border of Tennessee and North Carolina for a few days. And this is why this is going to be an ongoing flood threat. So here's the legend at the top of the screen. In pink, flash flood emergency. In that reddish brown color, flash flood warnings. Okay, and you can see Atlanta is involved here along with the rest of northeastern Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, even eastern parts of Tennessee. Flash flood warnings, flash flood emergencies. This is as bad as it gets as far as rainfall goes. Thankfully, the rain, again, is dialing back here. But look at this huge shield of rain across the rest of the Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley. It's going to look like this for probably the next 2 to 3 days. Literally, the system's going to be right in through here on Sunday. In fact, let's show you the track and intensity forecast, you'll see what I mean. Friday, look at this. Friday into Saturday, it moves here, and then it slowly jogs back to the east by Sunday evening. It's hard to even make out all these little icons. It just stays stationary virtually across the Tennessee-Kentucky border between now and Sunday. So again, when you look at these rainfall amounts, you see why we have the issue. 20 plus possible here across portions of the Appalachians, and then same deal across Tennessee and Kentucky. Just a brutal situation, and it goes to show you don't need it to be a Category 4 or Category 5 or anything like that to have a huge flooding event like this. It's these systems that just crawl, and that's what this one is forecast to do. This is when you have a major flood emergency like what we're dealing with right now. We'll take you local here in just a few minutes, and we'll take you through your next 7 days in about 10 minutes or so.
Well, Alex, the Atlantic Basin and the East Pacific have gotten into the favorable conditions that had been out in the West Pacific for a long time. So while we were dealing with Helene, we had Isaac and Joyce form. Now Isaac is moving northeastward. Joyce is going to recurve, but we have another tropical wave coming off the African coast and another wave moving into the Gulf of Mexico, Northwest Caribbean area once again. So we got this tropical wave moving across the Caribbean, is going to move into this general area, and upper level high pressure is going to build in. So watch this wave come across the Caribbean, and we get to Monday or so, that's over the Northwest Caribbean with more spin right behind it. So this is just going to add to the low level spin, and into the middle part of next week, upper level high pressure starts to take shape. Northwest Caribbean feeding the Gulf of Mexico possibly once again, with the possibility of a strengthening depression or storm. And could we get a hurricane out of that? That's at least a possibility. So the Hurricane Center is on top of this. They've got a 7-day development area with it starting in the early to middle part of next week and then going northwestward toward the Gulf of Mexico to the late part of next week into the following weekend. So a 30% chance for now. But remember, a week ahead of time before Helene formed, it was a 20% chance. Expect this probability to go up. We might be busy again next weekend. A forensic analysis done by the Hurricane Center and Weather Service folks all up and down the Gulf of Mexico coastline of Florida to see where the storm surge got even higher than 10 feet, as I suspect it did. And they have to look at buildings and watermarks and see just how far inland it went. Of course, you got to do that in Tampa Bay, not just at the Gulf front. Helene is a tropical depression, but my goodness, is this a big low pressure system that's been in the process of merging with that middle upper level low that accelerated it inland. And it's all getting involved now with that same frontal system. But look how large the low pressure system is. So even though it's not a tropical storm, there's a lot of you getting tropical storm force gusts. And we've got, fronts attached to this. And on the eastern side, we're bringing in tremendous moisture and instability. And there's wind shear here. That's why the severe weather threat today in North Carolina. And we continue to have, even though the rain is lessening, tremendous areas under flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies in the Appalachians. But new areas of heavy rainfall are bringing new flash flood warnings into portions of North Carolina and Virginia. And just to take a look at where the low is here over Tennessee and Kentucky, that's where maybe some of the winds are a little bit calmer. But look at Lexington gusting to 45, Cincinnati to 37, Indianapolis gusting to 40, just like Charleston is. So it's a big area with some still potentially disruptive and damaging winds. Here's our tornado watch here for eastern North Carolina and much of southern Virginia in effect until 6 p.m. And we still have the high risk through tonight and tomorrow morning for flash flooding, but a significant risk in Nashville westward, and that will continue in the Ohio Valley through tomorrow, Alex. So Helene and the system it merged with are far from done.
Right, and we've got Helene bringing us to major flood stage in a lot of areas. The storm pushed north and dumped massive amounts of rain over Georgia and the Carolinas. Guys, western parts of North Carolina are now dealing with historic levels of flooding up into some of these communities.
Betty, Helene much weaker now, but but still causing widespread devastation in the Carolinas.
Lots of rainfall, and winds have been gusting up to 40 miles per hour at times. Right now, though, the system is well inland. We're talking in the vicinity of Kentucky as it's merging with an upper low. We'll get a new advisory at the top of the hour, but obviously it is a rainmaker and a big one for some other areas of the country. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, so much devastation with Helene. No doubt this name will likely be retired from the list.
Yeah, Betty, already reportedly dozens of people dying from this very devastating, catastrophic hurricane. In terms of when those decisions are made, by the way, on the retirement of these storms, they tend to happen in the, I'm sorry, it looks like I'm not able to switch over here. It looked like most of these retirements happen outside of the hurricane season, so we'll know once we get outside of the hurricane season. Sorry about that. We just had a little hiccup with our graphics. I want to show you, though, how common hurricanes had been in this part of Florida. We say lightning doesn't strike twice, but apparently it does for hurricanes. This is we've had as many hurricane landfalls the west side of Florida in almost as many years. In this same time period, we've only had one hurricane that has struck the East Coast. But look at all of these hurricanes, and most of these have been major hurricanes, big hurricanes, Category 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes. Here are the landfalls there in the Big Bend. You see that starting with Helene in 2016, and then we've had 3 landfalling major, 2 of the major hurricanes within about 25 miles of each other in the Big Bend in the last 13 months. It just goes to show you, once these hurricanes start coming, they can go very, very quickly. Here are some of the extreme measurements that we have so far. There was a hurricane gust in Perry, Florida, which is about 10 miles inland from where this came in at 104 miles per hour. Gust all the way up in Augusta, Georgia of 82 miles per hour. The storm surge in Steinhatchee, 9.63 feet, but that gauge failed before it measured the record storm surge that I'm sure that we're going to get there. The Hurricane Center saying that they fully expect that 15 to 20 feet that they forecast to have come to fruition there. And then the rainfall is really the big story right now across the western Carolinas into the Blue Ridge Mountains, up to 2 feet of widespread catastrophic flooding ongoing that is really testing the limits of the dams up there in the mountains. Just tragic what's unfolding there up in the Carolinas. As Betty said, this is raining itself out right now, so we'll be done with Helene once we get into the weekend. We do have other things that we're watching here across the Atlantic. Nothing is slowing down here, unfortunately. We have 2 areas of possible development. We have now Tropical Storm Joyce and Hurricane Isaac. Those are both turning out to sea. Not going to worry about that. But Louis and Nicole, we are going to have to watch this area in the Western Caribbean, maybe talking about the Gulf once again, getting into the middle to latter part of next week. Back to you.
We are getting a firsthand look at the devastating damage left behind by now Tropical Depression Helene. Drone video showing the rubble and debris in Taylor County.
And in the Tampa Bay area, the coastline shows piles of debris, boats washed ashore, and damaged buildings. Preliminary records indicate that the storm surge smashed records for high water levels across Tampa Bay.
And in Sarasota, the area lashed by winds, heavy rain, and this. Look at that. Widespread flooding. Many parts of the city are now underwater. Emergency crews are working throughout the Sunshine State to rescue people trapped in flooded homes.
And we have team coverage for you this evening. First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin will join us in just a second with the latest advisory.
But first, NBC6's Lorena Inclán is by one of the most affected communities, Keaton Beach. And Lorena, you've been covering it all for us. Tell us, how bad is the damage there?
It's bad, Jackie. There is extensive damage, debris everywhere, homes destroyed. As people start to come back to Keaton Beach, all they can do is stare at what's before them, and they're just in shock and getting emotional because Keaton Beach is unrecognizable. The powerful Category 4 hurricane swept up large boats in Keaton Beach and threw them inland. We saw several of them that detached from their moorings. Roofs were on the ground, doors off their hinges, docks ripped from their foundations and thrown several feet away. Keaton Beach sits on the doorstep of the Gulf of Mexico. That's where Hurricane Helene made its entrance, wrecking everything in its path, leaving this beach town utterly devastated. As damage assessments begin, many are finding out their homes are now gone. Even the elevated homes saw damage as many roofs came right off.
Search and rescue teams from South Florida are in Keaton Beach helping with debris removal and damage assessments, while the National Guard is also helping. Kevin Caswell is trying to see the positive side of things.
We're very fortunate. We're very fortunate that we're alive. Families are safe. I think most people out here did what was asked and evacuated. So as long as our families are safe, and what else can you complain about?
He came to check on his friend's home only to find out it's likely been destroyed.
Yeah, when we first got here, it was, shocking. I mean, we had no idea. We rode the storm out last night.
I asked Kevin, what happens next, and he immediately said, we're going to rebuild. But this is the third time that this community has been hit in the past 13 months. So you got to wonder just how many times can this community take something like this? Reporting live from just outside Keaton Beach, Lorena Inclang, NBC6 News.
Thanks. The damage just astonishing. Our team coverage continues with First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin.
Yeah, that's right. And Steve, the 5 p.m. just came out. So what is it revealing this evening?
So officially, we changed the name of the system to post-tropical cyclone Helene. In other words, it is no longer tropical, but it is going to be a big rainstorm just sitting in place for the next 72 hours, pretty much where it is right now. The winds are at 35, and that's still enough to do a little bit lower end damage in some spots, especially when you get a gust. But these winds will continue to drop, but the rain probably just sits in place. Just look at how it's just spinning around here between now and Sunday, and the winds do drop off to 25 miles per hour. But there's a lot of rivers and mountains here, and that rain is just going to continue to fill these rivers, and it's going to take another 5, 6, 7 days to get that rain to stop, and then for all the water to start to recede. But this is the big picture, and as we always talk about, huge counterclockwise rotation, and we here in South Florida will benefit from that this weekend because we'll get into more of a drier situation as the wind is whipping around from the north and west. Now, we still have high humidity, we're still going to have those hot temperatures, but what you're going to see tomorrow, much lower rain chances, and Sunday, we're going to have near zero rain chances. It's going to be a beautiful day, but look at all of this rain. Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and north. There's St. Louis, just south of Chicago. Now pushing up toward New York and New Jersey. This is almost becoming a warm front that's sliding up to the north. And then we've got the trailing rain right here. Within our area, we still have a few showers we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours. They're coming up from the south and west, and each of these can pack a wind gust of 30 to 35, but no longer any tropical storm conditions. We'll talk more about Helene and our fabulous weekend forecast coming up a little bit later in the show.
Steve, thank you. And take a look at this. An incredible rescue by U.S. Coast Guard after a man and his dog were stuck at sea while Helene was headed for the Big Bend. The man was on his sailboat at the time yesterday when it started taking on water. You could see just how rough the water was out at sea at the time when the hurricane was continuing to gain strength. Thankfully, the U.S. Coast Guard came to his rescue, airlifting the man and his dog to safety.
Take a look at this shocking home video showing a man riding a kayak in his home in Tampa. The area experiencing storm surge and major flooding overnight. You can see the floor is nowhere to be found as the man floats above the muddy waters that filled his home.
And a daring rescue out of Atlanta, Georgia. Video shows the Atlanta Fire Department bringing a mother and her baby girl to safety. Moments later, you see a dog is being rescued. The area was flooded as a result of the torrential rains from the deadly storm. Flash flood warnings remain in place across Atlanta.
And you can count on NBC6 to keep you informed on the communities hit by Helene and the areas it still impacts. We'll bring you the very latest updates on the disastrous storm on air, online.